All right. All right, I'm back.
Cool.
Ciao. That was wild, wasn't it? You got me, Mr. Bugle, Mr. Burgle. That was wild. I've never seen anything like that. It feels targeted. Give me 1 second, y'all. All right, yeah, I'm sorry. I had to get myself situated. I just ordered me some banh mi and some fries and a fried hard egg. Oh my gosh, can't wait to get it. So, Kim Howard, afternoon, folks. So yeah, we was the last chat was for us to sit and talk about Love and Marriage Huntsville, but apparently we began to get targeted by spam, which was very inconvenient, right? But we're back. Period. Let me confirm my order. So, like I was saying, it's gonna be like it's about to be a really good. I cannot wait for he and I to talk to y'all about it. I'm trying not to spoil it. Wait, Prosperity. I know damn well you were not live for 7 hours. What? 7 hours? Baby, at that point we live together. Dang. Ooh, child. That's a long time. Y'all bet how do y'all do that? Cause I cannot do that. I cannot. I get so bored of a topic so fast and I just move on to something else. Ooh, child. I like y'all already know on this channel. Y'all get a good hour and 30 minutes out of me. A good hour and 30 before I'm done. After that, my brain just disconnects from the topic. Even though the other people around me may be talking, I have nothing else to add in. I have nothing else to add to the conversation, so I move on mentally. Okay, I thought it was just about one thing that you were interviewing. I mean, not interviewing, but reviewing. Ended out to be a conversation that was 7 hours long. That's what I thought. I just like Virgo. You didn't hear like the trainer canceled a meeting today because he said that he had a family emergency. So I had to cancel. He said he's rescheduling it to next Sunday, and I'll be seeing him tomorrow too because I see him Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. I cannot. Ooh, baby. I mean, you have my respect. You better RESPE respect me. RESPE. Like I'm just saying, you got my respect though. Aren't you going to the gym anymore? I'm not. Like, no, because the number one I already went to the gym on Friday. And when I go to see him, I'm going to do targeted things. I go to the gym myself to go run and to go like to do stuff in between, but that's not what's happening today. She damn sure has her watch hours on. I'm trying to tell you that, like, baby, 7 hours. Whoo, child. That's like those damn videos that you go to sleep to, where they have like the audio on the loop, for about 8 hours or 15. She said, child, she been had to watch hours. I heard it. I heard it. So y'all, do y'all think that Destiny stole that purse? I mean, not stole the purse, sold the purse. Yeah, she has the late lies, and I always fall asleep on them. I try not to. I try not to. I try not to be on my phone while I like have my phone playing something while I sleep, because that does have a link to radiation. If you have, because you have your Wi-Fi on and your phone is continuously receiving that signal while you're sleeping, you're getting radiated. Okay, so it's a consensus that she sold it. Hey Jeremy, I just DM'd you on IG. Okay, I'll go check it out. I'll be checking it after this. Who child? Mark. So so y'all do think that Destiny sold the purse. Destiny said that she lost it at the airport. Y'all believe that? Y'all, why you don't believe she left it at the airport or she lost it at the airport? Got lost in the luggage. Hmm? If she was smart, she contacted Bessemer's finest booster, Latifa, about getting the best possible price. Y'all, I'm trying to tell y'all. Y'all know they know how to get them off the cheap, off the humble. Oh, y'all, I have so much excitement for some stuff that I gotta talk to y'all about. I just can't tell y'all yet, and I am seething to tell y'all. What surprises me is the amount of people that be in the entire time of those marathon videos. I mean, yeah, you could be surprised because a lot of people use YouTube for when they are trying to go to bed. So that makes sense to me. And then on top of that, some people don't sleep at night, so yeah, they can be there watching and talking. I'm trying to tell you, you're developing a niche. Okay, I'm sorry, Michael, I forgot to let you out. Give me a second. I thought I did let you out. I didn't open up the door yet. Go ahead. No, go. You go play. Go do your thing. Go do your thug this. I ain't gonna bother you. Don't bother me. Don't bother me. Leave me be. Thank you. All right, BS. If it was me, I would have made a bigger stink. No one is going to let that type of purse slide. I made a stink about $1 shades. I mean, it really wasn't her money. It was Stormy. Stormy just gave that bitch $2,000 for no reason. Why on earth are you buying this lady a $2,000 purse? Is my question. Like, I would, I would never, I would never. $2,000. Get down, Michael. Remember, Prosperity Marceau is checking what she spends. Tisha talking about that purse was so expensive, girl. It was 2,000, not 20,000. I mean, but 2,000 to me is still expensive for a purse. I mean, the like 2,000 is not like an exorbitant amount of money, but like, who's going to buy bags for $2,000? Like that is usually a rich thing, like, or somebody who likes luxury. A $2,000 purse. That is to me very expensive. Get your. She sold that purse for grocery money. Point blank. Period. Teacher called it a flex. Hater. Y'all, how many of us are tired of Marceau big ass getting out of that little ass car, that little ass Porsche? I'm sorry. My nigga, I'm gonna need you to get a pickup truck or something. You way too damn big for this. Which airport Mestany cannot afford a flight? Thank you for the super chat, Mara Sakano Murado. I appreciate it. Mestany can't afford. But she get buddy passes. She probably get a buddy pass. 2,000 is not exorbitant, but for Destiny it was her rent, so it's expensive. For a lot of us, 2,000 is our rent. Like my God, like I'm saying, $2,000 for just a handbag. That's a lot. I'm sorry. That's to me, that's wild. Anything more than $100 on a bag is crazy. Now, maybe I'm cheap, or just because I'm a man, I cannot understand that. That wrapping my mind around just buying $2,000 bags just to put stuff into it. I don't understand that, but like for me, $2,000 would go to electronics or a TV, or maybe like a used car or something. Like I'm saying, like I would use 2,000 on something more than just something to put like a wallet in. That sounds crazy to me. Melba Mitchell, hey, so glad that I caught a live. You are awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And you're awesome too for being here. But it's chump change for Stormy, so that's the difference. Right. Me, myself, baby, $2,000. Oh no. $2,000 for a bag. That sounds like insanity. But Tisha swears that she's that girl, and Stormy is extra. So to them, it shouldn't be a big thing to them. I understand that. Get from underneath my computer desk. Yes, I'm talking to you. Some people make cars like Marceau drive look tired. He makes it look tired, even when Tisha ride it. Like Tisha, like the video vixen of the music video. He always just pops out like he, like he Rick Ross. It's so sad. That I'm like, this little ass clown car. Why are you? I was like, how did you fit in the front seat, Marceau? That big ass back in this little Porsche. I do the man back on Monday, Ferrari Friday. Like Marcel said, why would I hop in some beef when I can just hop in the Porsche? She said, he go do what to who? That's not a reliable source. Hey Jeremy, sorry I'm late, but we'll hit the replay, boo. What? Oh, y'all not late. Y'all not late. This is just an open chat I'm making. So oh yeah, I forgot to do that. My bad. I didn't even drop the link. That's crazy. All right, y'all. There we go. Can we discuss Maurice and Wanda's similarity in their defense of the indefensible? I don't. Hey, Ravine. Wait, Ravine. I said, hey, Greg. Don't do that. It's gonna make me think that you spam. Okay, who child? You almost had me scared that this was a false account and you were making. Oh, child, listen. Did y'all talk about Mark yet? Not yet. You know that's the main entree of baby. I'm gonna talk about Mark. I'm just taking my time, getting into everything. I know lease cars when I see them, and Marceau, Maurice are leasing. So when you lease it, do you have to give it back, or do you just keep it for a specific time period and then give it back? Like, I've never heard of leasing. I mean, I know you can lease a car, but I didn't know you could. I didn't know, like, what does that mean exactly? Prosperity Thick Girl 40 says, "Love you, Jeremy." Oh, I love you too. Thank you for all of the encouragement. Can't wait to see what you have coming up for us because you're amazing at what you do. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Who child? Y'all making a little stalker, a little stalker's heart flutter today. Thank y'all so much. Michael, get off me, please. My God. Wait. Now, I'm not sure what you're talking about, but I just want to make sure that you're not saying give money back. Because if that's what you're saying, she ain't getting it back. Hello?
Get what money back?
I don't know. Simply Beautiful said you give that shit back. I don't know what she's talking about. If you don't stop jumping like damn jumping on me, what is wrong with you?
Hi everyone.
Hey Virgo.
My
Hey
God.
Jeremy.
Hey.
Hi Prosperity.
Hey love.
Okay, can we discuss Maurice?
Yes, go ahead. Y'all discuss him.
Okay. Okay, first of all, can I just clear something up
Yeah, go
about
ahead.
Mel's Roe v. Wade? The
Uh-huh.
interviews are still on Dr. Heavenly's page. Anybody can go back and check what she said. Not people have misconstrued and changed what she said like a million times. What Martel said um, Mel brought up Slaw's Roe v. Wade as if she hadn't had any herself. He lied. Mel never brought that up. Slaw did on Tasha's interview. And then he went on to say, like, she hadn't had any herself. She had one after before she left me. And he said, then he said, oh, actually, I think she had more than that. And then he said, if the baby was mine, why would she get rid of it? Now, if she had had more than one, he would not have said if the baby. He would have said if they were mine. So that lets you know that he was lying and he was making it up as he went along. And then, so when Dr. Heavenly asked him that, are you that what you're saying is leaving interpretation open for the paternity of your existing kids, and he said never. All those kids are mine. Now then, Mel went on Dr. Heavenly, and then Mel said, yes, she had an abortion, and what's it called? But she had it on April 1st. She had it. They discussed it because she had already prayed, and God had told her the God said go thingy. and that if she ever thought he was doing anything else, that she was out. She found out she was pregnant while Sugar Mama was like 3 months old. She got it on April 1st. She left him on April 4th. And let's not forget that was all during lockdown. So there was never any question about the paternity of the child that she removed or any child. Martel has never, until recently when he was in his fifis and he wanted to cry and was on his period and he felt like he felt the need to drag his ex-wife. That was the only time he said that she'd had multiple. He has
No.
never said that before.
Well, I think it was a good afternoon, everybody. And thank you for letting me on the chat, Jeremy. I love your station, I love your channel, and I love how messy you were calling yourself a stalker. Anywho, I just wanted to say, really and truly, that was nothing that Martell should have ever put out about Melody's business. And I see a
Facts.
lot of comment creators or content creators saying that,
What?
oh, she shouldn't have done that. And I'm thinking to myself, honestly, I'm glad she did. To be perfectly honest, you don't keep having children for a man that you know you don't have a future with. And she knew she was out. And for the record, Mel has said that she found out Ariane was pregnant Mother's Day,
Okay.
the following
After
month.
she had
Wait, can
She
left
I
was
him.
can
gone
I can,
already.
can I say one thing? Thank you so much, Ravine, for the super chat, and I really appreciate you as well. Thank you for always supporting my channel. I'm sorry, y'all can go ahead. Thank you, I really
No.
do.
No, that's okay. No, she left. She found out on Mother's Day that Ariane was pregnant. So she was gone already. But even if she had found out before then, when she found out, how she found out, what she found out, it really doesn't matter. That woman did what was best for her. And I really wish people would stop, trying to overanalyze her circumstances and the decisions that she made. And Virgo, you broke it down beautifully, but quite honestly, you would just have to be completely inept to not understand the distinction of what Martell said. And that's why Wanda took it and ran with it. It's not that hard. But thank you for your breakdown because a lot of people kept missing it, and I don't know why.
But the thing is,
Three.
Wanda didn't take that and run with it. Rob, that lady did not say that until after all of us content creators kept saying that, and that's when she went back and changed her story. Wanda is
Facts.
a liar. You
Oh,
cannot
Facts.
say have a picture of a baby if they have been Roe versus Wade. You put out that picture of Martell, another man, and Sugar Mama. So if you were talking about the baby that's not here, why is Sugar Mama picture on the damn thing? Wanda
yeah.
is a liar.
Facts.
No, she
Point blank
definitely
free.
is that. She definitely is that. But it was amazing to me how many people were confused about what was said. And it's so simple. The videos are on YouTube. Go watch them.
Exactly. But they're not confused. That's the thing. They're not
Thank you.
confused.
I
They
like
everybody's saying, yeah.
it's a YouTuber that I love to watch, and I know a lot of people do not. Well, I ain't gonna say a lot of people. I'm gonna say like the team male people, they do not like her channel because like because she be eating males ass up, and she was actually, I noticed she was not defending Wanda, but she was actually like speaking as if she can understand Wanda's point of view at one point when it came to the whole. She wasn't talking about necessarily baby, but more so about you. Like I love Kia Simone speaks.
I knew that's who you were talking about. And you know what? Normally I like her, but I'm sorry. That last she just does not like Mel and she's not
Okay,
balanced.
wait a minute. We
Yes, we're
can't
not
talk
gonna
bad
can't do
about.
that part.
Well, we're not talking about her. We're just talking about her opinion. So
Oh,
here's
That's the same difference.
you weren't here 2 nights ago. This was a mess.
okay.
So
Well,
yeah, there was
and
a lot
never
of
mind.
mess two
I'll
nights
take
ago.
it. I'll take my comment directly to her page. But I guess in
Yeah.
looking at how people have to be balanced, the truth is the truth, even if a dog barks it. But what I will say for people, I'll say it that way, that seem to support Miss Wanda's antics. It seems like there is a thought that because she is quote unquote an elder that her actual the things that she does are to be excused. And I think, it's when it comes down to Mel, I think some people even confuse that. I don't think, well, there are some people that stand and it's a little creepy to me. Like nothing she does is wrong. And I think the
I
average
agree.
person, most people can look at her for her works. I mean, she's not perfect, but in certain situations, it is clear that this woman is being targeted and that people are just flat out wrong. And honestly, when I look at the show, that's kind of how I look at it. I understand the point about Wanda was talking about her and not the child. And I'll be honest, I feel like extending that to the child is a bit of a stretch. We knew you were basically trying to call Mel a hoe. We understood that. But at the same time, though, you still were talking out of turn and need to be somewhere sitting down and being quiet.
and
Actually,
then put out a picture.
actually, Wanda was talking about the child from the beginning. The thing is, Wanda has put out so many stories because every time she says something stupid, she gets eaten up, and then she tries to change it. But because she's ignorant, her even what she's changing, there's no difference. It's a difference without a distinction. Because
Yeah. Well,
from Jump
Virgo
Street,
in
yeah.
Virgo liars can't keep up with their lies. That's
Ooh.
what it
But
is.
hers isn't about that she's lying. Hers is just that she's a moron.
Ooh.
Well,
And
yeah,
it's not like she doesn't want to keep up with her lies, but her mental capacity cannot keep up with her lies. And
Wow.
the
hmm
thing about people like her is that I don't have an issue with good liars, but I find stupid liars insulting to my intelligence.
Damn.
well, yeah.
Because
Shit.
because because the thing is, she says one thing in this sentence, and then the next sentence, she contradicts the first sentence, and then the third sentence, she doubles down on the first thing she contradicted herself on.
Please say
Yeah.
But
if
the
walking contradicting was a person, it would be
Do you
Wanda.
understand? But the thing is, for me, when you give content, I don't give content creators grace. Like one of my favorite YouTubers is Jamie. Another one is Miss Misha. Miss Misha, IMO. We don't agree on 99.9% of what she thinks about Mel. We don't agree on it. But guess what? I can see it from her point of view. I don't have to agree with it, but I can respect it. And the reason is because I don't think she's coming from there's no ulterior motive. And she says it all the time that, look, after the show ends, I don't care what happens on social media. But unfortunately, 90% of the show plays out on social media.
Yeah.
So she misses a lot. So she bases her opinion only on what happens on the show. So for what happens on the show, even though I disagree with her sometimes, I can't fault her for her opinion. But some people, I get it. You don't have to like Mel. I didn't like Mel last season at all. He was so irritating to me. The funny thing is, I was on Dusty's side throughout last season. I was anti Mel on Dusty's side. But the thing is, I can move my opinion as circumstances and circumstances change and different events unfold. But my thing is, you don't like Mel, that's fine. But do not bend over backwards, break your spinal cord, trying to reach to
Not
find an
just final
excuse or
forward.
justify your
No,
spinal
that's
cord.
what some people are doing. Yeah, because they
Some
don't
people
like
are
her.
breaking their spinal cords. They're trying to reach and contort themselves to find justification for other people's bad behavior.
Yes, you
I
better
have no
That
problem
contort.
sounds
with
like it
call.
hurts.
It's like they're in Cirque du Soleil. Call everybody out. I have no issue. That's why I said Misha, I have no problem with it because she calls everybody out for their BS.
Yeah.
But my thing is, some people contort so much that every single thing they find a way to blame Mel for it. Is Mel blameless? No. The first time I heard Jeremy was coming for Mel. But I stayed and I heard he was coming for everybody. I was like, okay, cool. Come for all of them.
I think
My
that's
thing
what's
is,
important. Oh, go. I'm
yeah,
sorry,
don't
Virgo.
sorry, my thing is don't come for one and justify everybody else's bad behavior. Come for all. Everybody on this show is not blameless. Nobody on this show is an angel. Nobody on this show is a victim.
Thank
Every single
you.
person on this show does their own ish, whether
Yep.
Exactly.
silently, whether in the background, whether we see it or not. Every single person is guilty. The degree of their guilt is different, but they're all guilty of some BS. My
Now they
Exactly.
thing
And
get
is,
mad when you
y'all
say that.
can't, and y'all ain't gonna bully me into. I'm not talking about y'all. I'm not saying y'all on the panel right now.
yeah,
I'm just saying like Team Mel is not gonna bully me into not holding her accountable when I believe that she contributes to some of the issues and drama that she goes through, and I find that happens quite often on this show. Like sometimes like I believe that in my opinion that Melody, instead of doing that at Destiny's place, I thought it would have been better for her to just arrange a meeting with her and Wanda and then have Martell pop up and then both of them press her about the stuff that she said. She only did all of that stuff because she had an audience there.
I
You pull her to the side and you check her. Don't do it at Destiny's place. Not saying that Destiny really had anything going on there, but that
Right.
was just an odd place and a rude place to do that there because you're number one, y'all not even cool like that. Number
I can see
two,
that.
number two, you're doing this when you're not even cool with her like that, and you come in here almost like getting into fights at this place. So I'm saying like I can understand how that is disrespectful, and that is why I will continue to say that she should not have been there.
I
I
won't
can
argue
understand
that.
your point on that, but I disagree that she shouldn't have been there because I think we all know that when they get the call sheet, they show up where they have to show up.
Yeah,
I,
But the windows weren't there.
but the
She could
thing
have seen
about
it.
that is get down off of there, Michael. Why are you trying me today?
See, Michael agrees with me.
Like
Michael
so
agrees.
like
Michael is
what
a
like
Melody
why
fan.
what I'm saying is that I'm not trying to think about it from from a production standpoint because I'm thinking about this as if this is actual reality because that's what we're believed to see. We look at it as these are actual situations that are happening. I'm not looking at it as in like what producer told her to go say this before that girl said this or whatever the case may be. I'm reviewing it as I'm seeing it, and what I saw was somebody pop up at somebody's event that although it was a public event, they were not cool with the person throwing the event at the person's place, and then you then commence to getting into it with two people there, and then that ricochets into a physical altercation, and all of that would have been null and void if you just didn't show up.
I think there's a perspective that I can see your perspective, but I think we can't have the conversation and not talk about the part that production plays because quite frankly, this entire show would be different if people were acting like they would in real life. So, given the fact that they pretty much have to show up and this is her job, I didn't have a problem with her confronting Wanda. I do have a problem with her at times not standing in pretty much, you know what I'm saying, when you have to take people to task, that nice Southern Belle, nice nasty
That
thing.
irritates
It
me
irritates me a bit only because I
a lot.
know if you really vowed it, then stand in that. So when you see Wanda or whatever, at that point, me and Destiny don't have to be cool. That's fine. I get that. But no, I came here to confront you because I already knew. Otherwise, I'm not going to see you because you're not somebody I hang out with. I'm a basically hit you where you are, and I'm gonna
And
say what I have to say. So
was
I didn't
it
have a problem with that.
and was it me? Y'all might not like me saying this, but when Melody was talking to Kiki and she was like, girl, recovery, yes. I was like, this sounds so fake.
Well, their whole
Mm-mm.
honestly, their whole relationship is fake, Jeremy. She only brought Kiki on that show to expose Tisha, and that's what I'm saying. Virgo said it best: "Don't insult my intelligence, ma'am. We know you're not that cool with Kiki. Stop trying to sell us on that." I brought her on here because Tisha, I'm tired of you saying that I'm ruining your defunct crazy marriage. Everybody knows that your marriage is trash. So I'm gonna bring your cousin on here to prove that it's trash. And I really
Can
wish
I
she would say that.
Hey
can
yo,
I refute
like
that?
yeah, Melody had press Bernard, and she was like, "Hey, so you the one? Aren't you the one with all the choppers?" He was like,
Yeah.
"No."
Can I refute what you just said? Because the thing is, if we take it back, Melody and Kiki are friends. They've been friends before her and Tisha became friends. Her being on the show, from what is unfolding now, the impression I am getting, I didn't watch the show, I only listened to Jeremy. So, but before I stopped watching the show, and what the interviews I've heard from Kiki and everything, the impression I am getting, I may be wrong, is that when they were bringing in people, what's it called, for the show,
You're
I
right.
think I think Kiki and her husband were one of the couples they were thinking of, not as the
Yep.
core six, but
Right.
as the peripheral people. The reason why Marceau and Tisha felt the need to spread Kiki's business was
Get
to nullify her from
and
being
get Maurice
chosen
and
for the
Kimmy.
show and get Maurice and Kimmy instead. I don't think, do you understand? That's what I think happened. Which is why I think Kiki coming back now is because now she's in a mental space I think she's far enough in her recovery where she would be able to actually stand up for herself and would not be so easily shamed into silence because of her addiction.
And I
So
don't think
I don't think that yes, but I do agree. The reason why the issue was brought up on episode 1 was to bring up the fact that yes, your husband cheats. Everybody knows it. Now shut up. Now for me, I wish Mel would just say that.
thank
Your
you.
Thank
husband
That's
you.
cheats,
it.
and when she went to what's it called, Destiny's thing, I personally, because I'm not normal like that, I'm kind of cray cray. I would not have even gone in. I'd have come in with jeans, sneakers. I would not have even gone into Destiny's store. I'd have gone to meet Wanda straight up. There would have been no pleasantries. There would have
Thank
been no
you.
highs. There would have been no, oh, hello, congratulations. I'm not congratulating you.
Because I
You're
don't like
stupid.
you.
I don't like you. Your store is never open. We know this is not a real business for you. We know you're leaving soon. So F you and your store. I
Yep.
came for you and I had just gone there, done my dirt, got into my car and left. There would have been no highs, no buys, no how you doing.
I'm with
Nothing.
you. And
So
her and
all
Stormy
this,
with that, oh, I'm supporting black business. They're getting on my nerves. You know you're not. No, you're not.
no, you're not, because Tommy doesn't even like Destiny. So let's stop.
Yeah. And that five, and Jeremy, you were talking about the purse earlier. Quite frankly, a lot of people were like, I thought that was Stormy basically flexing on Destiny.
Exactly.
And at the
That's
end of
all it was. I mean, for us, it's a lot of money. But when she did that, that was just to remind her, you poor and you broke. But this is what I can do for you. So you still ain't got enough to come at me. But I'm
I
gonna
was
show.
going to say that's
I'm gonna
what she
basically
literally
be
told her.
passive about it.
I can see it like that. I
get
didn't see
out.
it like that before because I like Stormy. But even if she did that, that's the thing I don't like about the show. For me, that's why I prefer the Atlanta ladies or the Potomac ladies or even the Beverly Hills ladies. They'll let you know I'm coming for you.
That's it.
I'm poor, I'm rich, you're broke, so hey, deal with it. So that's why I'm finding it difficult to really get invested in this, like I would, like let's say Jersey, Dallas, Beverly Hills. Those ladies are messy, they are disrespectful, and they stand in their BS. Period.
Yeah. They don't try to hide that. And I think that's the frustration. Because to be honest, when we look at Tisha, that's what annoys me with her as well, too. She just doesn't execute flawlessly. But it's the same thing. You playing stupid and you trying to be slick. And here's the thing, you only smart to somebody dumb. You ain't fooling me.
Not
So
Exactly.
even
I'm
dumb
looking at you
people.
and
No,
I see you
no,
exactly for what you're doing. And you need to
You
stop.
smart to your mama, not us. You
And
smart to
not
the
that's not
even
a
people
to
good
her
exactly.
mom.
and that's not good. That's
No,
not good.
Exactly.
and then
No.
Jeremy said something about Wanda loving Tisha. No, she doesn't. She's overcompensating because she didn't raise her child.
You
And
know what?
because she sees them as contemporaries, she sees them as the same age group. That's why she inserts herself in Tisha's business. No, she doesn't love her daughter because she doesn't
And that's
respect
what
her.
I was going to say earlier, too. Wanda can't get the elderly respect because she doesn't act like an elder. Like, I don't know these kind of elders, Jesus. I don't want to
Because
know these
she's
kind
not
of
a
elders. I am scared of these kind of elders because they are the kind that are the ones that influence the kids these days. Like, no, 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 you're not an elder. Don't call her lady an
what,
elder. Please don't call her elder. She's not.
but Wanda isn't
Well,
an elder. She really isn't, even age-wise. She's in her 50s.
Right.
well,
She's
She's
the,
not.
she's the same. She's not an elder. So why people keep thinking she gets an elder pass?
they do that
Myself.
because she's Tisha's mom. But I disagree with you slightly, Virgo. I don't even think she's overcompensating because I don't think she cares enough to overcompensate. I
I agree
honestly
with that.
think
I
She's in
agree.
I honestly
competition with her daughter.
that's what I was
I
gonna say.
agree.
I
I
feel
like
like
that.
Wanda. I think Wanda is just some people just are messy and they like to be embroiled in mess, no matter who it is. So
True.
it basically, I feel like what she does in the name of loving Tisha, overcompensating, being there for her daughter. No, that's about attention for her. She
I
likes
can
to
see
be
that.
in mess.
Yep, yep, I agree with that. I can see
So
that point.
Jeremy,
Yeah.
Mecca was on my channel last night,
Hmm.
and child, the one that was in the bathroom whispering,
Oh yeah.
child, and if she didn't drop some child, she was asked, she did a question and answer time.
What did she say?
Child, she said everything Wanda said about Kiki mom about the lady of the night and it dropping it like it's hot was self deflection, and that's what Wanda is known for in Bessemer. Child, Tisha talk about male bro versus Wade babies. She done did it twice. Child, it
Yep.
was a whole lot, child. It was a whole lot.
But Prosperity, y'all, we can look at Wanda and tell she been rode hard and hung up wet.
What?
She
Oh my
It ain't
god.
even. I
Not
mean,
your quoting Greenleaf.
rode hard and hung up wet. And I'm gonna tell you something else. Wanda's so busy calling everybody else a hoe and wanting to brag about having a husband and a boyfriend. Ma'am, you ain't doing it right. You are a clear walking example of what happens where if you're gonna be a hoe, be a good one. You're not a good one. Because you should really have more to show for your life with a husband and a boyfriend and you laying it low and spreading it wide all over Bessemer.
Damn.
and she
Thank
can
you.
and she can pick up a bottle with her cooch.
I was just about to say that, Virgo.
You
Wanda
Wait,
know
is
what,
wait,
very
Virgo? Ain't no
wait,
way.
hold up. What
No.
did you
And
just
all
say?
of that right there is
Virgo,
disgusting.
what did you just say?
Jeremy, you ain't
She
gonna tell me you don't
boasted.
know that.
You don't know this. She boasted that she can pick up a bottle with her cooch.
A champagne bottle, to be exact. And we all know how heavy a champagne bottle is. So
And
So
just
we all
imagine.
Wanda
know,
is where slow will be at 50. Broke,
yeah.
broke,
And
Oh
we all
my
know
out,
she lying.
has
god.
nothing.
I don't believe
What?
that for 1 minute.
Boyfriend. Yeah, that's who she's.
She
That's who she's
said
gonna
that
be.
on Carlos King show, Jeremy, on national TV.
Oh my god. I must not have watched it.
You
And
didn't
she
Yeah,
miss
she
also
wasn't
said
anything.
lying
when
like
you
that.
can't sell coochie no more, you sell plates. And we see she's selling
That's what
goddamn
she said.
potato.
Oh my god.
So
And
She
she's
wait a
a
said
minute,
all of
proud.
this?
She's a
Prosperity.
proud
She
hoe.
she did say that, and the plates ain't selling. Now what? Now what?
But
So
wait,
that
That's
means
about
the
to go
cooch
back to
wasn't selling
coochie.
well either, because the cooch wasn't selling because she still looks broke. She doesn't look like she's ever had money in life. So I'm
Mm-mm.
confused as to what she was selling that was prosperous for her.
Well, she
so
wasn't selling it. She was giving it away, and they were giving it back.
Facts.
hold on.
And that's why she started boosting.
How on earth did she bring up the fact that she can pick up a bottle with her cooch?
Cause
Because
she's
she's
a
Child.
gutter
Wonder.
snipe and she's
She's
crass.
wacky Wonder. She's
No,
disgusting.
She
I'm
was
like,
nobody
trying
I'm
talked
just
to
about
like,
that.
I'm saying, like, how do you even direct the conversation into that?
she was one of her Wanda segments, and she was trying to compare herself to these young girls, and
Yep.
that's what came out of God daggone mouth. As like you know you're a fool now.
Oh
You
my
just a fool.
god! Like,
And see,
how?
that's the whole comparison thing.
Eh,
She's trying to go back and reclaim the time that she was laying up having all them kids for different men instead of doing something with her life. So
And
now
they
she's trying to
also
reclaim
Oh
it.
my
said
god!
Herm Bernard. It was rumored that Herm Bernard was bumping uglies.
I don't
What?
believe that.
I don't
What?
believe that.
I do.
I don't believe that. I believe
The
that that's
thing
I
for
do.
genuinely her
That's why they
cousin.
always together. Child,
that
if
means
you
they're
heard the
just close.
conversation that I heard with them while I was talking to her on the phone, you would believe it.
Oh,
Wait. So, and make sure all of this is alleged. I look. Everything that's been spoken on this panel is not reflecting Jeremy Speaks TV or Jeremy Speaks or any byproduct of that.
yeah.
All of these commentaries that these
Where
panelists
is your
are deciding
allegedly
to
button?
I'm about to do that, but I'm just saying it has nothing to do with me. All of this, all of what they're saying is alleged. It's for entertainment purposes and for pitter patter and yang 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 around the house. Okay.
Stop.
Okay.
That's funny. Wow. Well, I just always felt that, at least I saw a video she did, and Bernard, I think they're cousins, and she said something about them growing up together. So that's like her cousin. And I mean, they were brought up together like brother and sister. I really never thought anything past that.
I just think they're
Like I said,
close.
if y'all to talk to her on the phone with them two together, you would see it.
Oh, wow.
But how do you know you could pick up a champagne bottle with your cute like do you just like let me pick that up like how?
Jeremy, these are the questions we have been asking since we heard her say that because I don't even
I
want to know that
I
I have
didn't.
muscles down there that are that strong.
I
Champagne bottles are
didn't.
heavy. Do you know you can go to jail if you hit somebody over the head with one of those? So just imagine the core strength that you have to bend down and suck up a champagne bottle.
I think she's lying. Ain't no way in the world. Don't nobody want that
I
old
don't
watered
think
down
she's
cooch.
lying. I don't think she's lying. I think she's inappropriate. She doesn't know when to stop.
And
No.
I
she thinks she's
think
being cute, but she's
yeah,
making
that's
herself
it.
look like a fool.
But y'all
I
know the
think
thing
she's
about
being
it.
cute. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say y'all also have to think about people's
No.
perspectives based on who they're around. So if everybody she's around has this gutter snipe behavior and they're applauding it, then that's why she thinks that's okay.
Oh,
I don't think there are enough people in the world for her to be around that are as gutter snipe and lowbrow as she is.
Her
I don't
family,
think. I
Can
don't
y'all
think
like
even her.
so wait.
Yeah,
So like okay.
Jeremy is still on the champagne bottle.
I'm
I noticed.
so like does that mean that's like you can like clamp stuff with it?
I don't know. I've
That's
never tried.
I wouldn't
I
know.
Is
push
it
I
things
is
wouldn't be
it
out.
able
I
to tell
don't
you.
push things
is
in.
it is it
No.
like is it like one of those like retractable arms?
No, Jeremy. So look, okay, so here it is. Women do Kegel
How
exercises,
about that? I
right?
do Kegels all day, but I don't think I could pick up a bottle.
No, no, no. I don't think that. I feel like she was lying about that. But basically, she
But
was
I'm
trying to
saying
speak to
like I
her
can
the fact that she was,
Snapping it back.
I mean I
She
can say
was, yeah.
I
yeah, or
understand if she says that she can hold a like a bottle in there with the Kegels, but to say she could pick up a bottle of champagne with it, how the hell do you pick it up? Like I'm saying, like
And what
it's
made you
not.
want to
Look,
know you could do that?
I
Like,
was
what
about
was
to
you
say
doing
it's
one day that you was like, oh, let me see if I could pick up this champagne? Like, what?
that's what lets you know she lying because it's not a vacuum. You can't just go walking around sucking stuff up off the wall.
Also true.
I mean that's more on her. So Jeremy, look, because you're smart and the rest of us know better. That's why your mind is bending, baby. Don't stress yourself out like that.
She said it's
Exactly.
not like it's a vacuum cleaner.
It's
You can
not a
just go
vacuum.
around sucking stuff up.
No.
like I like y'all like this really has me confounded.
She got
That's because you
What?
magnets
try.
up
I'm
there.
telling you.
She
That's
got
why I
magnets
get.
up there.
That's why I get upset when. That's why I was really upset when her thick-tongued daughter had the audacity to be telling Mel that, oh, it's because you've got. I can't do it because you had an affair on your husband. Your mother has children by
No.
like 20 different men. Your mother has
And
boasted
people husbands.
about having a boyfriend and a husband. Your mother went on national television and said that she can pick up a champagne bottle with her cooch. Your mother also said that when she because she can't sell her her thing anymore, she's now selling plates. Your mother is actually the walking billboard for an old retired home. And you think you have the audacity to come at anybody else about morality? Where is your father? Where is your brother, the one that is slow? Where's his father? What is
That's
going
his
on?
cousin. I'm telling y'all
Your
that
entire family, your gene pool is problematic. And that is because I genuinely think that you guys are cross whatever within your family.
thank you. I
So
don't care
you
what
have no
nobody say. T Man Daddy is Wanda's cousins. I don't know which one, but he belongs to one of Wanda's cousins. Ain't nobody gonna make me believe differently. I don't care what nobody say. Look at that
so
boy.
so
That is crossbreeding at his best.
What gives you, Tisha, the
Oh
right
my
to even
god.
speak about anybody? What gives Wanda the right to talk about that Kiki should have been aid? What gives you the right? You should have been aid. You had a daughter at 15. At what you who are you to talk? When did you even understand the meaning of the word moral? That you
Wanda
guys
is
are
the
acting
epitome
as
of
the
I should have
arbiter of
swallowed you.
morality. I can't do it. As in the hypocrisy is what makes me that is what irritates me. And the thing is, I
Oh.
genuinely did not like Mel to start off with. But the thing is, this stupidity is what makes me ride harder for Mel. And what they don't understand is the more they keep up with this foolishness, the more fans Mel gets because we can see the hypocrisy. Get out of here with that crap.
And exactly, she told her daughter, don't. She told sat there and told Mel on national TV, ain't nobody else gonna want you because you got 4 kids, so you might as well go back to that man. Like, who says things like this? So you can just and everybody wondering why Tisha won't leave. If you've
Right.
been told that your entire life, what are you going to believe?
But you know that's the generation. Unfortunately, a lot of women. But that what people forget to add to that is there was a reason why our grandmamas or some of our grandmamas and aunties stayed during that stuff.
Why is Jeremy laughing?
I was
I
about to
just
say,
want
you all right, Jeremy?
why?
Have y'all not been reading these comments?
Right. I'm about to
Oh,
say
I
this
haven't.
child. I
I
am.
haven't been reading. Let me go through the
Oh,
comments.
I'm
oh
messing. I'm
she's not like now she want me to take down her comments.
That's my niece. she she says she got a Venus triflap coochie.
Oh my
That's it for
lord.
me. The way they're calling Mel a hoe, they're calling Mel a hoe.
Oh my
I'm
god.
He said
offended because
retractable, and it's the spelling for me. I can't.
I
Wow.
can't do it. I don't like hypocrites. And I have a problem with women in general calling other women hoes. In general. I don't care. I don't care. Who are you to call somebody a hoe?
Somebody
How do
say
you
they
know
seen
your
a
money
dancer
has?
smoke a cigarette from her cooch. What the hell?
Yeah, I've seen that before.
Like I'm saying, like so,
Where'd you go
what,
see this stuff at?
what, like it's so many things that cooches can do. Like they can retract and pick stuff up and like smoke
Smoke?
They can smoke cigarettes.
I didn't
Oh
know
yeah,
that.
yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. I've seen that.
Like I'm saying, like, but where does the smoke go?
That is a
It
yeast
comes back out.
infection waiting to happen.
It comes back out. It's a
Wait, so you
Kegel
can
movement. Yeah, I've seen that happen. I've seen that.
That's all I want to
wait,
do is deliver.
you can wait, so you can inhale and exhale with the
Yep,
That's
I've
what that
seen that.
happens when you take Dookie. That's what it feel like.
I've seen that.
oh
Y'all,
my
but
god.
what we here's what we know. Wanda's cooch can't do none of that because you still living off your daughter and your son-in-law.
We all know that.
Because if you could do them types of
Oh,
trips, ma'am, your life should be a reflection of something much better.
Facts. You shouldn't be begging for money now.
Honey, you'd have had that
So
food truck. Matter of fact, you wouldn't need a
She
food
will
truck
have
because that's how
a
serious.
couple of food trucks. She will
Wait a
have
minute,
she will have a foundation.
you wouldn't even need the food truck because that's how good your stuff is. Your bills would be paid, ma'am.
Exactly. Child, she should have a daggone her own company of showing up wonders if she could do all that with her cooch. And I
oh,
promise you.
oh my
Don't
gosh.
nobody want that stale, overdone belching of stuff.
well, well,
Evidently somebody do.
well.
She got some kids from something.
Oh my
But look how old
god.
them kids are. She ain't got no new ones.
She got a boyfriend and a man.
But
And I mean and a
that see
husband.
that no
So she
look.
says.
So and look, and she might, but you know what? We got to stop giving her props for that. Have we seen these Negroes?
We saw the
Exactly. So
husband
she says.
and
Look
he
how
Because
wasn't
good.
nothing to look at.
I ain't trying to be funny. A man ain't nothing to get. Dick is easy.
Facts.
Because that's what it do. In the
That's what
words
it
of
do.
in the words of Gigi.
That's what a dick do. It comes back.
Yo, stop it in these comments. I cannot. She said a nigga can't drown me as long as this coochie is another.
Mm, 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 mm. Lord,
I just had to
Lord.
read that myself.
Oh my god.
Let me read the comments.
Y'all had me crying.
Well, you know,
And we
speaking
talk
of
about
crying,
this
Jeremy,
dress.
that's
Oh,
what Mark was doing about Miss Vanessa. Now, Miss Vanessa, I am more inclined to believe she might have some grade A something because this Negro is desire suppressed.
that's
Child.
look. Don't say that too many times. Don't unsubscribe from my channel because I've been saying that and they've been upset.
But you know, real
Child.
talk. The other
That
part,
thing now Miss Van got that snapback. Van got that comeback. Child, cause this man right here,
and Miss Van good and saved, so them be the unassuming ones, honey. Them be
I
the ones
don't
that
want
have
my
the
coochie to be this good. I'm sorry. I don't even want my coochie to be this good. If a man is this upset and he's stalking you and your child, I don't even want mine to be that good.
But
Keep
no,
it.
but seriously though, I think in all jokes aside, I honestly think the bigger issue with Mark, it could be you, Prosperity, it could be Virgo, it could be me. Mark is just no, that man is disturbed, and he has a serious problem with women. You can tell, and it's
He has
sad.
a problem with his mama.
Mm.
And
I
after all the
disagree.
things we have heard that they have been through, I now understand. But
I
he
don't
needs to go sit on somebody's couch
wait.
I
What?
and
think
get
he
his
has.
problems under control.
Wait. What do we hear? Please, but
Them
like these.
kids were in foster care. She sent him to California to be with his father because he does not have the same father as everybody else. You
Who? Which
do you
one?
Mark? Do
Well,
you?
I thought Maurice didn't have the same daddy as them.
No, Mark doesn't have the same daddy. He
Ne-
said it on one
no,
of the
but I
lives
know
that he was on that his
Maurice
mama put
but I'm
him
saying
on a bus.
Maurice and Marcel also have different dads as well.
No, they have the
They
same
say a
father.
lot of them do. They say it's a lot of them, and it's a lot of baby
No, they
daddies.
said that Maurice and Marcel do not have the same dad.
Oh,
And well, and then this one ain't got the same daddy because he said on somebody live that his mama put him on a bus to go finally meet his father.
He's in the
okay.
so they saying that he's allegedly an incel. That makes sense.
Okay, I'm
And
sorry.
that and the
I
way
don't
that they
agree
let
with
him come
this.
on there last night, looking with his shirt on inside out because the other side was dirty. He had water already, like, and then when he turned the inside out, he had sweat and rings under it. If you can let your brother come on national TV looking like that, he was sweaty. He looked like a damn grease monkey mechanic that just came from under a car and was sweating like it was water.
All right
Like,
now, Aunt.
if you can allow your brother to be like that, don't know they don't care. Don't nobody care, and then he
But
has
I
a
was
problem.
wondering why they had him look. Why would production even let him look like that on the show? That was horrible.
That's what I
I'm
Do
like,
you
said.
if you don't know your
do you
family don't like
guys
you by now, you now know.
I,
If
do you
your
guys
family don't
do,
like you by now.
do you guys
Sorry.
really truly believe that the reason why he's on the show is because he was spoken of? Do you guys really truly believe that?
No,
no, it's always been the plan for him to be there. I
Because
just figured out, like, just like the way that they presented him, no, I'm not gonna say that, but the way they present, I was about to say I almost feel sorry for him, but I don't. I'm thinking to myself, like, literally every stereotype about the fact that he might as well have lived on that bench is how they presented him.
he looked like he was familiar with that bench.
Yeah, like,
I'm
I'm sitting
sorry.
here like y'all came, like
Stop.
they presented him so horribly. I'm like, y'all couldn't take him to a restaurant. Y'all couldn't, give him a shirt. I know y'all got one, and
Y'all
have him
couldn't
look
take him to
more
the barber
presentable.
shop,
Exactly. They
sit,
This
let
had
him
was
him
sit
look
in
all
the
like
barber
a
shop chair.
this
he
was
looked
all
like
a
a
plot.
bum. Hell, they at least dress up, Wanda and her Bessemer relatives. They put on their Alabama
No,
finest for
no.
their episode.
This was all a
Child.
plot that was put in place from season two. I'm sorry. Because at the reunion when he was brought up, nobody else had mentioned him.
That
Not a
like
soul.
Yaya Brown Sugar. He did not have to turn his shirt inside out to do that. He could have
Because Maurice
literally.
had, I mean, Marshall had a logo on his shirt.
And I'm
Mel has
saying like they
logos
could
on
like
her shirts.
they'll just blur it out. Like they don't need you
Right.
to. They say they ain't gonna tell you to turn your shirt inside out where the armpit stains are.
Thank you. And it was dirty on
No,
that side.
And
Or
again, you
maybe
got
that like
two.
they would have just probably have to let me go get me another shirt.
Yeah, they
Thank
could have given him
but
you.
another shirt.
Maurice could have given him a jacket to wear. They could have blurred out what was on his t-shirt
Yeah,
more.
because Maurice had like had on 8 layers of suit. He could have gave a
Right.
blazer or two.
But
They
what's
had
so
every plan of bringing him on the show because the Scots have been planning to take over the show for a while, in my opinion. And that is because there was no reason to bring Mark up at that reunion. Miss Van was not saying anything about him. So my
And that's
question
the
to Maurice,
thing.
so my question to Maurice is, what is he defending himself from? Nobody came from him. Nobody came for him. Marceau brought him up. Miss Van said they were friends. She did not disrespect him. She said nothing. And then he has gone on a year-long campaign of talking
And
about her and her daughter. So exactly what? Which is why I think Maurice is trash. I
oh,
think
he
he's the
is.
worst of all of them.
He
I
is
actually
because
I
he
told y'all, I've been saying that since season one.
Marceau is at least funny.
was
Marceau has a few redeeming what's it called factors, but there's nothing redeemable about Maurice.
was see
I
And
the
the
keep
thing
same
telling
thing to
y'all.
me with Kimmy. I'm sorry.
was
He's
see
sneaky. It's all outdoors, just
I
like
was
his
gonna
slippery
say
margarine skin.
I was gonna say one thing. I don't like Marceau. I mean, he has a comedic value at times, but I will say what I do appreciate about Marceau. I know where he's coming from, and I never have
Mm-hmm.
to wonder what's going on with him.
Yep.
Maurice does a whole lot to overcompensate, and because he's so unassuming, most people look right past him and think. But
Mm-hmm.
I feel like he's the ringleader for a whole lot of stuff.
No, he
And
Mm-hmm.
is.
your
He
point,
is.
Virgo energy, when you were saying before about how the Scots, I don't necessarily believe that they're trying to take over the show, but I will say I believe that
They
they were
want
in
a show.
cahoots. I think they were in cahoots with Martell that season to basically bring Mel down by any means necessary, including talking about her mom. I think that that was coordinated between Martell and the Scots for sure,
But
Martell
that's
had
because
a
my
hand on
biggest
it.
problem with Mark. Your brothers are the ones that call you a bum. They said they blocked you. They basically called you crazy and unhinged. That's why they don't want nothing to do with you. But Miss Van is only rebutting with everything that everybody has said, and you going after her like She thought like she ate your baby or something. Like she went to the clinic and got vacuumed. Like what is going on?
Well, those types of, I'm not trying to be funny, but first of all, I think to your point, Prosperity, some of these Negroes got an attitude that, you ain't supposed to not want me no matter what I do and no matter who I am. And you can tell that based on the fact that he has some very skewed views about women. And all of those Scott men have very skewed views about women and who they are because they operate in micropene energy. Everything
Exactly.
that you have is based on another woman helping you with something, but you want to sit there and treat women like they're subhuman or that
Exactly.
they are, and try to quote unquote pimp them out. And that's how they rationalize women basically bringing them up. When you listen to what Mark was saying, I think he was on Scotty's live. That was actually the night that I was actually on. He came on there. He tried to present himself as a pimp on Miss Van. And when Miss Van
Mm-hmm.
basically did not acknowledge him, he got pissed off because at that point, if you have no hoe, you can't pimp nobody. And so her not acknowledging him was something that, he tried to flip it like, well, I used her for this and that, instead of looking at the fact that this was a kind-hearted woman who probably made some bad judgments about your character and
And
whether she was with
and who
you
gonna
or
claim that they did that? Ain't no way. I would lie. I was on something. He roofied me. I don't give a damn.
I
I'm
wouldn't
not
lie.
gonna
I'm
ever
sorry.
say that I
I would say he
willingly
raped
slept with
me.
him.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I would say he raped me. I'm sorry. I can't. I can't. I would never admit it. I don't
mm-mm.
care. I don't care if he goes to jail. I would never admit it. I'm sorry.
No,
Thank
I
you.
mean,
I would
at this
never
point,
admit
to be
that. And for
honest,
him to not understand that, you know you ain't right. You know you are funny looking. You know you sleep in the daggone woods. You know you ain't got no money. You know your family don't even like you. So why are you so mad that Miss Van don't want to claim you? Well, you know who you are. You
well,
know what you are. You know what you look like.
yeah, but I mean, I definitely think, and I mean, this is really like, all things considered, because mental health is a serious topic, and real talk, it is obvious that this man has some severe mental health issues. But the
And
other
it's
part
sad
to
that
that
his
as
family
well,
doesn't
that
care enough to get him some help.
no, I don't disagree with that. But what I was going to say is what is also apparent is that he's still operating. He understands what he's doing. But that's the part that I will look at and say where he's concerned, it's sad. And I really feel like the more he shows about himself, when I see why Miss Van tried to befriend him, and you could tell that probably she was the only person in his life that tried to see beyond that and see the good in him. And I think that's the other
Exactly.
reason why it hurts.
And that's why and I'm about to say, and this is why that she has the problem that she has with all of this, and that's why Mel has the problem that she has with it because she know what her mother was trying to do with this man, and now for all y'all to think y'all gonna dog pile on my mama, that's not what we gonna do. That's
Yeah.
not ever gonna what we gonna do.
Yeah, see that right there. And that's the whole thing. They just try to make it, and the thing about it is they're trying to, malign, Mel and her mom's reputation. They're trying to put them on the same level that they're on. That's why Martell talked about Melody's medical history. That's why he said if y'all really knew her, and that's why Tisha's always, well, Mel was stepping out on her husband. They are really trying to go out of their way to make a picture of Mel as being no better than them. And here's the thing, regardless of what y'all may think about Mel, that girl has an it quality that nobody else on that cast has, period. When
And
this
it's
show ends, I
know
can
that,
easily see her doing other things because she has that it value to her, whether you like her or not. She does. None of you all have it. And
and I
so, I mean, bless their little hearts. I don't know what they're going to do when the show is over.
go back to the movie theater.
And maybe Martell will give back that little car for his big bag.
But can we talk about this dress, y'all? Can we please talk about this Destiny and this dress and her comparing herself to Beyonce in this dress?
Here's the thing with Destiny when it comes down. Her figure is obtuse. And I think she looks at the fact that she's small and that means she can wear everything. That's not what that means.
Have y'all seen the pictures of this dress?
Hmm. But she said she had some kind of wardrobe malfunction.
That's a lie. I don't care what nobody say. She said she done gave I don't know how many daggone things. That was a recreation of something and it went horribly wrong. You should the dress was only $425. If you sold the Gucci purse, you're gonna tell me you ain't have $425? You ain't selling nothing from Madonna out your warehouse when after you lost the store. I know you got some brushes and some combs and some perms or something that you can
Mm.
say But this
I,
what you get. This is all her condom was all on that dress.
it wasn't a good investment to me.
That dress said, until you do right by me, every chain on this dress is gonna fail. And that's what it did.
Oh my word. Oh my goodness. Wow. I don't know. I'm
Y'all are
interested to
funny.
see
Y'all are funny as hell today. Y'all got
what the chat.
no everybody.
Oh wow. Okay, so Jeremy, let me ask you this question. So you mentioned earlier when you were talking about and this is probably the last thing I wanted to ask when you were talking about Kiki and Mel and that scene, being, contrived. What's your read on Kiki? Do we really I mean, I believe that she wouldn't get on TV and lie about that, but I saw a post last night where Marceau was under the Love and Marriage Huntsville post on Instagram, and they were showing that scene, and Marceau was pinned as saying, "Y'all can believe that shit if y'all want to." Do
Marcel
you?
was talking rubbish
He was
because
talking
he
about
because
Kiki.
yeah, Marcel, because his intention was to spray Kiki
Mm-hmm.
publicly and embarrass her, but she sprayed herself, so he has nothing to hold over her head anymore. So now he's trying to flip the script and act like, oh, that wasn't it. There
Yeah,
was more,
liar.
because
Yeah,
according to Jeremy's recap, Mel admitted that that's what they told her.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the bone of contention that they've always had, which Marceau admitted to saying that he told Mel, and according to him and Tisha, it was because they felt they had the right to know. So, if Mel is acknowledging that that's what was said to her, and you had already said it before that you did say it, and she said what was said, what other tea do you have? So that was just because people are going to judge him and Tisha for trying to use an addict's issues to blackmail her. The one thing that Marceau, Tisha, Dusty, Maurice do, and Wonder doesn't do it so well, but the four of them, they do it wonderfully, and that is to deflect and
Mm-hmm.
to keep moving goalposts. They always move the goalposts. It's this issue. No, that wasn't it. Once that is called out, oh, that wasn't it. It was the other issue. Oh, no, that wasn't it. It was the next issue. Marceau knew he was about to get his ass lit up. That's why he went there to act to kind of allude to the fact that, oh, that wasn't the tea. What was it? Belle has said that was the tea. Kiki has said that was what was the tea, and you have admitted, you and your thick-tongued wife have both admitted that you gave Mel the tea. If there was anything else, it wasn't said last night. So what other information do you have on her? And even if you did have information on her, all Kiki said was there have been issues in the past that we have discussed. Nothing this girl has said on the show has elicited this kind of venom. And obviously, you had been targeting her with this level of venom before she even came on the show, which I believe was to get her, prevent her from coming on the show. Which leads me to believe Kiki, because Kiki said it that Tisha has always been competitive with other women, and because that's how Wanda taught her. What Kiki Wanda also Tisha also admitted that when she said that, oh, when they were talking to her about, I think it was Scotty or DJ Richie Sky, one of those two, the interview, when they asked her about why Wanda would talk about the whole kid's hair. And she was like, I can't believe my mother would say that. And then in the next breath, she said, oh, my mother has always, you know how women are, you know how girls are. Even when I was young, my mom used to tell me to be careful because all those girls would be jealous of my hair. So the thing is, it's a lie. Marceau has no tea to spray Kiki. It's that simple. And if he has tea to spray Kiki, he better understand that Kiki also has tea for him.
And see,
So
that's
they'll
my
just spray
question.
each other.
That's
Simple.
my question. What tea does she have on him, and why won't she drop it?
She did not want her tea sprayed. That's why she did not drop it at that time. Because remember, he said, I will burn this to the ground if you say, well, I think basically, if you say what I think you're about to say, oh, I'm about to let everybody know that your ass is out here using pills and stealing from your family members, whoever else had pills. Because Mel said that they told her that you better make sure that you tape everything down and don't. Basically, if you go to the bathroom, you better go with her because she's a thief and she's gonna steal your stuff.
Well, see, I'm not. Maybe it's just me, but I was really expecting something bigger than that because prescription drug abuse is not uncommon. A lot of people suffer with that.
That we talk about that. That's a big explosive thing to them because it makes somebody looks bad. They don't think about the consequences and how people will look at it. They just feel like I got some tea on you. I feel like this is bad, so I'm gonna use it.
Well, I hope now she's put it on out there that she's ready to go ahead and burn it down with whatever we know about him, because I'm really tired of all the, you
Like, yeah,
know,
she did. But
it's crazy. I'm over it.
Kiki was a whole professor. Who wants their colleagues to know that that this was a problem that they had in the, you know what I'm saying?
You know
At
what? I guess I've forgotten about that, so I can see that. I see it.
the time when she was
But
trying to keep her secret and she wasn't ready, she probably wasn't even fully all the way in her recovery. She probably wasn't strong in her recovery. And for them to even think about using this against her, knowing that she probably wasn't strong in her recovery, knowing that she probably could have relapsed, makes it even worse. And then at the fact that that is your cousin, I will never let any man, husband, boyfriend, baby daddy, ain't never gonna play with my cousin and her recovery and her health. That's what you never gonna do. You never gonna hold that against her.
but everybody was coming for Kiki for not forgiving her. I'm confused at how people think when they like somebody, they always make excuses for them because that could have damaged her entire career. But they were ready to play with it. And if they had told Mel and Martel, best believe they had told other people as well, and they had said it in that derogatory fashion.
They
So
know.
Kiki has every single right to hold on to that. I would hold on to it till my grave. I would never forgive you for that.
Thank you. I
But
guarantee you that is the reason.
but Kiki is not allowed to say anything about the fact that Marceau has cheated, and she did not even say that much at that what's it called, pajama party. So that's what I don't like about content creators and the audience. We can like who we like, but don't make excuses for bad behavior. Period.
Hmm.
It's as simple
You have
as
to be
that.
objective.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I could definitely see that. So, how do you all think that conversation with Wanda in the park went?
Oh my
Just
god, I have to mute myself. I can't do Wonder at all. I'm coming back. I just can't do it. I'm sorry.
making excuses. I didn't do it first. I reacted when we all saw that you did do it first because you made multiple videos about this lady and this lady never made one until she got extra time and then you said something about a child. Wanda is a walking deflection and contradiction. Point blank, period. But when she told Marceau his titty stink, I like to die.
Oh my gosh, no.
Those are my thoughts on that situation.
My goodness. Well, I don't know. It just seems like, I think when I look at it, it seems like, the Scots are definitely, their secrets are definitely protected, but one day the roof is gonna get blown off of that and they're not gonna be able to handle it.
And again, that's another thing they used against Kiki to keep her off the show. They did that. Kiki and her husband was supposed to be the other couple. They used. I'm guaranteed to believe that they used her addiction against her, and that's how we got mayonnaise and Kimmy watching paint dry.
Yeah, well, I don't know why they don't just change the direction of the show, because all of them have some other business interests, like Jeremy brought up earlier. The Scots at least have Black. Mel has all her business ventures. Tiffany has her business ventures. If they would focus on that, that could actually bring the show back around with the original people that they had on there.
Because when you're determined to bring one person down, you can't focus on nothing else.
Mhm. Uh, that is gonna be crazy. That is gonna be crazy. But this is very interesting.
And if the reunion went as bad as they say it did, I want to know where do they go in the sixth season or fifth,
Mm.
whatever. And they trying to make it this.
Speaking of that, apparently Carlos did a podcast, and he was actually speaking with Kimmy and Maurice, and he was basically saying that he wanted them to, all six of them to shoot more scenes together next season.
Doing what?
Like, we don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I
He
think
said,
that,
and he actually said that's going to be his focus on next season.
and not the only way that could happen is if they focus on their businesses.
I don't know. It's like, to me, it seemed like it would be very hard for Melody to film with somebody who tried to take her kids.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. Well, I don't know. I mean, do you think well, I don't know. It seems like, Carlos is on this rehabbing of Martel's image. So, you know, I don't know if there's any rehabbing that could be done there.
My issue is this: if we have another reunion, because I'm tired of this show being all about Mel. I'm sick of it. I'm
Mm-hmm.
sick of every other scene Mel is discussed or Miss Van is discussed. I'm sick of it. So for me, why don't we get rid of Maurice, Kimmy, what's it called, Dusty, the Whitlows? They can take Wanda, and they shouldn't even allow Mark beyond this episode. Take all of them, leave Stormy on, bring Kiki and her husband, and then bring an entirely fresh couple, and let's have some new blood. Because I cannot do another season. I didn't even do this season because the first few episodes I watched, 90% of it was so Mel focused. I understand you talking about Mel. Okay, we get it. You don't like her. You did that for one episode, two episodes. Okay, that's fine. We're at episode 15 plus 7, 22. And we're still, Tisha and Dusty are still talking about Mel.
And then
Same
don't
thing with Wanda. It's boring.
and then don't like not to mention when they aren't talking about Mel, they're making allusions to her. Like Kimmy
Yeah.
and Maurice be like, that person did something very wrong. That person with the Dora the Explorer wig and the mom who slept with, your brother. It's a woman that we know in this group that has those descriptions, but we're not talking about anybody specifically. It's just we're just throwing out generalities and vagueness. That's like we all know that they're talking about Melody.
Yeah. And I think the problem is their lack of professionalism. But if y'all real talk, like first season, the thing is, I think Mel is professional enough to shoot with them and keep it about business. I don't think that they can. And I think the problem is that there is this, first season, I wasn't, Mel's attitude was a bit off putting in because she really carried herself in a way that could have appeared to come across as being above them. They've never liked her, so I don't think they've ever fully liked her. And while they might have appreciated the opportunity, just like first season, Tisha and Kimmy were saying, oh, you're bougie, you're doing this, you're doing that, I don't know that they could ever be professional enough to film with her and keep it about business.
I think from what we understand, first of all, I agree with you because last episode at the round table, whatever that foolish table they were at, Mel kept telling Martel, this is about business.
Mm-hmm.
Because she made it clear that we're not friends, we never will be friends, this is about the business. That's the part they can't separate.
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, according to Mel, Kimmy, Tisha, everybody, they were very close friends at a point.
Right.
They had fallen out before the show was picked up. So you see that nastiness that they brought in that we all could see. It was the fact that we're not really cool like that. It's just that we're just trying to hang out because of this thing.
Mm-hmm.
But on a real, I don't mess with you. I don't mess with you. I don't like you. And let's not forget that at that time, Mel had found out that it was Marceau who was helping pay coleslaw.
Mm-hmm.
And it was at that time she also had found out that everybody, Tisha, Kimmy, everybody knew about coleslaw except her.
Mm-hmm.
And they
So
for a year
so
before the show started.
they all knew before the show started. So as much as I didn't like Mel's attitude at that time, I don't think I would have been able to do it. I'd have been coming for your neck every single second.
Yeah, I could see that. But I think outside of that though, she just has like I said, I think that was the kind of it factor that just kind of stood out with her. She wanted this in a way that the rest of the cast really just didn't. I think they came around. But I think for them right now, if they would refocus on their businesses, like you're missing an opportunity to really grow what you have going on. And as y'all said about Destiny, at this point, I agree. I don't She can go. She seems like she needs to go and get a life together because she's not even maximizing the opportunity of exposure she's getting from this show to try to build up something. When I
Mhm.
look at I'm thinking to myself, you doing all these other ventures. Why don't you get an OnlyFans? Why don't you, and model? I mean, he's not my idea of attractive, but I'm just saying, use what you have that works.
Who the hell
So
we telling? Wait, who the hell we telling to get on OnlyFans?
I mean, Martell can get an OnlyFans and
Oh
model.
yeah, yeah, yeah. We want to see that. Yeah.
I mean, we don't want to see it, but
Oh
now
yeah,
if
yeah,
you
yeah,
look at
yeah.
his
We don't want to see that. No, no,
no,
no,
we don't want to see that. But if you
no.
look at his comments, it's a whole bunch of thirsty women and men that would love to sit up and look at him all day long.
Yes, we
And
would.
so I mean, that it ain't for me. Or better yet, he could develop a clothing line of his own. Whoever
No,
makes those Django suits for him, he could be modeling and making some money that doesn't require you to talk. It just requires you to do what you do best: look
please,
nice and shut up.
that man
but I
clothes.
don't see Martel's attractiveness. He looks like Quasimodo to me, and I stand in it.
Oh my god.
I
I
mean, look,
don't
he
see
he
the
made
Wait,
attractiveness.
can I
he
say one thing though? I just have
sure.
to do this. Y'all, please like the video. Do not be on here like all of this time and not liking the video. It really does me a disservice because I really am trying to get better into the algorithm. I've been uploading more frequently, and I'm trying to get myself out there again. So if you guys don't mind, could y'all please like the video?
I
I'm
liked it as
sorry,
I
go ahead.
came in. Liked it on my TV, liked it on my iPad, liked it on my phone.
Because I know it's like 257 people in here, but like just a second ago, it was like only like 89 likes.
Mm.
We're at 101 now. Okay, can I just respond to somebody?
Oh yeah,
Lawson
go ahead.
Blair. Lawson Blair, I wanted to respond to you. I
Mm.
get what you're saying. I really, really do understand you, and I agree to an extent. But the thing about it is that Mel doesn't really talk about them in every scene. Let's be honest. I get what you're saying that, but even then, when she does talk about them, she makes it clear I don't mess with them. That can be annoying as well. We get it. You don't mess with them. Move on. I
Yeah,
get that part, but she doesn't. She's not as hyper focused on them
no,
as
she's
they
not.
are on her. So
She really
let's.
isn't.
That's what I was saying about balance. Then your second question is that you strongly believe that Tisha didn't know. Tisha knew,
Yes, she
and
did.
the reason why I think Tisha knew is if you had watched. I don't know whether you started from season one, but even before Mel and Martel spoke on the infidelity on the show, because Tisha threw that out at Valentine's Day, and I don't like people. I don't like what she did. Tisha threw it out at Valentine's Day that it was Mel who what's it called who told her about the BMWs
Hmm.
about the affairs. That's not true because she threw that in Mel's face as a jab. And if you had looked at Mel's face, that's the problem with Mel because she was trying to keep it like, okay, you're not gonna phase me. That bothered her and it got to her, and which is why they started going tit for tat.
Actually,
Tisha knew because even before Mel brought it up, Tisha and Marceau were laughing about it on the show. They were laughing about it. They laughed about it in their living room, in their bedroom. I can't remember what episode it was. They laughed about it in what's it called? In the limousine on their way to their 10th anniversary.
hmm
Tisha brought it up at their 10th anniversary. Tisha knew. They all knew. The truth of the matter is that if these were your friends, you would know who knew what and when they knew it. But the thing is, Mel has always been that girl. Mel has always been that girl. And I agree with I'm sorry, I don't know your name, sorry, because I agree with you.
Diva.
Diva, okay, sorry. I agree with Diva. Mel and Martel were that couple. They
Yep.
were the happenings before they even came on this show. They were comfortable. They were in their business wise, and they had helped the Scots when they were going through their issues. When Marceau lost his job at the movie theater, that's when they opened Scolt. And that what's it called? They had to take Mel's car. They had to give them Mel's car to be driving because they didn't have a car. But if you had noticed in season one, Martel in particular and Mel to an extent, they looked down on them. And I can
Hmm.
just imagine how they looked down on them before they got on the show.
That's true.
Even if I think the Scots by nature are nasty people, but even if they were not, that is enough to create some resentment.
Hmm.
That is enough to create a lot of resentment. And I think that as grateful as they were to the Holts, they are also relishing. And Tisha is a catty girl, but because she looks dumb, people let her go. She's a very catty girl. She's also a mean girl.
Yes,
Mel
she
can
is.
be a mean girl. Tisha is also a mean girl. So for her, it was like, I know something you don't know. So with all your what's it called, your galas, your magazine covers, the Holts, well, your husband is cheating on you. So I don't care. That's what happened. because at the end of the day, Mel and Martel, with that, whether deliberately or not, they rubbed it in their faces that we are
Well,
better than you. We're putting you on. We're doing you a favor. And for them, it was like we had a secret. Tisha had a secret that Mel didn't know, and it
well,
was like, let's get you off your high horses. And so she knew.
well.
She knew, which yeah.
There's something I need to explain. Get your goofy ass off my bed, bro. I'm not playing with you. Anyway, like I was saying, um, I was saying that when it came to Melody, like Melody telling that she had got cheated on. When Melody had got cheating on, it was right before the show. But by the time, but like she before that at this time thought that he hadn't cheated in a long time. And she thought, and she was originally gonna like not do the show. But then,
Yep.
Carlos King had said, no, come on to the show, we'll make it right. So then they reconciled. And, Melody said, I trust him. We worked through our issues. They went to counseling and whatever. And then she didn't think that he was cheating anymore. Come to find out, he was cheating and he had continued to cheat, but she did not know that. But the Scots did at this point.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. And I think the other part is that's important to note what Virgo was saying. I kind of feel like, whether or not Mel knew, and we are not going to absolve Tisha of the fact that, and this is actually a little known or commented thought. Before this show, and at one point in time, Mel and Tisha were good friends. So I think there's a point of correction, Virgo. From what I understand, Mel was the one that told Tisha about the BMW and showed her the pictures and everything she knew about Ariane. I don't think that came from Marcel. I think that as sorors and friends, she was
It's
sharing what she was
possible.
going through with her, and that
Okay.
to me,
Yeah.
Right.
that to me is what made it extra dirty when she threw it back
I
in
don't
Mel's
know.
face,
Yeah.
is the fact that I told you this in confidence and now you're bringing that to the show. And I think where I was getting irritated with Mel that season, because when they actually had it, and that's what I was saying earlier about how standing whatever it is that you got going on, you were sitting up there, doing the extra laugh when Tisha was like, well, I've never experienced infidelity, I never did with.
Right.
At that point, Mel, real talk, that's where I looked at Mel and I was like, you full of it. I didn't, it's not that I didn't believe her, but her turning off to the side and laughing and
It was
snickering
real
and all
dramatic.
that, it was immature. At that
It was
point, the
nasty.
girl, it was nasty. And so at that point, it's like, look, sis, if that point I would have just blew up Tisha's spot, baby, let me help you with something. You haven't experienced it because you don't know, but let me tell you.
But I
And that
also
would have been that. And it just would, and that would have cleared up a whole lot of other stuff. But I think there is a resentment there. And I think that one of the reasons, I think the only thing that Tisha may not have known at that point is maybe the extent to which her husband was involved, because I really don't think Marceau would have shared that with Tisha, what he was doing for Martell, paying bills and giving old girl money. I don't think Marceau would have told Tisha that, but I do think it was understood that that's what was happening, and they all knew about it. So I think they can't deal with the fact that Mel, and that's the strangest thing. You don't like her, but you want her to want your friendship, and because she doesn't, you're mad.
Yeah. I think
Hey
both of them
everyone. But I
knew
also
that their
think Milton.
husbands were cheating.
Hold on. Everybody faced at that table. When Mel turned around and laughed, I think that was because everybody faced at that table. Red girl, what did you girl stop lying? Even Marsu's face looked like, oh, I'm not cheating. To Derek and his wife, he almost choked on his drink. Reese and Kimmy face his face got even brighter. Everybody at that table knew that Marcia was cheating on her, even Tisha. And that is the reason that Mill turned around and laughed, because everybody at that table wanted to laugh. Even
Right. And I get that, but I think the thing about it is, because I don't think any of us as an audience were unaware that she was basically lying in that moment. Okay, we caught all of that. I think what was getting me though within that first and second season, and I see someone's comment that said Mel did, say it, but it was edited. But Mel did too many social media opportunities, too many interviews where she could have came back and cleared that up. It's like I felt like a lot of that the fact that she just kind of, kind of held that over Tisha, said, well, you may want to go drive by and do this, or you might want to go do that. And I felt like that was just, it was ultra petty. I was like,
I
come
think
on,
they,
Mel, what
yeah, I believe.
you gotta
Hey,
say?
everyone, I believe that she was being petty, and people are saying that we're omitting facts to make Mel look like the victim. I don't think so. I think people are saying that both of the women are at fault at the breakdown of their relationship because they
Mhm.
started throwing jabs at each other, and that's always been my point. Is that Tisha threw her jabs, Mel threw her jabs.
Thank you.
Tisha is not a victim. We have seen Tisha do this with other people. We've seen her do it with Mel. We see her do it with Kimmy. We've seen her. We're now hearing she did it with Kiki. We've seen Tisha do sneaky stuff. And then when she's called out for it, cries or be like, I don't know what you're talking about, or I didn't hear about this, or I whatever, especially when it comes to her mom. And everybody is now looking at her like, girl, shut the heck up. We know you lying.
Yeah.
Tisha is not an innocent. And and as much as I like Mel, she's not innocent either.
Oh
And
no.
even with Destiny and Mel, Destiny and Mel had their fallout because Destiny was sitting up there talking to Tisha about stuff, and I do believe that they just won't talk about what was said because I believe that they were talking about that segment where Martell accused Mel of having oral sex with someone, and Mel, because she didn't want to talk about it, said, I don't know. I believe they were talking about that,
Mhm.
and Mel heard it, and Mel told them, hey, you're loud, I can hear you. And then her and Destiny talked about it, but by that time, Mel felt like Destiny had been talking about her behind her back, and she couldn't trust her anymore.
And
And
I
that,
think,
And
to be honest,
I
that's what
said
she
her
should have said to
talking
her.
about it as
That's what
well.
she should have said.
Mel said, I mean, Destiny even said that her aunt was talking ish about Mel the whole time. Remember, she said, "How did you hear when me and Tisha was talking about it, but you didn't hear the night before when my aunt was talking about you?"
Maybe she wasn't there the night before. And see, that's
And
the
I
whole
and
and
about
I
the
feel like that
affair
doesn't even.
and about the affair, Mel knew about the affair, and she has cleared this up so many times. Her and Martell, Mel knew that Martell had been cheating. He had cheated with the Coleslaw, but other women. She left him. She said she left him. They pitched a show. She left him, had her own apartment, was talking to someone. That was what she told Martell. Now, I don't know if she really cheated or whatever. And at this point, I don't even care if she did because Martell had a whole extended relationship while married. They
Hello.
both
That's
said that she knew about her, and then Martell came back and was like, the show was greenlit. Let's get back together. He also told her, which he admitted, that he was going to stop seeing that girl and they were going to reconcile and work on their marriage. They got on camera before they got on camera, they both said they told the Scotts not to mention this stuff because they weren't going to talk about it. Mel decided because once they started filming, she said she found out he was still in contact with her. They were still talking, which we've seen saw his second phone on season 1. She decided to bring up their infidelity issues instead of having other people bring it up. So nobody is saying Mel didn't know. We're saying that everybody knew. Everybody knew about it. Everybody knows that they were trying to work it out. And also, they probably got back together, also because this show was greenlit and Martell saw it as an opportunity for them to try to work things out. We know a reconciliation was trying to happen because Mel got pregnant. So I mean, but the point is, everybody knew, everybody took shots at each other, and
Yeah, I think so
and
too.
Scots were also wrong because the one thing that always got me about the Scots, and we talk about this on different panels, is when you take your so-called friends on an anniversary dinner, y'all talking about their infidelity before you pick them up, and then you bring it up at the anniversary dinner. That is not cool. Why would you do that? So if they started taking shots back at you, well, I mean, y'all both were being petty.
But it
Hello?
was
Can y'all
Mel's
hear me?
information. It was Mel's infidelity to talk about.
Yes, hold
They
on.
have
So
the choice. Yeah,
w-
sorry.
wait, somebody just asked if we can hear them.
Hi. Yeah,
Oh,
this is my
okay.
first time
All
up
right.
here, so I don't know. My phone is really low. I have something to say about the show.
Go ahead.
Okay. So this is what I think happened. Honestly, per Destiny's Live, it showed me they did try to get Mel off the show. Because per Destiny's Live, she said we were all Martell's friend.
Mhm.
They tried to get Mel off the show, but then what they realized is without Mel, there is no show. If you notice in the beginning how they were all aligning together, they were trying to get Mel off that show. That's why Mel says this is a business meeting, which means I know what y'all trying to do because y'all need me. Without me, what is there? I'm the majority, basically, even her by herself, because a lot of people is drawn to Mel. Nobody's really drawn to Tisha. Nobody's really drawn to Kimmy like that. She's a peacemaker, but in I see it for what it is. And also what you guys were talking about they knew about everything that was going on. I think they knew when Mel found out. She told them, this is what it was, and then they tried to work it out. Once they tried to work it out, Martell went and did the same thing again. So that's when Mel was like, okay, I can't keep on doing this, and no one wants to be in a life like that. So then she went ahead, and that's when she put it out, that's when they're like, oh, they told us not to say anything. They told y'all not to say anything when things were working out. But once things started going crazy, Tisha started talking about cars and stuff like that, which was wrong of her to do, period, because that was a stick to Mel. Because I really think they don't like Mel from the beginning. They were using Mel, just like Martell was using Mel. Because they were all friends, you don't know what kind of meeting they had behind Mel's back. Because you can see that by Destiny's answers of what she said was, we were all Martell's friend, keyword, which means Melody, even though she looked up, she was the brains and everything, they were really trying to get this lady out of there because they feel like she was too big, like to show her, hi, you ain't nothing without us. But in reality, it's the other way around.
I think that
So
they all, the ensemble cast, their chemistry is what makes the show when one of them is not
no, no,
present.
What?
because of Destiny's comment, if you look, read
No,
into
I
what she
know what
said.
Destiny said, but I'm just saying ensemble. What made the show is the ensemble and the chemistry and the
That
interaction,
is
the
true. But if
relationships
you
between
notice,
the
like,
six.
like like somebody just said, majority of their relation or of their conversation, it revolves around Mel.
Right. No, I'm not disputing that either. I'm just saying their chemistry and their various interactions with each other was fascinating to watch.
It was.
So, you know,
But really, if you think about it in the beginning, was it fascinating? Like, if you think about it, what was so fascinating about it? Wasn't it about basically just Martell and Melody going at it? Because if you think about it, I hear everybody say, "Oh my God, it was so interesting when they were watching the fight." But the episode after the fight, everybody's like, "Oh, this is boring."
No, I think the chemistry. I think what we were able to see when Love and Marriage Huntsville, at least what caught my attention, you've got these four black. I'm not four, three black, upwardly mobile young couples from a place that nobody would ever pay any attention to, talking about what they were going to do for their community, what they were doing in their community. And I think especially when you look at what Instagram and social media shows, it's always upwardly mobile. It's doing it for the gram. I think that was the attraction. I think that they actually had a certain level of organic chemistry with themselves because they did hang out together and they were friends. So you could kind of see that early on. But I do think that looking at where the show is going, even with that, she has always kind of had an it factor. And quite frankly, I don't remember who said it earlier, but she and Martell were that it couple. And I think the show started off with a certain
The
level.
only reason it was that it couple was because of Mel. I'm not a millimeter or nothing like that, but
Oh,
I'm just
no,
reading
no, no. I don't
because I
I don't
see it. I
disagree
see,
with
I'm
I don't
like, even in real life. And honestly, when y'all say some people, but honestly, I'm not going to lie. The show did not really start to pop off. I'm in Florida until Martell and Melody started having issues.
right. No, and
It
that's
did
true.
not.
That
Without Mel, it's like you can have a show with Martell, but what y'all going to talk about? No builder's license and what? It's nothing because Melody brings the drama. It's like they all need each other, but they don't notice that. Because Melody by herself, honestly, she would not be able to carry a show.
no.
No, she
She
wouldn't.
needs, they need her more than she needs them. Let's just say that she can fit into
Fit into
any
any
scenario,
scenario,
and
and
everything will
everything
work
will
out
work out.
because she's a
I
people
She's a
person.
people person.
That's why
That's why
destiny is
destiny
so
is
hard
so
for her
hard for her
because she can't
because she
let
can't
go
let
and do
go
what you
and do
got to
what you
do.
gotta do.
They need to
They
do
need to do
Kenya.
Kenya.
Someone is
Someone is
echoing.
echoing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
someone
someone
is.
is.
You.
You.
No, it's
No,
not
it's
me.
not
I
me.
turned
I
my
turned
mic
my
off
mic off
and it's
and
still
it's
okay.
still okay.
Okay.
So I
So I
really,
was
okay, it
okay.
sounds
It
like
sounds like
we're all
we're all
echoing.
echoing.
Yeah, I was
Yeah, I
off
was
and
off
it's
and
still
it's still
echoing.
echoing.
Is it still echoing now? Hello?
Yeah.
It sounds,
It sounds.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
now it's gone.
Okay, it's gone.
Okay.
Because
What I
yeah,
wanted to
without
say. Okay, sorry.
I'm not a millimeter, but I see what they're doing. It's like, once Mel, I guess they feel like, okay, she always thought she was better than us. Now she's thinking she's way better than us, especially now Martell is in their heads telling them things. And then when Martell noticed, oh wait, shoot, we can't have a show without Mel. I can't have a story without Mel. So let me go to Mel. And then once he noticed he got in good with her, but I guess we're gonna get against into the custody battle thing because that one is kind of fishy for me too. Because how you was friendly with her right after she did the filing of the son getting into the whole situation allegedly. Wait, is that allegedly? Because it is court records or whatever they said. So I don't know. But we're gonna get into that one because Martell's not making any sense either. Because how are you guys buddy buddy right now? But she just filed a report against you, and now the kids. If you notice, Martell, he don't really care. He don't really care. He's just trying to get her because he knows Melody. He learned Melody. He went to the school of Melody. He knows Melody. And then right under her, that's when he's gonna go ahead and file whatever he had filed, and then that's when he's gonna go with the Scots, be like, okay, we're back at it again. Back on her. That's it. They're
Yeah,
just playing the game with her. But
I
she's
was
winning.
gonna,
She's getting it. I ain't gonna lie.
I was gonna say I agree with you because I mentioned the other night or last night somewhere else that this season really the drama kicked off and everything started really happening once those the whole cast were kind of mingling together or in some configurations were together, like the women were together, the drama kicked
Kicked
off.
off.
um
Um.
uh-oh,
Uh-oh.
somebody, I don't know where that echo is coming from. When the all six of them or the whole cast were together filming, and they were like picking at each other or interacting with each other, the drama ensued, and it was, I guess, quote unquote entertaining to watch. But when they are limited, like people aren't filming with each other or whatever, some people were like, yeah, that's boring, I don't want to watch that. But it's become so uncomfortable though, to watch them interact and bring up and the things that they bring up and take shots at each other.
Yeah.
It's not entertaining, it's become toxic. And the
I
thing
I
is,
think they
think
I,
need to switch
I
up.
I
wanted
wanted
to
to
address
address
what
what
somebody
somebody
said
said
that
that
um
um
Tisha gets
Tisha gets
criticized for
criticized for
staying.
staying.
I have
I
to
have
agree
to agree.
with Simply Elegant one. Nobody criticized, or at least I don't criticize Tisha for staying. I comment on the fact that they are talking about the fans and other people trying to ruin their marriage and creating a narrative about them. And then it's like, no, this is what y'all showed us on the show. People are commenting about your dynamic on the show as they see it, and asking, why are you still there? Why are you allowing this man to treat you like this?
I think
And
the
That's
it's
biggest
so
what
thing
that's
that
what
people have,
people are talking about. I don't criticize her for staying. That's her choice. Like it was Mel's choice to stay and fight for her family. It's Tisha's choice to stay and fight for her family.
Yeah.
But it was sad for a while to watch
It
Tisha
was.
treated like that. Now I'm just like, okay, well that's what she chooses. So I can't want better for her than she wants for herself.
I
It
think
was
I think,
sad.
in my
bigger,
opinion, what I think is
damn
nobody
it.
cares whether Tisha stays or Tisha leaves. Well, I don't. My issue is Tisha needs to shut up about it.
thank you.
That's all I care about. Don't talk
Thank you.
about it. Don't tell us you saw his back in a photo. Don't cry on our screens. Don't keep talking about the fans. People are trying to break up your 15-year marriage. Just shut up about it. It's as simple as that. If your
And
marriage
don't
is
keep
that,
running to his brother about everything.
do you understand? Don't stop talking about, oh, that somebody's TV is on again. Okay,
Okay, I'm not sure where the echo is coming from.
because I just unmuted and I just heard it.
Is
Yeah,
it still
I muted it and I heard it.
is it still there?
I mean,
Yeah.
Hmm.
Jeremy,
Okay,
is that you?
I'm not sure.
I
Every
think it
time
might be you. We'll turn it off. Let's see.
Okay, I'll just remove myself out of the chat and I'll just come
Oh,
back
you
in.
can't remove yourself.
Yes, I can. It's not gonna
does
end the chat.
does
Okay.
muting help?
Oh,
Oh, so it was Jeremy.
Yeah.
yeah, it
So the
probably
thing
But
was.
for
we
that's
don't.
it for me. That's it for me. As in, I don't care because Mel tried to fix her marriage, but for some reason Mel was stupid for trying to fix her marriage.
Thank you.
But she's also crazy for leaving. So I don't get that part. I'm gonna leave that part alone.
I don't think Mel
But
is
I,
crazy
Tisha,
for
I,
leaving.
no,
these
that's what
people
I'm
are
not
crazy.
saying.
I
I'm
think
not
she
saying
was
you
right.
think
She
that.
tried to work it out. She
No,
really,
we're
I'm a
talking about
millennial
that's
just
what
like
the
her.
audience
We're
says. That's
saying,
what the
yeah,
audience says.
that's what
They
Oh,
say
I
happens.
don't
she's
know what they think.
crazy, but then they get mad because when we tell Tisha, we never saw Melody get disrespected and
I did.
talk down
Yeah.
to the
Okay,
way
we did.
that Marsu talks
No,
to Tisha. He talks
no.
to that child like she is his child.
Martel was worse. I'm sorry. I will not allow
And
that.
he said it last
Martel
night
was
too, if you
worse.
guys heard. Oh, it's like
Martel called her
talking
a
to a
hoe
baby or
on
something. He said to
TV.
Tisha. Tisha said, "Who the baby?"
No. Martel called her a
But they
hoe on
weren't together
TV.
at that time when he did all that.
Yeah.
She had left. I'm talking about
Who?
while in the marriage, while still fighting for this man every single episode, every single live. I'm not
Okay.
naive. I'm not naive. Yes, you are. You're naive as hell. And it's sad that you can't see it.
Damn.
This
Right.
man does not like you.
But I
Right.
think the
Like, for
problem that
instance, I will always bring this up. I ain't even going to go back to season 1, season 2. I'm going to bring up that Las Vegas trip that happened last season.
yep.
That stuff right there, not only what happened at the chapel, but when the men were in the car talking about marriage, and Marcel brought up, well, sometimes you stay in the marriage for different reasons. And he brought up staying for the children. He mentioned his aunt and uncle staying for the children. And then he was like, they later on in life was like, yeah, it was good we stayed together. And I was like, Marcel, are you saying that you staying for the children? Like,
Well, he's not standing for the children
what
because he
other
Well,
said those are
correlation are you
Tisha's
supposed
kids.
to make?
and I was about to say, I don't even think he's saying for those kids.
Yeah,
I
no, he's standing
when
for
it
the
No, but I'm
businesses
just
and everything
but
that she got in her
I'm saying,
name.
he
right,
doesn't
but I'm
have.
just saying when you bring something up like that in a discussion, it's like what connection are we supposed to make? Like, what are you saying exactly?
I don't think she has sense enough to catch what you caught because, to be perfectly honest with you, there are some people that put a value on time over quality.
Mm-hmm.
And that's exactly what she's in her mind.
Facts.
I think what she thought of, what she heard, we all heard something different, but I think what she heard was, I love this woman so much. I'm committed to this marriage. Nothing will ever make me leave. That's what she heard. The rest of us heard the reason he's saying that has nothing to do with him loving you, ma'am.
Yeah,
Nothing.
loving everything that you bring to the table.
That's
These
all
women,
it is.
every last one of these women are the boss in this marriage, but they sit back and diminish themselves to make these men seem bigger than what they are. And then when Mel
Facts.
said, I'm not doing this anymore, I'm leaving, now she's wrong and they got a problem with her because
I
she let
don't
go.
believe Mel
They
tried
want
to work
to
nothing
let
out for
go,
no
but they
image.
don't know how to let go because they have said, and for Tisha, it's all about I can't leave now because guess what? I said all this about Mel, and now if I leave, I'm gonna be doing the same thing that she did.
But
It's
here's the
all
other
about the optics for Tisha. It is, and
but
I just can't with her.
Right. I don't
it's the
believe Mel
optics for
stayed
her
with
too.
Martell or tried to work out their marriage for no image. Mel really did love that man because
She
there is
still
Yep.
no
loves
way
that
that
man.
she would have stayed and
She
put up
still
with
love
all of
him.
that.
She
And
still loves him.
and
You
the thing
can say
is
She
that
still
and the
does.
thing is that if that's the truth, then you could say the same thing about Tisha because one thing that nobody likes to talk about, and I'll even admit it, Tisha and Mel are in the same boat. They did
Duh.
like image of the perfect marriage and being upwardly mobile. But also, it's true. They both loved their husbands. They both wanted to keep their families intact. They both, wanted to save their marriages and their families. I'm not mad at them for that.
I don't think
But
anyone's
what
mad.
the difference is that Mel decided she couldn't keep being disrespected the way that she was, and she decided to leave. Tisha, however, is still there, and Marceau is not willing to change.
I think the other thing that's important is two things I want to bring out that came up a little bit earlier. When people were talking about Marceau, I think I saw in the chat somebody said something about Marceau leaving. Here's the thing:
Hello?
Marceau would never need to
You
leave
here?
because he's got a situation that's perfect for him. You got a wife that lets you do what you want, and you actually have a lifestyle. So he doesn't have a reason to ever leave his marriage with Tisha. That's number one. He
Exactly.
gets everything he wants. The second thing, to your point, and I don't see your name, so I'm sorry, sis. I'm looking at your face, but I don't see your name. But one thing you just said a second ago, when it comes down to Tisha, and this is, just is what it is. Women or whomever, we leave when we get ready, and that is the only time that really should happen.
Hmm.
Everybody has to make that decision. It has to be theirs, not because people say it should be, not because the situation is bad. It needs to be yours. My problem with Tisha, as Virgo said earlier, stop talking about it. Stop lying in our faces. Tisha plays.
Hmm.
We can see that the issue is that you have issues in your marriage that have nothing to do with Mel, the audience, the people, nobody else. This was going on with you and Marceau before. We can tell you're chronically unhappy, and it has nothing to do with this show or Mel or anybody else. You are being overly, just completely disrespected by this man constantly.
Hmm.
And I'm going to say this too. She's jealous of Mel for this reason. Mel left when she did, but I don't believe Tisha could bounce back and recover the way Mel
Exactly.
has been able to. That's
I
part of the
think
reason
she
why
feels
she's
like
still
she
there.
can. I
No,
think
No, 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 no,
Tisha
no, 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 no. We can look at that woman has clear codependency
Yep.
in that
well,
relationship.
true.
As much as I'm sorry, I don't think that I'm not impressed with Tisha's quote unquote intellect or acumen. I don't see it. But what I will
Thank
say
you.
is this: there are certain types of makeups of certain types of women that stay in those situations because they can't function outside of that
Hmm.
marriage or that situation.
I
And
think Tisha's
Christ is
problem
that person.
is Wanda. Because if you
Well,
think
it
about it,
started
think
with her.
about it like this. If if it was Tisha that was going through what Mel was going through on television, do you think Wanda would still tell her to stay? Like she
Yes,
was trying to
Yep.
get Mel to stay?
yes,
Yep.
She
yes,
did tell her to stay.
yeah.
Want to
No,
see
she
what her
told
daughter
Mel
is
to
going
stay.
through.
I
She
think the
sees
reason
all
she's
this.
telling Mel to stay too is because they thought, okay, Martell, you don't know what Martell was telling them. If Mel leave me, the show's over. We're not gonna get this money.
You know what I think? I
Well,
honestly
also
think
because
Mel did a good
look
job.
at Wanda.
One
Wanda
second, one
had a
second.
husband and a boyfriend, and she's not leaving her husband because he pays the bills and takes care of her. That's how Wanda thinks.
But the other part that you mentioned before is not just with that. Y'all got to remember something about Mel. Mel covered
Thank
Martell
you.
a lot.
It, she
And
did.
so a lot of times when people
Surely
have
did.
the
And she
two of
probably
them,
still is.
she no, she is absolutely. She has not sprayed
Definitely.
Martell like she really could. So a lot of the perception that people had about Martell and what they had, he actually put, because you could tell when they separated, he was like, "Well, she was nothing but a school teacher. She was this and that." Mel allowed him to go out
To
there
have
and
that.
have this big boss man image, and that's
Yep.
the reason why he's mad now, because now we can clearly see it was never you,
Exactly.
Never.
never you.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and she, I agree. She covered, and that's another reason why their marriage broke down is because we talked about this where we said Team Holt, Mel upheld Team Holt,
Yep.
And
Over
Martell always
everything.
broke. And Martell broke Team all the time.
Mhm.
Mel put them above, was like Team Holt above everything. They come at us. We going to stay. They think we're divided. They come up and they come at us, but we're always going to be a team. They can't take us on as a team. And she was right. But then every time you turn around, we saw it on the show. They go into these meetings. They agree to be a team and agree on one course of action, and then Martell would turn around and do something else. And it's like, dude, I can't even trust you. I can't depend on you for anything. So why are we still together? And that's honestly, I think a lot of it, because when you hear them talk about this season about, well, Martell said all of these things and they try to make it seem like it was because Mel made him do it or whatever. And it's like,
Stop.
no, Martell did that. He broke team because Mel also made him apologize to their son about that 20 women's comment. Mel always upheld the team. You broke team. And then you would do stuff and then be like, well, you know how Mel is, throwing her under the bus.
But
So yeah, Mel find Mel over a bunch of different things. Mel was like, I don't have a partner anymore.
I think that's also very true, but I also think too, when it comes down to Martell and Mel, one of the things, the biggest problem I think with Martell, in addition to the fact that he was already arrogant with no reason to be, she
Right.
really in covering him
Facts.
and actually giving him a life, and really trying to give him a lifestyle and a look that he could be proud of. Martell started
Hmm.
his own press, and what ended up happening was
Yep.
in this situation, there is Mel has an effect, and I think when people say Mel made him do this, Mel has a very positive effect on Martell that is
Hmm.
obvious. When we just saw that last scene where they all came
Mute
back together
yourself.
sitting at the table, and I'm telling you, that Negro stood, he walked a little bit taller, he
Yep.
stood up a little bit better. His speech, for for normally when he's by himself, he's stammering, he can't get a word out. But with
Yep.
Mel by his side, you could tell that she adds to his level of confidence. She believed in him on a level
Yep.
that nobody else in his life ever did. And I think he looked at that. The
Mute
two of them
yourself.
together.
Virgo, we can hear everything you're doing, baby.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay, but she gives him a certain level of confidence about who he is, and instead of him taking that and actually putting it towards the team, as you said, sis, which I love, that he breaks team all the time because he starts thinking, he doesn't acknowledge what she does. He thinks it's all him.
And the
Right.
thing about Marsu and Tisha, Tisha isn't going to leave because Tisha isn't the male of that relationship. Marsu is. Tisha doesn't know her power. Marsu is the dominant in that relationship, and he makes her feel small. He keeps her in that small position because he knows if she ever realizes who she is and what she can do, she'll be gone as well. But she doesn't do that. And when you got a mama like Wanda telling you, if you got 4 kids by this man, ain't nobody else ever gonna want you, and that's what you've been hearing, you start believing those things. Tisha got to work on Tisha before Tisha will ever be able to get up out this relationship. Tisha is a beautiful woman, but Tisha does not realize that. Tisha's name is on everything that they got in that relationship, but she doesn't realize that the power that comes with that. Tisha is Tisha's worst enemy right now. I know Marsu and her mama drag her down. She talk about everybody else trying to ruin her marriage, but she sleeps with the enemy, and the other enemy birthed her. And
But
that's the problem.
And I
Oh my
think that's what
God, that
everybody
was
says about
good.
Tisha. Nobody thinks she's stupid. Cause
Wow,
I she's proven she's not stupid. She likes to play dumb, but she's not stupid. But the thing is that she is naive, or
not
she
even a little
plays
bit.
that way because she wants to stay in her marriage. And I'm not mad at her about that. But it's like, girl, you are treated awfully. It's not good. It's not healthy. You don't look happy.
I'm gonna just say this. And I hear what you're saying, sis, but I'm sorry. Tisha is a moron to me. And I know
Thank you.
they try to say, oh, she's got 50, 11 degrees. Tisha is just an example of the fact
Me
that
too.
some institutions will give degrees to anybody. I'm just not impressed with her. It's just not. But Prosperity, you said something. Literally, the enemy birthed Tisha, and Tisha's in a marriage that is literally bringing about what she grew up in. But I
Mhm.
don't think that there's any real power there, because here's the thing. She knows that the minute she really puts Marceau in line, he's gone. And that's what
Exactly.
it is. She will not,
Right.
so she'll never tell that lie. She's not unaware of that. And I know what you're saying. If she really understood that power to a certain degree, sweetie, you would understand that that would help keep him a little bit more in line.
Mm.
Not
And
even
I
keep him in
and
line.
I
That
would
would give you
and
the
I
courage to leave that man. He means you no good at all. That man brings that lady. He called this lady stupid on live. He grabbed this lady by her throat on live and told her that I told you back in the day I was going to do this. And if you didn't come, I was going to drag you along. He tells this lady, I made you. Then
But you
he,
know, but you know what? But I think the
Prosperity,
thing, her mentality
prosperity.
is she thinks it's
yes,
cute. She think
What, Jeremy?
you know how it is when you hear some people that
Wait.
say that they want somebody to have a crazy kind of love for them, where if you're gonna break up with me, I want you hiding in the bushes. In her mind, though, we see that. But this girl's self-esteem is not there. And what's
That's
sad
what I'm
about it
saying.
is she actually said in one other interview as well, in addition to that, that she grew up, and now this is the part I can kind of understand for why she's also holding on, which I think is apart from her self-esteem issues. She never saw successful marriages with her mama, her aunties, and the women in her family. So I
Oh,
think she's
grandma.
also, yeah, she's also saying, I want to be the one to show that marriages can work. She wants that whole family. She wants the husband. She wants the kids. She wants the whole thing, because you can clearly see that that kind of nuclear family is not present in her experience. So that's the other part that she, I think, is trying to hold on to. Plus, you add in being from the South, where a man gonna be a man. You let a man do whatever as
Mm-hmm.
long as he paying bills, this and that. So she's got a lot she's fighting against. But I do
Mm,
agree with you. At the point that she gets
yeah.
past that, then she will come into the light, Carol Ann, and then she will take all her goods with her. But I really don't think that she has it in her to do, because the other part is Tisha validates herself through being a wife and being this Negro's wife in particular.
I think the only
I think
time
she
it will
feels
kick
like
in for
she
Tisha.
doesn't want to do this alone. But the thing is that girl, you are doing it alone. You
You sure are?
told us you're doing it alone.
Yeah. But here's the thing. I'm doing it alone, but I still and for some women, it's enough for the Negro to be there.
Yeah. Just to know that
And
I
that
got a
is so,
man.
even if I'm doing it alone, and I'm not mad at them. I mean, look, it's nothing wrong with having a husband, having love, and all of those things. But for her, well, my husband, I want to be a wife. They just did that podcast with Carlos recent. No. I'm sorry, it was a live they did where she reiterated being a mother, being home when my kids come home from school. I love being a mother. She likes that whole role.
Right.
She wants to be obedient. This girl thinks she's an animal.
Right. And the thing is
Her
that
mama is.
nobody is being harsh on
You know what, Jeremy?
nobody on the outside looking in is being harsh on Tisha, and we don't know the full story. You're right, but from what they have shown us, that is what we can only comment on. And from what they have shown us, it does not look good. She don't seem happy. She puts on a lot, and I'm like, Tisha, what are you doing? Why are you accepting that? Why? I don't
Yeah.
understand.
Mhm.
Because that's all she knows. She went from being told what to do by her mama, and now she went straight to a man who does the same thing that her mama does. That's why her mama and Marsu has this power struggle going on with each other over Tisha.
Right.
Yep.
And when she went to, now I will say this, when she went to therapy and she was starting to, think about some stuff, I was like, yes,
That was a script.
if nothing else, please stand up for yourself in your marriage. Please, whatever.
Oh,
But
that
just
She
if
was a
can't.
you
She can't
asking
even
script.
your
stand up for the
brother-in-law,
English language. She
but
can't stand up for
but
herself.
that fact that you are asking your brother-in-law to talk
Thank
to
you. So
your
that was
brother,
a script.
to say, I don't like the way he's talking to me. It's like, Tisha, have you told him that? Oh, if you did and he's still not adjusting, then that's a problem. Nobody else is going to be able to tell him, don't talk to me like that, but you.
And I don't, but here's the other part to that as well. When you look at the way she allows him to talk to her, I feel like when she and Mel were friends, that was the other reason why Marceau didn't have a problem outside of the fact that he's an asshole and he thinks that way.
Okay.
Marceau didn't like the fact that, I think when she and Mel were friends, Mel could see that. And Mel would even speak to that. She was like, no, Tisha, we're going to bring you out. We're going to get you to network. We're going to get you out of here. You got to come out of this 1950s mentality. And Marceau didn't like that. And the thing about it is, Tisha knows. Now, this is where I'll say she ain't as dumb as I'll agree with you. She ain't as dumb as we think. She understands exactly what's going on in her situation, but she
Right.
doesn't have the intestinal fortitude to move past it. Because in life, here's what we got to understand: you got to pick your hard. Life is not easy. So it's going to be hard for you being in that situation. And I think this is a situation everybody has to address. It's going to be hard in the situation. It's going to be hard out. At some point, I got to pick the hard that's going to be the most beneficial to me. She still sees staying in the situation as more beneficial to her. And that could be because we don't know her full story or her full setup. But
Mm.
Marceau does not like, I think he respects Melody, but women, like Melody, Marceau can be married to most women that watch this show. Every woman in this chat, I believe, he would have somebody like Tisha in
Yeah, and
order for
that's
him
why
to
he
be happy.
married her. Her mother told her, a man does not marry you if he does not love you. Shut up, Wanda, you stupid, and you sound ignorant. That
Oh,
man married
girl.
your daughter because he knew that he could control her and he was still able to go out and get any other woman that he wanted, like a male or anything else, because he knew that your daughter was going to be at home as his backbone, getting everything in her name for
Please.
him. He could go on a month's trip to Africa and she wouldn't bat an eye. Like, this is
Mhm.
why he married your daughter. It wasn't for love, it was for everything that comes along with a partner.
Because
Mhm.
Right, and
he
I
could
agree
smell
with
that
the comment
desperation.
that said, Tisha doesn't want to give up the image of a family because it's like Mel, and that's why I said they're in the same boat. All of them kind of are. Mel and Tisha both grew up. They didn't have the
Child,
families
I almost
that they
died.
had that they wanted, or growing up. So when they got
You
married,
just
they
say,
got the
Jeremy.
family that they
Well,
wanted,
in
huh?
the growing up thing, I don't think I would put Mel in
They
there.
got the families that they wanted and they didn't want to let it go. And then the fact that of the matter is, yeah, they look at Mel as she failed, but Mel was like, I'm okay with that. Whereas
Mm.
Tisha, she does feel like she's a successful story because her marriage is
Mm.
long lasting, and that she's able to hold her family together, and that's good, that's
It's not really a
commendable. But at the
family.
same time, you aren't happy, girl. You aren't happy. You don't like the way your husband treats you. And
No,
And
she
here's
Your
the
don't.
thing.
kids, you got kids. At what point do you put your kids before yourself and before the image that you want for yourself?
When you go
This
to
is
Africa.
not a good thing for children to see. You are showing your daughters that you don't have that not having a voice is a good thing. You are showing
Mm.
your son that talking down to women and treating women like they are nothing is a good thing. Is what
Mm.
you're supposed to do. You do not stay. If you don't love yourself enough to leave, at least love your kids enough to give them better. This
Mm.
And
is not
hold on, can I
right.
say
You
one thing?
don't
Can
do
I
this.
address something? I'm so sorry. Mother of one, I was married. I was with my husband for 22 years. I am now a widow. Being married and commenting and having an opinion and being married is not, doesn't make you an authority. If you had anyone with common sense looking at something can say, actually, that's not right. But just to answer your question, I was with my husband for 22 years up until his death. I'm recently widowed, and
I'm so
my
sorry.
husband never
oh
treated
wow.
me the way
I'm
that
We
so
have our
Tisha.
sorry.
condolences.
Yeah,
Sorry, yeah,
So
condolences.
you
he
mean to
passed
I'm
in
tell
so
me
April.
sorry to
I
hear
can't
that.
have an opinion about this
He
situation
passed
because
in
I ain't got
April.
no
No,
man?
no, girl, no, I got it. I'm gonna answer this one. But yes, he
Oh.
passed in April. I'm a recent widow, and yeah, I was with my husband for a long time, for half of my life actually. And so my husband never treated me like the way Tisha does. I wouldn't have stayed for that. My
Right.
husband and I, yes, we were a team. It was a united front, and we argued behind the scenes or discussed things behind the scenes, but I knew that I was number one in his heart. I knew that nobody was going to be able to come at me wrong, and he
I
didn't
know
treat
that's
me
right.
disrespectfully.
And
Like,
Oh
you
not
yeah.
to
know,
say that he was perfect and we had our struggles, but my
Mm.
husband never treated me like that. And the fact of the matter is, before he died, we was watching the episode. I will never forget it. He was watching the episode. It was Tisha and Marceau talking. And he looked at me and he was like, I'm surprised that woman has not gone up outside his head with a cast iron skillet.
hmm
Wow.
If
And
I may
my
ask,
Wow.
husband, my husband had the slick mouth like Marceau does. My husband had that quirky sense of humor where he would just say smart ass things. We
Mm.
both were smart asses. But the thing is that my husband could look at that just one episode and was like, yeah, that ain't cool.
well, my
can
condolences,
somebody?
sis.
Yeah, same thing. Can somebody tell me how old is Tisha? Is she older than
She's
Mel?
42,
she's
41 or 42.
she's
Okay,
40.
so like I can see the thing is between Mel and Tisha and the relationship. I don't think that's what Mel was. I think Mel and her mother are very friendly people. That's
Hmm.
how Mark got into Tryman's van like that. If you notice, he
Yep.
never said anything because she's very in. Mel even said that in one of her lives. They're very friendly people. They're just now learning. Wait, I gotta limit myself. Even her being with Martell, she tried to make it work because she actually loved Martell. Martell was the one who was out there, doing what he was doing. And I do
Keeping it
think
low.
he does love Mel, but he can't stop cheating.
Right.
And
He
he
don't know
knows.
Too many
how to
gigs.
love Mel. He love her,
Yes,
but he doesn't know
Mm,
how to properly love her
And I'm
yeah.
gonna
yes,
get, and I'm gonna go
because
ahead and say he doesn't know how to love any. Like I hate to
at
say it,
all.
Word. That's
Mel is the
he
best
wasn't taught.
example.
yeah.
That's the best Martell will ever do in a relationship is Mel. It won't get any better than that, and
Thank
But
that's
the
you.
thing
sad to
is,
say.
I don't think he was ever taught. You see how when we said, I think someone just said, oh, their sons, how they would teach their sons. You have to actually, I have a son. He's about to be 15 years old. Okay. I treat him to respect ladies and do whatever. I think they all just thought, okay,
Mm,
Martell into sports. Okay. He was already a bad ASS. Anyways, you can tell by the shape of his
yeah.
Mhm.
head.
Yeah.
He was bad already. But
Yeah, he
once
been giving hell since he was pushed out.
you can
Mm,
tell, he always got his way with his mother. You can tell that. But that's okay too. He loves Melody, but he just doesn't know how to go about it. Because if you notice, Martell was going through it when he ran up to Wanda about his daughter's hair. Looked at the way Martell was looking. That man was going through it, and he just didn't know. Like, oh my God, she really leaving me for this after
I
all of
think
that.
I think what's interesting to me about Martell, and I know this is an unpopular opinion, but I can actually see he has moments when I can see good in him and he struggles. And it's not to say that, a lot of what we've seen has been like, just not, a good person about the way he's handled things with people. I think he has some horrible characteristics, but I do think that being with Mel brought out the better side
I
that
believe
he
that.
that you don't get to see it, because even when you listen to like the way Kimmy and Mel had me cracking up when she clowned Kimmy about it, but when Kimmy was like, Martell's a good guy, he's great, and I do think some of that was fakery and put on, but
yep.
there are
Young
moments,
hell.
yeah, but there are moments when I can kind of see where it seems like he really wants to be a better person, but I don't think that he knows how to do that. And being with Mel was
Right.
when the better part of him was actually activated in some kind of way. But now he's left to his own devices because there's nobody. See, that's the reason why old girl was never going to be anything more than what she was. You
Yeah,
didn't you
but
didn't
he bigged her
activate
up though.
anything. Oh,
I
but
think
that was only to that was only to knock Mel down a peg or two. But
Exactly.
even
no,
with
Mm,
I
that,
don't really
when he
think
said it,
so.
he didn't even believe that.
I don't
wow.
really think so. I
Exactly.
don't really think he thought Arion would go that far. He just thought, because if you think about it, right? If the Scots were helping him cheat, and I do believe they were,
Yeah.
because they were all using Mel, no matter what.
Mhm.
Even Martell was using Mel. You could tell. He
He was
just
using
thought,
her the
okay,
most.
she's there. She just want to get things going. She loves me. She's going nowhere. That's
Yep.
in his mind. He was thinking, she ain't going nowhere. She loves me. It doesn't matter what I do. Mel loves me. We have all these kids. Where's she going?
Right.
He said, I did ask the grown folks. They told me, what did he say? He told her, he did ask the grown folks. They told him to let him cheat in peace or something like that.
No, they said
Mm-hmm.
get you somebody that got something to lose.
Yeah, so they
Exactly.
Well,
won't
that's what
find out.
Marceau told him. Yeah.
No, the
Yeah.
But
old man did tell him to
it's an old
what
man.
the
He said
girl
that
said.
told him that. He said it's an
Yeah,
old man. That's why I think they're all cheating. Marceau cheats on
Mother
Tisha.
one, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And yeah, we all have different opinions, but I
Yeah.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, we have to. It's a, what do you expect? Everybody has to have a different opinion. I think in my core, when it will hit Tisha is when the show is over.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh
Because
yeah.
Mhm.
then it's gonna be a realization, okay, ain't no cameras no more. It's like, what the F? Is you
I'm
talking
right. She
to
gonna
me?
be like,
Like,
I'm
hold on.
really a dumbass. That's exactly
Hold
what it's gonna
on.
be.
Wait,
but how do you watch this show and watch back the lives and you ain't getting it? It ain't what the hell do what?
Well, Mel has said it, and even Coleslaw, I was about to say her name, even confirmed it. Martell is very charming when he wants to
No,
be.
we talk about Marsu and Tisha. Why is she? What they talking about?
Oh,
She's
no, no,
gonna
no. I
leave
was
after the
going back on
show.
what you were saying about Martell. I was like, Martell is very charming when he wants to be. He can put on that face
oh yeah.
with different people. And that's why Mel is looking at them like they crazy, because she's like, yeah, I've been there, done that. But also, some of y'all saw him when he was acting a total fool. So how are you
Mm-hmm.
saying in my face that he's a good person when you know what he's done?
because he could,
Um,
because two things can be true at the same time. None of us are
Exactly.
angels all the time
that's
either.
true. But I think
Even
Martell
his
was acting
male.
like that because he did not think Mel was leaving.
He
He
No,
didn't
did
he didn't.
No, he
not.
do that.
didn't.
To this day, he thinks Mel will come back. If you notice in the next one, they be like, "Oh, isn't that gonna confuse the kids about this and that?" It's like, hold on, are y'all trying to put something in Martell's hand?
Yeah,
Because
No, I'm
they
gonna be.
always
Fletcher said
are.
the same thing. Fletcher,
Martell was still talking about some. Yeah, if I get remarried again, it might be Mel. He was saying
no,
that last
he was
season.
saying
I was
that
like,
before.
dude,
But in
He
these
was
two
saying,
episodes, if you notice, Fletcher said something. Oh, ooh, something might happen. You sure you want to, look
Hmm.
for another house? And then the next one, I think they put it in his mind. If you work it right, you will get back in.
well,
Because
here's
you
the
gotta think
thing
about it.
about it
Martell
though.
ain't saying nothing about getting back with Melody.
Yeah.
I don't really. I'll be honest. It is, and the thing is, I think we can all recognize this. When you look at it, Mel and Martell do have something special.
they
It's
do.
something between the two of them. They still love each other. Mel
They
still
do.
loves that man, because if she didn't, the hurt wouldn't run as deep. The
Oh
only
yeah, she
thing
do.
Mel did is she chose herself.
Right.
Mm.
She
And I said
chose
that the
herself,
other day
and that's
too.
That's
They
it,
miss
ultimately,
though.
each
and
other's
that doesn't,
friendship.
yeah,
They
that
miss
doesn't
each
mean that
other's
she
friendship.
doesn't still love
I'm
him,
sorry, y'all.
or
Jeremy.
Yes.
Jeremy. Yeah, I hear him too. He over there.
Exactly. It's Jeremy
No,
for
I have
me.
one question.
It's
Jeremy,
Jeremy for
is your
me.
food coming ready? You ready to go, boo?
Huh?
You ready to go? Because I do that when I'm ready to go.
No, I'm just reacting to what y'all are saying.
I
I'm
love it.
sorry.
it is the ad lib is killing me
I
though. It's
know. I
hilarious.
hear him, but I'm just still talking. But I'm
It's
just
the
like,
ad libs for
I'm
Lord.
me.
gonna say that is
It's the ad
Jeremy.
libs.
But no,
No, but I
I
think the other
agree.
thing
I agree.
people
You could
have to,
tell in these episodes that they miss
yeah,
each other's friendship. They miss each other's companionship. They had something, and but it just couldn't sustain itself because it turned toxic. But you could
I
tell
don't
that
think it's a they
it,
anymore. I think it's a he. Probably because if you notice on the text messages when Mel was sending to her cousin, he was
mhm.
like he tried to like it. I think it dawned on her. Then he really tried to destroy me.
I think
And
that,
she keeps on saying that. And then she says, I do know about betrayal because Martell was like a family to me. It's like Martell betrayed her. Like the
uh,
way I see it, there could have
and
been a
he
divorce.
feels betrayed by her for when she left. But it's like, dude, she couldn't stay. You made
I
decisions.
Right.
think he noticed. He's starting to notice it's him. In
well,
a way,
no,
he started, but he keeps on going back.
I
Because
still
I
think,
think him, I'm sorry, just a moment. I think with Martell, if a bird come and tell him go left, he most likely will go left.
yeah, he's very easily influenced.
Because
But
those
I
Okay.
do,
guys
but
are
I also
influencing
think that
him.
I think it's them, but you can still love somebody, and this, you can still love somebody and still just keep choosing you though. I
Hell
still
yeah,
think
you
it's
love her from
them,
a distance.
but
I
I
don't
think
think
with
Mel and
her,
Martell are the same person. I think that they balanced each other out really well.
mhm.
And then they were
I
both
don't see the
petty
balance.
together. They were both petty together. I'm not going to lie about that, but
Oh
they
goodness,
balanced each
yes.
other
Oh
out
yeah,
well.
the
Where
pettiness.
one
I don't think they
person was
balance each other.
strong, the other person, they filled in each other's gaps.
And
And
I
that's what
No,
think,
made
Lean
them
on me.
special.
I
Mhm.
and
think
and I,
Mel needed someone on her level. She tried to get Martell on her level, but Martell never met her level.
and he knew he didn't.
There was never no gaps in no
That's why
clothes
he's
of
so
his.
hurt because
Jeremy,
he
I'm
knows
so
he will
mad that you
never find
said lean
another
on
Mel.
me. I heard that.
What he
No,
say?
because that's what came to my mind.
Lean on me.
Lean on me.
Yeah,
You know what? I can't.
I
But I
can't.
think you're
I'm
very.
sorry.
I think that's very true. That's one of the dangers when you are a woman who is accomplished and you are dealing with somebody who is insecure. You can never build up an insecure person beyond where they see themselves. And the equalizer for Martell was all those women and disrespecting Mel the way he did. That's what made him feel equal instead of him actually trying to build the businesses they were building together, being a good husband, being a good father. He went to the one thing that most low vibrational micropene Negroes go to, which is their peace.
But where can
I
we
have
go
an
to?
unpopular opinion,
And the thing is,
and the
When
unpopular
Martell
opinion
felt
is
slighted
correct me,
or
Ernest,
he felt
please.
like he was insecure,
Correct me,
Martell
please.
started to attack her, trying to make her feel less than so that could stay and accept the things that he was doing. But the thing is that Mel, no, eventually she was like, no, I can't do that. I can't let you take me down this road. And plus the fact that they now have 4 kids.
Well,
And
yeah.
now,
Mel, and listen, Mel, the fact that she got rid of one of her kids, I, it was surprising, but then again, it's not surprising because when she was pregnant with the last one, she seemed real conflicted.
Look, she didn't look, and I hate to say it, and it's gonna sound bad. She didn't want Sugar Mom at first. I don't care what
That's
nobody
why I
said.
said
I
she
don't
looked
think she
real
did.
conflicted.
You
She
know
Nope.
looked
when she told
real
her
God,
mom,
wait.
conflicted.
when she
She
told
Can
her
I
didn't.
say
mom, she was like,
something?
"Ooh."
Can I say something, please? I have an unpopular opinion, and this will not go down well with my fellow male fans.
Hmm?
And this is it. If Martel was respectful in his cheating,
Yep.
the way
Yep.
Marceau is
Yep,
pretending to be respectful in his,
yep.
they would still
Yep.
be
Yep.
married.
They would.
Right,
Yep.
Well,
I
right, and
mean,
I
the
believe
I
only
that,
like
and
that.
I
excuse
believe
me.
let
that
me
too,
finish.
because
Let me
that's why
finish.
it
Let me
lasted so
finish.
long.
Let
That's
me
why
finish,
their
please.
marriage lasted as long as it
Can I
did. Because
Mhm.
finish,
at one point
please?
he was respectful, and then he
Juanita,
decided.
she can't.
Can
She
I?
trying to finish her statement,
I'm
babe.
trying
Oh,
to
I'm
finish.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What I was trying to say was that the and for me, as much as I drag Tisha, Martel still denies it. Marceau still denies it.
Mm.
Martel wasn't denying his. So neither one of these, in a sense, when people say that Tisha and Mel are very similar, I get that.
Mm-hmm.
Because if Martel was the respectful, but the thing is, Martel needed to bring Mel down a few notches.
Mm-hmm.
Because, and this was his only way of doing it. I'm
Yep.
cheating on you. I have a feeling you have an inkling that I'm cheating on you, but you're not, you're pretending you don't. And there you are still being the star. Because if you know, remember the reunion season one? He kept saying, "Oh, I had a part in it. She doesn't really. It's all about her. It's all about her.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't say anything." He wanted recognition.
Yep.
So at first it was I was cheat. He was cheating on her behind the scenes, and he got satisfaction. But because he's a narcissist, it was no longer enough. He had to do it in her face. She
Mm-hmm.
had to know about it. So
Just
yes,
the fact.
Ariane called him Jeremy. I will thump you. Wait, I'm sorry.
What did he say? What
Yeah,
did he say?
Okay,
and the thing is, he used coleslaw to beat her as a
That's what I
weapon to
was
beat
about to
her
say.
with.
Yeah,
He was trying to
he
beat
gave
her
coleslaw.
into submission.
Yeah, he gave coleslaw the license to have the audacity to call their house and tell Mel that give I want to talk to Martel. It was that's what he did. He
Yeah.
without it was an implicit signal that this is not okay, but yeah, if you do it, it won't be so bad. That's why
And now
coleslaw
he
had
can't
that
rein
kind of
her ass back in, and he wish he never did that.
Right, dumbass.
mm,
No,
But
and
can
yeah,
we talk about the we talk about how strong the about Mel and Tisha? Can we talk about how we have seen Kimmy beaten into
Oh,
submission?
baby, look,
Mm.
baby. That I was
Now,
just thinking that.
speak
This
on it. I want to
the
know.
light has dimmed from this lady's eye so bad. Like this
It's
lady
sad.
was everybody's favorite when this show first started.
Right.
This lady had an air and a confidence about her that
Hmm.
wasn't arrogant as Mel's was, and it wasn't dumb as Tisha's. It was
Right.
just enough. It was just right. We
Mm.
could relate to Kimmy. We was like, yes, everybody went up for Kimmy. But to watch her now, she doesn't even talk loud anymore. Did y'all see her
Right.
in that scene with Maurice? It
Yep.
was like she was whispering the whole damn scene. I'm
Beaten
See,
like,
down to a pulp.
this,
it
yes,
is.
this lady has been beaten into the Scott submission.
Look,
It's like if
Hmm.
you want to be with a Scott, this is who you have to be. This is the woman that you need to be. This is what you need to do. You need to get everything in your name. You need to
Mm.
pay for this. You need to let
Mm.
me walk over you and say this. You need. I'm like, this lady is a whole. I don't even think that it the whatever it is going on with her. I think that this being with this man is even bigger than that. This is a totally different woman from when we first met this lady, and it is sad to watch.
well,
It
here's
is
Right.
the thing,
completely sad to watch.
Sad
Prosperity.
yeah,
You said
scene.
what I was thinking, but here's what we got to remember, y'all. Now, I'm gonna be honest. I
I
look
know
at
she a
Kimmy.
lady older of a particular age, and she
No, no,
waited so
no, no,
long.
no.
Okay,
I
I'm
would
about to say
no.
because I
I
done
wasn't
heard
even.
all that.
No, I wasn't even
Jesus
gonna go
Christ.
there. I wasn't even gonna go there. I'm gonna go with the fact that for whatever reason, you were with this Negro for 7 years, and then you got that says to me that the light we see that have has gone out of her eyes at this point is
Mm.
always been slowly and gradually dimming, but we did not see it. I
That's
That's
why she
honestly
true.
married him.
feel I honestly feel like at some point Kimmy is gonna wake up though, because I still believe when I look at how Kimmy is set up, Kimmy still wants that marriage, and that Negro ain't done enough.
But
But
is it gonna be
whatever
too
that
late?
deal breaker is for her, baby, she gonna come out swinging, and it is not going to be pretty for Marshmallow Maurice.
And
But
my
It's
it is
gonna be
comment,
so
bad.
hard to watch her
my
just be
comment,
this woman. Like, what? What
my
happened,
comment,
sis?
I
my
agree. I
comment about
remember
Kimmy.
when she was taught when the season started, and she was like, if that stuff happened, I'm not gonna worry about it because it was before our marriage. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna give you that. But girl, you
No, I'm
you
not
had a
gonna give it to
problem
you.
with it. You
I
had a
can't
problem
give
with
her
all
that
of
I'm
because
not giving you
I
that. That's
can't give her
stupid as
that
hell to
because
say out your mouth, and it's stupid. It's even stupider to say on national damn TV. Hell no.
no, but here's the thing, and not only that, but she backtracked because before Kimmy
but I'm
in
just saying,
with
at least she owned that. That's all.
No, no. I'm tired of
no,
giving people credit for stupid shit. That's just stupid though.
she didn't fully own that. She said at any point in the relationship, cheating was a deal breaker. But I
Exactly,
think
and then
at
she
this
changed
point,
it
and she changed up. But here's the thing though, at this point, Kimmy is valuing being married
over
because she
everything.
waited later to get married. And I don't
That's
think
what I
that's
was
a
just
bad thing.
saying.
But that's what I'm saying right now. Maurice ain't done enough for her. Now he might have done enough for us because I've seen enough to make me say, nope, not
Child.
at all. But he
You know what
hasn't
I
done
think?
enough for her yet. But when he
I
crosses that line, it's gonna be bad, and she gonna be gone.
Y'all pretending that he wants sex 2 times a day with his knowing he ain't got no the energy. It should have been enough for her because that's just bull crap. Go ahead, baby, at the top. I'm sorry, but this is just
okay,
stupid.
because I don't know. Maybe because I'm more of a, I don't know the ages ranges or anything of anybody up here. I'm more of the F and F type of group.
I am
Oh,
too,
she young,
and that
young.
ain't got
My
nothing to do with the
thing
age.
is, you'll be surprised.
That's mentality.
My thing is, for Kimmy, I think it'll be the same thing as I say for Tisha. They will not give us a certification of seeing anything that they break up the relationship. Unless, you see, when Kimmy is sick now, I hate to say it, unless Maurice goes ahead and do something he's not supposed to do while she's sick. Because you guys just said she got married later in life. Okay. You want the happiness, but then if you're fighting cancer allegedly or whatever, don't you want peace? Don't you want to not hear anything? Your husband's out here. Don't you want to not think about, okay, he's out there cheating on me, sleeping with 20 women in one day or anything like that? Because if you're fighting this, you cannot actually give him what he wants. And if that's what he really wants, really, really wants, we're playing with another Martell right now.
And him saying that was the way for when he said that when he put that out that this is what he need in his marriage in order to be happy. That was his setup for when he do go out there and get it elsewhere. He's going to use that. And I tried to tell you this is what I needed to sustain me, but you wasn't willing to give it to me. So that's going to be the excuse. That was him setting up his excuse for whatever he did.
But that's also a matter of cautionary tale to us as women. Don't start some stuff you ain't gonna finish. Because
Yeah, because
before
remember
all of
she was
this,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
Kimmy
that's
she
was
was
true.
like
ripping off the
She was
dresses. Let
doing
her
it.
tell
yeah,
it.
it's
She was.
like,
You can tell she was too. You could
yeah,
tell from the
and I
beginning.
mean
You
that
could tell
and that's not to hold her responsible for his malfeasance. Whatever he does, that's
she
on
is
him.
kind of responsible.
I don't know if I want to hold her
The
I
responsible
ain't
for
gonna
reason,
that
say she
because
responsible, but
the
don't
reason,
like you said,
the
don't
reason
start
she
nothing you
said
ain't gonna finish.
you
exactly.
shouldn't. I
Okay.
mean, you
Oh,
got to
okay.
be careful about that. But
Sound
here's
like
the
that.
thing. The reason why I'm not going to hold her responsible is because as women, we know how to keep our legs closed when our men can't perform while they
Exactly.
can't do it.
But you guys
Exactly.
have to
And
realize
it ain't
this.
always good every time they give it to us
It
either.
Right.
So
sure the hell
Yes.
therefore,
isn't. It
But
sure the
Kimmy
hell isn't.
wanted that young. If let's just say, like I said, I'm a millennial. I'm still young. If Kimmy wanted to keep that man, she was doing what she can to keep that man. Once she got that ring, then she said, "Okay,
baby,
I can fall
not
back."
if it's baby, you got a life. A second child, you ain't gonna be out here. If you sit there, she just told us this man wants her to give it to him 2 times a day, and after the second time, she still got to get up, go downstairs, fold clothes, cook the dinner, get his clothes
That's
ready,
probably what
and
she
da da
needs
da.
to do.
Ain't no
She
way.
probably got him used to it.
And
Was
No.
Iowa doing all that?
she might
I
have got
want to know that.
I don't give a damn. But we're
she might
still
have
grown. But we're
got
still grown. And when you also have a grown mentality, you know what you can and you can't not do. Ain't get your ass up and go help me. If you want me to lay in this bed 2 times a day, you better get down here and go fold some clothes, or you better go take this trash out. He don't want to do
That's
nothing.
true. But that's what we were saying. But the core is, I think a lot of things we don't see because this is a television show. They cannot show us the everything because if we know everything, the show will end. Period.
right.
So
But
in my
We know
opinion,
enough.
I do think Kimmy was doing what this man is asking for.
No,
at
she
one
Mm-hmm.
point.
was. She
Because
was.
I want Carlos to ask her, okay, Kimmy, before you guys got married for those years, how many times a day y'all was doing it? It starts right there. That's why I said she is part of the problem, even though he should notice the difference now, but he's a man.
But he
Period.
also know he married a woman of a particular age, and at a
That's
certain
true.
time, if you're a man, you know a woman, you know what goes on, you know biology,
Well,
you know
That's true.
prosperity.
chemistry.
Well,
So
prosperity. I'm gonna
therefore,
say
he
this.
has to take some blame on that as well, because just like she married a younger man, he married an older woman.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think her age has as much to do with it. I'm a Gen X, so I'm not a millennial. But I think Kimmy and I might be in the same age group or whatever. I'm 46.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'll say is this:
Kimmy 50.
you talk.
Kimmy is 55.
She's 55. Okay, alrighty.
And she's
So
like, oh, it's my mama.
even though she is, and
Oh, that's my
that's
daddy.
that's a good point. But the issue with Kimmy is not necessarily about age. Even wives everywhere, whether they're millennials, Gen Xers, whatever else. With some men, it is a unreasonable expectation that this woman is basically wife, mother, whore. Okay, you're my wife, you're a mother to my kids, and you're my whore. And one of the issues that Kimmy was
What the
saying
hell?
is that you have the expectation, but if Kimmy is trying to hold down a household, like most women are, and we're not our grandmothers and our great grandmothers, we
And
have
pay off your
careers.
loans.
Yeah, we
Mm-hmm.
have careers. We're raising children. Now, if you have a husband who isn't, even if you have a husband who is an active partner carrying the responsibilities, married couples, period, have a hard time fitting in time for themselves when you start adding in the responsibilities of a household.
Exactly.
So what he's talking about is bull crap. He watching too much porn because he don't have no real job and he thinks that's all
Mm-hmm.
she got time for.
Yeah, I
But
think it's time
average
to watch
people,
a lot of
regardless
porn.
of the age, don't have time for all that sex. Matter of fact, by the time you get through handling grown folks' business, taking care of bills and family, sex is the last thing on your mind. You trying to go
Well,
to
I
bed.
don't know about that, but
But that's let me tell you, somebody I seen here, it says Kimmy said that they had discussed the problem in premarital counseling. So basically she knew the problem before she even got into the situation of marriage. So
And
True.
he knew, but he knew as well.
And
He
he
knew
yeah,
what
but
he was.
was
that's
He
with
knew
it.
why I
what he
say
was
she's
doing
part of
as
the
well.
problem. She's part of the problem. I want to know
They
what was
both
going on
are.
between him and Kiowa at the time. That's what I want to know. Because Kiowa had to go out and get her toothbrush, whatever he said. What happened with that? Were you expecting the same thing with Kiowa?
I'm gonna tell you something. Looking at the way
I thought
Maurice
he was
has
cheating.
shown himself, wait 1 second. Looking at the way Maurice has shown himself to be, the kind of man he's shown himself to be, I don't
mm,
blame Kiowa for stepping out on him. I get it now. I get it because he's a jerk. He's an asshole. It looks like he's a step up from his brother Mark. He's a bum. You left
No,
her there.
actually, Kiowa stepped out on him. He said, "Remember,
No,
he said
no,
about the
I
toothbrush."
got that. But what I'm saying is, I understand why. If Maurice, right now, we don't know what kind of real job Maurice has. He's an entrepreneur, right? That's code for some people for not ever having a real job. If Kimmy is taking care of this, and quite frankly, I'm gonna call it what it is. I ain't gonna be nice about it no more.
Sugar
Kimmy
mama.
raising
Sugar
Maurice.
mama. Hey, you just said sugar mama. Oh,
She's raising
I'm
Maurice,
done.
and that is tiring. And
thought
so
I
at
was on
this
mute.
point, if Kiowa was having to raise Maurice as well too, she probably did cheat on him with a man she didn't have to raise.
And
Yeah,
that
and
that brings
Coochie
me
and
back.
Coochie don't and Coochie responds. You have to make Coochie respond to you as well.
You
And
have to make
Maurice
what?
don't look like he
not
know
not
how to make a
coochie
Coochie respond in the
wait,
I'm
proper
sorry.
way.
not
You have
coochie
to make what respond?
communication.
You said cooch cooch?
Yes, Coochie responds to a man. You
Then
just can't just say take your pants down and
Mm,
Coochie gonna be like, I'm ready. No, you
Right.
have to
Because
do
he's not
things.
Prosperity,
going
yes,
to
And
it
do
is.
Maurice don't
those.
look like he know how to do things to make a Coochie respond right.
Right.
Prosperity
His
coochie
intimacy, because
vacuums
the
up stuff from
intimacy and
everywhere.
everything else matters. So you not helping her do carry any of the weight for the household and everything.
mm.
No, she ain't gonna want to be touched.
Even if he do that, he don't look like he know how to romance to make you get in the mood.
Ew.
so why okay, if
Hear me?
Tiffany already knew this situation already and she still got into it, why is she complaining now? Or did he say he was gonna change? I mean,
Don't they
I
this is
all?
a
guess
male
he'll work on
situation to
it.
be right now. Except
He's
it's
been,
cheating and one is just sex.
he'll be sitting up here.
Kimmy is
He'll say he'll change and then go right back to it.
Mm.
Exactly, but Kimmy is like we said in the beginning. Kimmy is a woman of particular age. Kimmy said she gave this man 7 years before he married her, and she was not going to leave that without nothing. And this
And
this is
oh,
what it all came to. She
and
was in 7 years in, and her years were getting no less. Her years were only getting less, not more. And she was like, "Oh no, I'm going to get something out of this." And this is what she got, but she didn't think she was going to get. It was going to be as bad as this. She got the booby prize,
prosperity,
point blank, period.
prosperity. You just made me think about something. Okay, I just thought about this. So
Mm.
while they were together, I don't know if this is true or not, but he was in law school. We can assume she was helping him while he was in law school.
We
This
saw it.
this show has given him the opportunity not to work because this Negro got a whole JD, then passed the Alabama bar and ain't practicing nothing.
But he ain't accredited. He didn't go to an accredited school though.
He still has a law degree. He still has a license. He can practice. That's what I'm
Child,
saying.
you can't get, but he got bad credit. How you gonna be paying my credit if your credit bad?
But what I'm saying, my point though, is this show has given him much more of an excuse not to work because this paycheck can supplement for whatever he probably would have been doing. And
Not with all them damn loans he got.
she's probably saying that too because he comes across as very lazy. But then you want to be philosophical, sitting up on a tree talking about everybody else being an entrepreneur and doing this. He gets to dress up and play like he has a job and like he's somewhat significant. He's sorry, just trifling.
Exactly, and that's why he wanted her to have that office with him because he want coochie 2 times a day. He want to have to leave and go home and get it. He don't want
Mm-mm.
that child, and then
No.
he wants you to change your damn career to what he wants to. Like these people, these men are controlling, and I don't see how these
Man,
women ever even fell in love with them to
Maurice,
begin with.
every time I look at Maurice, I
They're
think
not
of
even that
Tasha
cute.
Santana song Material Girl because everything about him is not it. It's not it.
No.
Mm-mm. It
Exactly.
ain't it. It ain't it.
They
We ain't
ain't
going to
the most
Miami, people.
attractive men.
Right.
Like, how did y'all even get them to get y'all? How did they bait y'all in? Like, what was the prize?
Well, I'm gonna tell you what. Who also calls him out about that, and who knows it's not it is Marceau. Now, I don't care for Marceau, but you can
Oh, he
tell
called
that
them out all the
brother
time.
that brotherhood rivalry that they have. Marceau good
Mm-hmm.
for calling that Negro out.
I think the rivalry falls from they have different fathers.
Mm.
Oh, they do.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
because
Baby
I think
daddies.
How
Mark
many different?
Swayze.
Wait a minute. How many? It's
I don't know
12 of them, right?
because I was looking at the skin complexions. If you look at Mark Swayze and Maurice, they look alike. Marceau looks different, and even the
They look
complexion.
like their mother. They
Yeah,
got
the
different fathers
complexion.
too.
See,
So if
Maurice to
you
me
look
looks
at
like
it,
mama.
yeah, no, yeah, Maurice and Mark Cray Cray. I'm trying to
Mark
find it.
even got the mama teeth.
Yeah. So basically you can tell the
Mm.
rivalry right there. I think Maurice was more into Mark Cray's
Lord.
side. If you notice, it's like he was kind of taking up for me in my point of view. I felt like he was more leaning and taking up for him, where Marceau was like, okay, I don't really care about him. I blocked him and I don't really talk to him. So why?
Now,
I think that's what it is. They all think he's crazy.
well, I'm gonna
That's
say
the
this:
They
lapdog.
don't like him.
if the Scots did have a show, that's the show I will. I want to know what happened to y'all. Can we talk about y'all's family? I'm interested to know that because
Yeah.
all of them
Now
is
Wanda talking about
different.
baby daddies. That's what she need to go find out.
That's
Right
what
there.
I'm saying. That's
Cause
very
she say they were in, they say they were in foster care. They
Really?
say the kids have got taken away from their
Yeah,
mother.
they did say that.
but their
They
mom
got taken
now
away?
their
Yeah.
mom has a PhD and just finished. Doesn't she teach at a school in Florida?
Don't ask me,
Who?
child.
The
I
But the
mom
think
mother,
their mother is.
allegedly,
which mother? Cause
allegedly.
No, I think their mom is a PhD and she teaches. She's a
then she
collegiate
might have
professor.
taught, but she don't teach no more. Cause that lady
Mm.
that moved to Huntsville and she in a wheelchair.
Yeah, them ankles
This is
swole.
what I don't like. And because of the minority of the blacks and such, they always think, oh, I got this degree, I got this degree. Okay, you got that degree, but what
What
you
you
doing
doing
with
with it?
it? But what's the point of you getting that degree and you still gonna act stupid on TV?
Mm,
Exactly.
I'm telling you, I
Cause
just
these all are fools.
that is something. But I'm just saying she has really, unfortunately, and maybe she didn't mean to, but just the representation of her sons on television says that something was amiss.
A lot. Cause I'm telling you, all of these men have mommy issues. I don't care what none of them
Mm.
say.
Oh, of
Oh,
course they do.
every last one of them have mommy issues, including Martell. Marlene was a hot girl when he was young, and she didn't. You can tell she did not raise that man, and she is
No.
trying to make. She's been trying to make up for it ever since she's been on this show. Wanda was a hot girl, and she has been trying to. I don't know. I can't even say she's trying to make up for it. She in competition with her child.
I
Like,
was
I
gonna
don't
say
know where the hell they went wrong.
or I get more Marlene seems to be trying to overcompensate for not
Yes,
being there. Wanda
yes,
just wants,
baby.
yeah, because and I'm sorry, but Marlene,
Marlene want to drink all the wine and smoke all the cigarettes and sit
yeah,
there and coddle that boy.
yeah, it's
And
ridiculous.
that's why she's mad at Mel because she knew Mel was the brains and the money of the thing. And she like, now, goddamn it, I got to go to Olive Garden when I was going to 5-star restaurants. Now I got to go to the Red Roof Inn when I was at 5-star hotel. You know that's why she jumped at the chance to go on that family vacation. She hadn't had a good vacation since Mel left.
Well, not only that, but I think
But
too.
if Marlene had played her cards right and stayed on good terms with Melody, she probably would have been taken care of. But she messed that up.
But
I
she
think
tried to kill her son. She couldn't stay on good terms with her because she was trying to kill her baby. Like, lady, shut up.
but you know the thing about it with some older women and I think some of them that come from that generation, real talk, they believe if I went through it, and you, who are you to think that you too good for what I dealt with and came through?
But Marlene can't talk because she was never a wife, so you don't even know what wife behavior is. So be quiet.
Well, she may not have been a wife, but here's what I'm saying though. You have a
And
lot of
daddy left.
like when she was talking about the situation where Martell cheated on Mel, and she was like, I mean, I ain't saying it's right, but did you die? I mean, what was it? There's some
That's what
women
I'm
that
saying.
feel like if I went through it, then when because you
They can't resonate because they haven't been through it.
yeah, well no,
That's
they
what I'm saying. Like when she was talking about Mel trying to kill her son because she made him do his portion of what needed to be done in the household.
I think she
Lady,
was.
no, you don't know that struggle. That's why you feel like he was doing a lot. No, he was doing what he was supposed to do because it's a partnership.
it could
Just
Remember
be
what
because
I
you had to
said?
wash
oh,
all the clothes and everything by yourself, don't mean nobody's accepting that.
it
It's.
could be
I
that,
don't
but
think
it
it's
could
even
also
that.
be a situation of where she it could also be a situation where she didn't think herself.
Not a bullhorn.
Oh, I was gonna say it could also be a situation where she didn't think highly of herself to demand more. May not
That could be it
know
too.
that could be. I think that's more of what it was. You knew to ask for it, but them Negroes you were dealing with, you knew better. They wasn't gonna do it.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. And so you can't push off on Mel what you accepted and expect her to accept it because it's your son. Girl, this man made your son from his teeth to his feet.
Mm,
Even the
I
little
don't.
penniless penny loafers that he wear. So
I
wow.
don't think
therefore,
it's that.
you didn't
I
do
don't think
that.
it was to be
Mel raised that
spoiled.
man. She did not raise him. That
Yeah,
man
that's
was
true.
20 years old, still in high school.
But
That man
Kim
didn't go
Schuster
back to
became a
college
woman.
until Mel got
That's the
him to
truth.
go. Mel passed them tests for that man. Mel made that man the man who he is. That man can't even write a letter without Mel. Did
All
y'all
of this is
did you see?
alleged.
Did you see the letter what he wrote? That we didn't know what he was trying to say. Because Mel was the love of the secretary, and she was working every day of the damn week. And then when she would book the damn jobs, he would take Ariane on the trips with him. Like, how disrespectful can you be?
But I think we also have to realize sometimes we misconstrue, and I understand like a lot of people in the comments were saying, that's her son, she's gonna love him. And of course, I don't have the expectation that she should
I
keep
got four
beating
of
him
them.
upside the head with what he did. But whether it's Tisha talking to her mom or Marlene talking to Martell, I don't care if it's family. I don't care who it is. If you're wrong, you're just wrong. And I'm not going to
Thank
sit
you.
there and uphold you with that. So yeah, I can still love you, baby. You need a place to stay. That's cool. But when you start coming sideways to me about my daughter-in-law, I'm gonna look at you crazy and say, son, we ain't gonna have that conversation because you already know you out of line. Don't have that
Thank you. I
conversation with
got
me.
4 boys, and I'm not raising no bums. I'm not raising no thugs. I'm not raising no women beater. I'm not raising no men that can't do for themselves. I'm raising self-sufficient, grown-ass men. And
A
if that
mother.
you don't want to be one of those, you need to leave right now. I don't give a damn how old you are. If you don't think that you're gonna be able to live up to these standards,
No.
bye.
And,
Go to daddy house, and I guarantee you it's gonna be worse over there because
and,
I don't mess with men that aren't men.
and I'm gonna
So
say this. I'm gonna say this too, Prosperity as well. I applaud you for doing that because the other thing that some of these mamas need to understand, and I'm gonna say it loud for the people in the back. Just because you tell these girls that are involved with y'all sorry sons that, well, I wouldn't be messing with him. You know how my son is. That does not relieve you of your responsibility to raise him to be a better man. You get full points with me for that. None.
I'm snitching. I am the
But
mama that
none
is
of
gonna
these
snitch
women
on my
are
child. Do
really.
it. You better not think you're gonna bring another chick up over here. I'm snitching. Where's she
Mm.
at? Give me your phone number. I'm calling her. Girl,
Who
you
the
better get
hell?
over here right now because such and such is over here. No, nobody's doing that.
I was gonna say I don't blame the mothers sometimes because you could teach your kids right from wrong, and they
But you
still
can
gonna
tell these parents didn't.
right
But
them.
they didn't
You
raise their
you're right
sons.
about that,
That's the truth.
But you can tell
but
they
you can
did not.
tell the
This
difference.
is
Like
not the case with these men.
No,
you
but
can
that's
tell
not the
the difference.
case.
You can tell the
They
difference.
didn't
This ain't the case.
raise.
They didn't raise any.
Marlene and Wanda did not. Let's be real. The only elder
Or
amongst
the
them,
scat mama.
to be honest, the Scott mother, I don't know much. I don't know that much about. But if she has a son that is 40 something, that
And
means
living in the
she'll
woods.
45, 46 and living in the woods. She'll be at least 60.
Yep.
So she's the only one that is above 60. But Kimmy, Marlene, and Sheree, and what's it called? Wanda, they're all in the same age group. They're all in the same age. They would mark the same thing on a form, 55 and above. So, and the thing is, neither Marlene nor Wanda raised their sons.
Mm-hmm.
Wanda didn't raise Tisha. Marlene did not raise what's his face? That one.
And Virgo, their
Marlene.
fathers didn't raise them either.
Yeah, what's it called? Martel's father was in jail. I
The
don't even.
but the grandmothers didn't really.
Yeah,
The grandmothers had to, but the grandmothers didn't do a good job with that either.
yeah, but it's the grandmothers that raised them. That's what I'm trying to say. Good,
The
bad, or
balls were
indifferent. It's
dropped
the
all over the place.
grandmothers. The balls were dropped all over the place. That's what I'm trying to say. And according to Marceau, they were homeless at a point. So there's no way on God's green earth their mother was a professor.
No. I think that happened after the fact. No. That's more recent, not while they were growing up. After the fact, I remember seeing something about that.
I don't believe it because the amount of stupid stories that Maurice put out about themselves, both good and bad. The good they put out to make themselves look good, and the bad they put out so that because they know it's a lie, so that they can come and say, "Oh, this is a lie," and then it discredits the ones that are true.
Well,
So
Mark
I
came
don't
out of his
believe them.
own
I'm
mouth and
sorry.
said they were in foster care at one point in time. So
No,
Marceau
I
said they
think
were
so.
homeless.
Let me clarify what I'm saying. I remember seeing this on a reputable source. If we just Google the mom, that will probably take care of that. But I think this was later in life after her kids were grown, not while they were coming up. So let me clarify that. What happened when they were growing up might be different, but I think later on she was able to go back to school and serve as a professor somewhere. So
I'm sorry. Where are you hearing this thing that Miss Van had a son? Because what's it called?
Mark,
Basement Billy.
Mark,
Because
Mark said
Basement
that.
Billy said it, but it's not true.
Right.
But it's
I
not
don't
true.
believe it.
Why are we taking what this man has said? This man that has said he has no respect for women. He's saying all these things that we know are basically untrue. And then he says she has a son. And then it's all of a sudden he's speaking the gospel. Why are these men allowed to put out whatever they want to put out? And we as women would believe it again over other women. I don't get it.
But
Why
my
are we believing somebody who only has wild animals as friends? Like,
Ooh.
even if she did have a son that she gave up for adoption, so what? So
at least
what?
she didn't do what their mother did and keep raising them and making mistakes and just letting them run wild. And this is the product that they gave. It's harder to give up a child that you love than to keep it and fuck it up for the rest of his life.
Okay, wait a minute.
I'm
Not the
sorry,
language.
my bad.
We gotta
It's
okay,
better
we
than
gotta get the
doing
brother straight.
that.
Right.
I'm sorry. Why wouldn't I believe Miss Van? I'm sorry.
But I'm just
I'm
saying,
sorry.
even if she did, it's still not a
Okay.
bad thing. It's nothing to be
No,
sad about.
somebody
can I
asked in the comments that why are we believing Miss Van? And I'm asking why not?
I was
Because at no
say
point have we ever heard Miss Van say she had a son. So because Basement and Martel, when Martel was spraying all their
Exactly.
tea,
He never
truth
said.
and lies, he never said it. Even Marceau never said it. All of a
Exactly.
sudden, so Basement Billy knows more than everybody else.
this is
What
the
I'm confused.
same had a sex tape with a woman and there's no sex tape. He has no credibility.
He should be ashamed for
But
even alluding to having a sex tape with Miss Van. Like,
exactly.
you
But
have
being
to
that it's
be
Miss Van or
mentally
Mel's
wrong.
mother, it's true because it's Mel's mother.
I just think that some people are just determined to dislike Mel and Miss Van.
That's what I'm saying.
And if that's your opinion, it is what it is. But I just think that we really need to be a little bit more discerning in the commentary that we decide we're gonna run with, because that's ridiculous. And I don't know who said it on the panel, but that's the truth. If the woman did have a son, that's her business to tell, not his.
Right. And the thing is that even with the Scots, like people like, oh, y'all believe everything that's being said about the Scots. No, I don't. I'm like, is it true? But by this point, so many things have come out and nothing has come out with any receipts, any proof. I'm like, okay, it's speculation like the rest of it. The only person who has his receipts coming out is Martell because he's stupid.
But I'm gonna say this.
Can I? Okay, sorry. After you, I'll go after you. Sorry,
No,
finish. I'll go after you.
all I was gonna say is this: when it comes down to the Scots, we don't have names, but I ain't about to sit up here and act like I don't believe it. And what I believe is not about what commentators have said; it's what I see on this show. Period. So that's just that. You can look at Marceau and Tisha's dynamic, and there's
Yep.
some things that they do, and the fact that he has never outright come out to deny it. Part of that is him trolling. The other part is him watching his ass. I'm sorry, covering his behind for when the ball does drop. So
Exactly.
Okay, so I'll go now. Somebody also said in the comments that I believe Mark and Miss Van are both telling half truths. Miss Van hasn't said anything about Mark. All she said is we were friends. Friends can mean anything. You can be friends with benefits. You can be kissing friends. You can be getting it in friends. But the thing is, I'm not putting a label on it. And I'm not going to tell you anything beyond we were friends. The truth of the matter is the only person who keeps implying that it was more is the Scots and Martell. And Martell was saying that just to get at Mel. So Miss Van has not said, oh, I never slept with him. She never has said that. So that she has not said any half truths. All she has said is we were friends.
Right.
And I have people
in her age group, that's what they call them anyway. Look at her age group. And all of them, that's just my little friend. Your auntie, oh, he's just my little friend. That is their language. But she ain't got to tell us what she did with this man to let us know that she didn't or not.
And actually, that's what I was going to say. I think we've gotten to a point now where we've got to go back and reestablish some actual values, because even though I, am 46, I don't talk up under my dress, and I don't let nobody else talk up under my dress either.
Facts.
So bottom line, I don't know why people want this woman or why it's anybody's business. The disrespect is not whether or not she agreed with what he said. He had no business putting out whatever he did with that woman or any other woman. You are a sorry man to do some foolishness like that. Exactly. That was out of line. I don't care. Van could be lying from here to Wednesday. I don't care.
Right.
But the point is, whatever she.
But why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you lie?
My thing is this. Why do I have
to that information?
Why do I have to? I have people on my body count that I will not admit to till the day I die. Yeah. My body count is what I make of it. It can be a billion or it can be 2. It's my body count. I only choose to count 2 people. So you can come to my face and remember how we did it, where we did it. And I'm telling you to your face, you're my friend.
Please say it, Virgo.
So call police. Truth of the matter is that I will not. And you cannot tell me to admit to something, to sleeping with somebody if I choose not to. And what gives us the right to be asking a grown woman whether she slept with another grown man? Exactly. He was not underage. It wasn't statutory rape. They were consenting adults. Oh, I'm sorry. It wasn't statutory. Sorry. They were consenting adults who had whatever they had. I wasn't there. I don't know whether they had anything between themselves. But for me, it's nobody's business. And why Marceau brought it up on the stage is beyond me. Why Mark keeps hopping on about it, I don't know. Even if they did have something together, who gives a rat's behind?
Mark.
Nobody cares.
Mark.
It's not even that important. Nobody cares. I'm not going to admit to who I don't want to admit to. The guy can stand in my face and I will tell you, nope. You can tell me, oh, it was here, we did this, and I'll be like, nope. And you cannot force me to accept that I did anything with you.
Even if I admitted to it in the past. Even if I admitted to it in the past and I changed my mind, I don't have to admit to it no more.
Well, see, that's what I didn't care for on the reunion. And, granted, I didn't like the way Mel answered the question. But when Martell asked her directly, about the whole fellatio issue, I really wish Mel would have looked at him and just said to him, that is
that's none of your business. We're getting a divorce. Don't ask me questions.
That was
you have no right to question me.
That I don't remember. Come on, Mel.
That pissed me off. That pissed me off.
Yeah, because at that point you're insulting our intelligence. But to say that's none of your business. And next question. That's all she.
Thank you, Lawson Blair. Thank you, Lawson Blair.
I think she was flustered and didn't know how to respond.
She needs to learn how to respond. She's on national television. That's not an excuse for me. Lawson Blair, thank you, because for me it's like they keep deflecting and bringing everything about Van and Mel because they don't want to talk about their own issues. And the
Exactly.
reason, and for me, people keep saying that Mel thinks she's the person on this show. It's not Mel, it's everybody else on the
Mhm.
cast. Because every
Exactly.
single time you sit down, you're talking about Mel.
Right.
You, as a cast, have made Mel the central focal point of your show.
Right.
Because you have made it very abundantly clear that the only reason why you sit down at any point in time is to talk about Mel. All the reunions are about Mel. Now you've involved Miss Van, now you've involved her kids, because everything you do is about Mel. The time that they would have spent talking about their own businesses, their accomplishments, what they're doing, what they plan to do, they don't. All they do is talk about Mel. So by talking about Mel 99.9% of the time and then sprinkling in one thing about Black, one thing about your fake degrees, one thing about your stupid credit one thing about your whatever real estate you're doing, you as a cast have diminished yourselves
Sure
and
have.
told the audience that we're not that important. The only important person that we're going to talk about is Mel, because you want to destroy her, but what you're doing is you're highlighting her and making her more important than she regularly would have been as one member of an ensemble cast.
Right.
So I'm sorry.
They're not. No, but you're right. If they were really smart. See, the thing is, if I were them, I don't feel this way. But if I were them, and you felt like, oh, okay, Mel thinks she's all of this. Every time y'all turn around, I'd be filming at Black. Black will be having some kind of event. I would be pushing Black. We'd be on, hey, Carlos, we're building this apartment building over here. Let's film over here, talking to contractors, getting stuff done, going through the community. Kimmy just started a nonprofit, her and Maurice, Credit One, all of that. You're right. Y'all are actually making this about, and y'all actually have other storylines you can push. And you're not pushing those. And I'm starting to wonder if they also have phantom businesses like Destiny, because it would look like to me that's where my mind would be, is pushing my business with the exposure that I have. Because that's what Mel is doing. She's not thinking about y'all.
The amount of time that Destiny spends talking about Mel, if she was using a tenth of that time promoting her defunct Madonna, at least she'd have sold more than one brush to Scotty by Nature.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
And I think, the other thing is Destiny has a great opportunity to be vulnerable and open with this platform by saying, you know what, I thought Madonna is what I wanted to do. I'm going to need to pivot and figure out something else. That to me is a good storyline for Destiny that has nothing to do with Mel and nothing, because all entrepreneurs try things that may not work. That's a story by itself, and walk through how you're actually rebuilding your life.
Right. And she's talking about, well, somebody supposedly typed in, oh, your stories about redemption and this and that. And I was like, what story? She didn't tell us anything. But what you just said, yeah, that would have been interesting to watch.
Yeah.
People rooted for her. Like a lot of us, and like I said, I'm 44. A lot of us get to a certain age, or I'll speak for myself. I got to a certain age and was like, what do I want to do with myself? What I thought I wanted to do wasn't what I wanted to do. What do I want to do going forward?
And here's the thing, because y'all already know, Candy, you said you made a good point about how they do film that and production takes it out. Well, hell, all these Negroes live on social media. So whatever production doesn't want to put on the show on the weekend, I'll be going live every week, just like Mel is. Because that's what we know what we're doing.
And
that's what Mel does.
Mel talked about things that was not on the show.
Yep. It's like, to me, look, follow the blueprint. You ain't got to like the helper, but you can tell what she does is working for her. Could you please follow her blueprint and get yourself something?
I just don't understand. Is it that they have nothing else in their lives outside of Mel or Miss Van?
Virgo, I'm starting to think they don't have anything else going on.
The show is boring. That's why I don't bother watching, because for me, it's like anything I want to find out about Mel, I can see on her live. She'll talk about something, and then I can watch a review. But I know every other scene, even if there are 15, 10, 3, 5, 6 scenes in an episode, there'll be one of Mel doing something or the other. And then out of the remaining 5 scenes, there'll be 4 that are either throwing shade at Mel, talking about Mel, coming at Mel. Destiny spent the entire first season, the entire first half of season 4. Well, it's season 4 part 2. The entire part of season 4, from episode 1 that we first saw her till the very end, the only thing she spoke of was Mel in every single scene. And she started again in this part. Every single scene, she says something. Even when she's talking to people who don't want to talk about Mel, she finds a way to bring Mel into it. Why you're not friends anymore? Move on. Mel doesn't even talk about you, except somebody asks her, and she said it even on live that people should stop asking her about Destiny. They will never be friends again. Everybody should leave it alone.
Right.
So for me, it's like Destiny first of all went on a PR campaign before the season started, season 4. I mean, not this new one. She was on every single talk show, every single YouTube show, everywhere talking about how bad a friend Mel is. Talk, 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 talk. We entered the season. Martell, everybody, everywhere she went from Martell to Maurice to Tisha to Kimmy to Mel herself. Everybody, Mel is a bad friend. And then Mel says, "Oh, I gave you money. Oh my God, Mel is trash." You've been going on a campaign for months. This girl says one thing and she's trash. But you were okay going around maligning her, talking about her to her ex-husband, who they had a no contact order in place, which you knew if you were as close with Martell as you said you are. You knew they weren't even filming together, but you had no problem. But all of a sudden, she says one thing. Same thing with Wanda. You went on a year-long campaign, dragging this girl, calling her all kinds of H's and B's and everything. And then she says one thing, which was your baby daddy was in my DMs. It wasn't a lie. He was in her DMs. And then you went ballistic. I can't with the hypocrisy.
But
But she didn't say her baby daddy. She said her Tisha's father. She never said Wanda's name.
But I mean, we knew she was alluding to that. But the thing is that the point is that Wanda stayed on ready and she just needed an excuse. And that was a weak one. But she just
because she said that she said her name and Mel never said her name. But she said she used that at Mel said my name, so I answered. That was not the truth.
Wanda, all Mel got to do is exist because Wanda got it out. And I think part of the reason Wanda got it out for Mel is because of Tisha. She's jealous as well. But I also think that she, whether they want to admit it or not, jealousy is rooted in envy. You want what that woman has, or you want to be what she is, and they can't do it. And I'm just like, it's really, really sad that y'all spend so much time, because after that fight, all of them with products, everybody fight would have been my code for everything I was selling that week. Destiny could have resurrected her song on 10. Did y'all watch the last episode of Love and Marriage Huntsville? It was on 10. Y'all go stream my sync. I would have made some money.
Use code Fight Club for 15% off or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. But somebody asked a good question in the chat, and I actually wanted to hear Jeremy's perspective on this. Why do you think Carlos copped to protecting the Scots in his podcast?
I don't know why he did that. I don't know why he would admit that. That's a very odd thing to do. I don't really know. What do you think?
I don't know myself either. Because
maybe he just talks too much.
I was kind of thinking he was talking a little bit too much, but you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, when Mel first started the show, he had to convince her to do the show anyway, and he told her he would protect her. So maybe it was along the same vein of that. But I thought that was odd too.
Yeah.
Protect and you don't have to talk about yourselves are two different things.
And
he's never protected Mel.
But I think it also depends on what he meant by protecting Mel, because I don't see the protection. I don't, or at least what I would think that protection actually meant. So that's interesting to me. Because at this point, he could really just kind of bring in some other couples, because they refused to do the show, and at that point, they needed them for the ensemble cast. So I could see him kind of agreeing to that then, just to get the show off the ground. But now, I don't know. It seems like it's still happening.
Carlos can piss off Apate. Carlos can piss off. He has never really pleased anybody. He's always pleased his pockets. I need him to get off his high horse. His show is ratchet. He's a trashy EP, and he needs to understand that, know that, and know peace.
But now here's the thing, though, y'all, and we got to deal with the elephant in the room here. Look, Carlos may be all those things. This show may be all those things, but we've said several times at different points in this discussion, that's what people want to see. So are we the problem, or is he the problem?
We and he, all of us.
So how do we start addressing that? Because I mean, we've talked about that, they need to focus on their businesses, but then people in the same breath will say, well, I don't want to see that. That's boring. They want to see the ratchetry. So how do you deal with that?
I think
but nobody's saying don't show us ratchet.
Is that
but let there be a balance.
Let there be a balance. I think at one point it was more balanced, where you got, them talking about their lives and the drama, but now it's like it's no balance. Like they cut out, and I used to think the Scots were just whining about it, but even Mel and Martell has said they've cut out things, and Stormy has said they cut out things where they were at their business, filming at their businesses, talking about their business. So there's no more balance. Like, you should be able to talk about their drama and also show what they have going on.
Do you think it'll be different if maybe OWN stepped in and like forbade them to do lives in? But do you think we'll look at the show differently if we didn't have all this other stuff playing out in social media?
I don't think they pay them that. I don't think they pay them that much, because Bravo can step in and tell. Bravo just, what's it called, calls people in and gives them warnings. But Bravo pays in the millions. Bravo pays hundreds of thousands. From what I understand, I don't know whether it's true or not. I think Mel gets 56,000. I don't know whether it's true. $56,000. I think it's for a season.
Wait, can I ask you guys a question?
Mm-hmm.
I know we've been talking about this, but I kind of want to break up this conversation just for like a refresher for a second. I got something to show all of you guys, and I want to know what you guys think about it. Okay?
Uh-oh.
All right. So give me 1 second, and I'm going to share my screen.
I'm nervous, y'all.
Me too.
What do you guys think about this? This is Phaedra Parks.
Oh.
If she don't give Shaka Khan her look back.
Yeah, Phaedra needs to stop. This is embarrassing at this point.
Wow.
You're a lawyer. Stop it. Or was this her
I
Halloween
want to
costume?
used to be lawyer, allegedly.
Was this her Halloween costume?
Yeah, I was gonna say, give me some context, because is she trying to be Janet Jackson for Halloween?
To me, it looks like a little. It looks to me like a little.
Oh, to be Lord Kim.
Yeah, I'm getting a little.
Yeah, I think it was Halloween.
But I'm getting Shaka Khan, so she needs to put that back and change whatever the name of this costume was.
Yeah, I'm getting.
Jeremy,
just
what the costume said? What she was?
It's a Halloween costume.
I don't know who she is.
I only get Lord Kim because she got pasties on the titties. Other than that, I get Shaka Khan with all that hair.
Her body is banging though. She's definitely.
She been over Dubai enough. It just ought to be.
Oh my God, she look good.
I like Phaedra. I
like Phaedra. I like Phaedra, but yeah,
I don't really like Phaedra because Phaedra always do the same facial expression.
Yeah, she's phony as fuck.
And I don't like that. Without Apollo, is there really a show for Phaedra with her reads?
I think that's a Halloween. That must be a Halloween costume. I'm either getting Janet Jackson or Lil Kim.
That's what I said.
I think it's a Halloween costume. Jeremy.
Huh?
I don't get Janet.
Can we have a panel for
Velvet Rope,
Hills?
Janet Jackson?
No, that is Shaka Khan.
Beverly Hills.
Yeah, so we can discuss.
Yeah, but like, most of these people don't watch Beverly Hills.
Yeah, I don't watch.
I watch highlights of.
Well,
Beverly
I'm not
Hills.
saying y'all in specifically, but I'm saying about y'all. I'm saying y'all as in like the base of my subscribers. I don't think I built enough Real Housewives fans yet. That's why I'm really trying my best to push out content regularly for the Housewife content, so I could get more of those, because honestly those are the shows that I watch the most. Like
I'm more invested in that.
Obviously I've decreased in watching a lot of OWN network shows besides Love and Marriage Huntsville. So
well, have you seen the reboot for New York? The new Roni one.
Yeah,
have you seen the new cast?
Yeah, I did.
How diverse it is. It looks really good.
And that's the way it should be, because like New York is not comprised of just white women. Like,
but those white women gave us a lot.
Yes, they did. Bethany,
between Sonia, Ramona, my God, Luann,
Dorinda,
the drunken, Dorinda, Tinsley. Yeah. They did their job.
Yeah, Bethany is one of my favorite housewives.
Me too.
Like,
I like her. I like her.
She's like in my like top 3.
She's my top 3 as well.
Okay.
If not my favorite of all time.
Yeah,
because she reads everybody for filth and she has no filter.
My favorite housewives are Candace, Kenya, and Kenya, and Bethany.
Oh no.
Yes, Candy, Kenya.
Kenya around the last.
Oh no, I don't like either one of those people.
But I do like Candace when she's not being a victim about.
I'm talking like what, like
no,
I don't like Candace at all.
I always get so confused. Why do y'all hate Candace so much? Like, what did she do to anybody?
Can I answer that?
I
My
like
issue with Candace
She
is
was a little bitch brat.
Wait. We gotta
Candace
talk
is a
one at a
bitch.
time. Go ahead.
Candace is nasty.
How?
And
Yep.
then I think that
How is
for
she? Wait.
me,
How is she nasty?
she's very nasty. I think that the
Okay,
shade
well,
on the
okay, this
Real
is this
Housewives,
is my issue when it comes to
yeah,
Candace, because when I ask people who feel these types of ways about her, they never able to give me an example.
I think she goes
How is
too low. Like
how?
when she was talking about the fourth, so the where she broke the fourth wall, and she was talking about what's it called, about how Gizzy was coming for her husband.
Oh
She
no,
Mhm.
had
she
no
was right in
business.
everything.
She had no business bringing up Michael Darby.
It was the
Why?
That
truth.
was unnecessary.
That's a good example. Why
It was
does
the
he?
truth.
No, but it was
Why
unnecessary.
does he actually get to touch people
But
inappropriately?
he's not on the show anymore. So
It
why are you
doesn't
bringing him
matter,
up?
but at the end of the day, those sins have still been taped on the show. It's like we will never have, we are never going to protect people who assault people and do things without people's consent.
He touched somebody's behind. He didn't assault anybody.
That is assaulting. If I touch you in ways that you
Okay,
don't want me to, that is
but
assaulting.
he's off the show enough
It
already.
does not matter. Why are we
But
so
but but
comfortable around? Why are we so comfortable around him? But my husband hasn't done anything, and we're so uncomfortable around him. That doesn't
but
mind. It's just,
she could have made her point without bringing up Michael Darby's name. That
but
was
she did. But that
unnecessary.
does not make her disgusting or a nasty human being.
I think she's nasty. I think she hits below the belt,
I'm
and
saying,
I
but
think
how does
that
she? But all I'm saying is,
I
how does she
also
hit below the belt?
I also think that what's it called? The beating she got from Monique was long overdue. I wish somebody
Okay,
had done it to
okay,
her
hold on.
before
Okay,
that.
so like I'm fine, with you having these. I mean, I can't control what people think, but
Yeah,
I really want to hear you tell me why she deserved to get beat up by Monique and why it was long overdue.
And she
because
asked
for
for it.
Wait,
me,
hold on,
she
y'all.
asked.
I want to hear what she has. Go ahead.
She asked. She asked for it. You can't keep pushing somebody and pushing somebody. This is where Candace lost me. First of all, full disclosure, I didn't like her from the day she stepped on the scene.
Of course.
Something about her for me, I just didn't like her. The only thing I did like about her was the fact that she was a black woman who didn't come up in the struggle, and she came home. She came from the normal suburban, do you understand, the suburban background and everything, and
Mhm.
she brought the whole different perspective of, okay, I did not make my money
Okay.
through a man. I made my money because we have money in my house.
Okay, but
That I related with, and I can
Virgo,
understand that.
I
Yes.
understand that, but all I'm saying is this. So could you please
She's
stop
too
this
slick
language?
at the mouth for
Like
me. For
anyway,
somebody who
I
doesn't
was
have
like,
hands.
what I'm trying to say is, why did Monique? Okay, so Monique needed to beat her up, but not beat up the people that have been saying that the father of her son
You
is
need to
not
beat
the
all
father.
their ass. You
But
need
I'm
to beat
saying,
all of them.
what did she need to beat Candace up for?
But she
Candace,
asked for
Candace
it. And she
asked.
drug and
Candace
she walked in
asked.
her face.
you
Candace
said
said.
what?
Candace
Because
asked
she
to be
asked for it
beaten
and she walked up to the girl. She
in the
pointed the
face.
finger.
That girl
She
did not
gave the
walk.
energy.
The girl did not walk up to her face.
Yes,
It was
she
a whole.
Yes, she
It
did.
was
did. Watch
it was
that
a
scene
whole
Yes,
again.
she
table. It
did.
was a whole
No,
table in between them.
It was a
no.
table in
Candace
between them,
was
but she
saying, "What
still
are
was
you
close
gonna do?
enough for them
Drag
both
me?"
to touch each other.
Okay, then if that's the case, then why didn't she beat up Robin when Robin walked in her
She
face?
should have beat her too.
Because she
Okay,
had
but
the
why didn't
umbrella up
she?
to. But guess what? She had the umbrella up to Robin's neck, and she said, "You better step
And
back.
Robin
You
never
better
put her
step
hands
back."
up.
But this
Yes,
is
she
it.
did.
Candace
No, Robin
literally put
didn't.
her hands up.
Y'all are crazy. Y'all are crazy. That girl started to touch Candace's hair.
No, Candace
No,
did her
Candace
first,
did it.
No,
and
No,
Giselle was
watch
the
it again.
that girl
Giselle made Candace hit Monique. Giselle is the person that did
Thank
all of
you.
that. Point blank.
I don't
Period.
like I'm talking about Monique and Candace.
I'm talking about
The
that
thing
too.
is,
Giselle is the
which
reason
thank
that
you,
Candace
prosperity.
hit Monique. When
But
Candace put her hand up, Giselle hit Candace's arm, which made her touch
Monique did
Monique,
not
and then they
know.
switched to fighting.
Monique did not know it was Giselle. In that's
Y'all
No,
are
in
she
that
didn't
crazy.
know it
particular.
was Giselle, but what I'm saying is
Y'all are
Giselle
crazy.
is the reason.
Because if we was to rewind this footage, if I could play it right now, it would not be that way. I've watched that footage
I watched it
100
I don't know
times.
how many times. I
Well,
have
you
watched
know,
it.
like some of your facts might not be, what you thought you seen. But I'm
And,
telling
and
you
some
that
of yours may not be the fact that you thought, baby.
I
We
don't
both
know.
gonna see the same thing.
I feel very, much that I'm certain
And
that
I do too.
she did not wave no broken wine glass in this girl's face. She
I
did
did
not
not say
walk
a
up. She did
broken
not
wine
walk
glass.
up. She did not walk up in this girl's face,
Yes, she did. She
she did not
walked
put
towards the table.
If
her
Monique
hand
could,
in her
if
face.
Monique could touch her, she was too close.
She was walking. Candace
I
was at
can't.
one
I
point
can't.
of the in the room, and when she, by the time why Monique was able to grab her is because Candace walked close
I
over
can't.
to the
I can't
table.
pull it up. Like they're gonna copyright. They're gonna copyright me. I can't. I can't pull it up. I did that before. Like
I
Candace does
don't.
not do
Yeah.
anything. Like if like I don't understand how can I be the villain if everybody is attacking me? Like how you gonna say something to me, then get mad when I literally eat you up? How is that? Like
Nobody
most
got ate
like
up that night.
who what?
Nobody
Thank
got
you,
ate
Tay
up that
Camille.
night.
Thank you, Tay Camille. That's it. Because everybody comes for everybody, but Candace goes below
How
the
did but I'm
belt.
saying what has she
She
ever said?
always
What did she
what
say that's so below what anybody else
calling
had to say?
Ashley a slave. Nobody has ever
She
calling
didn't
Ashley a
call she
slave.
didn't call Ashley a slave. She called her a bed wench. Yes.
Oh, that's
That's
Oh,
different. That's
that's
word.
better.
That's bad.
That's the
wow.
same thing.
That's
Okay.
What are you talking about? She did call her a
Okay,
slave.
so but like I'm saying, like these are the same type of reads that are like that
That's
are
not a
on
read.
Real Housewives of
That's
Atlanta.
not a read. That's why I don't like Kenya either, and that's why I don't like Marlo. It's not just
I
Candace. I
guess.
don't like Kenya. I don't like Marlo. And at the
I'm just
point, I
saying,
did not
like, but
like Mimi.
what about when Karen said that Jamal had like Giselle locked up in a in Sing Sing in a mental
I
institute
didn't like that either.
but you didn't call her disgusting when we brought her Real Housewives of Potomac, though, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, the
They
disgusting is
all
the
say
problem.
And
disgusting things, but
what about when she accused Giselle of having
Hot pocket.
a
STD?
fire crotch.
A hot box is not an STD.
That is an
That
STD. When
is.
somebody's telling you have a hot
Oh,
box, that
sorry.
means
I thought it
Yes,
meant
that
she
it
was
is. You
STD.
loose. I
burning.
thought it meant she was loose. That's what I
No, it
thought it
makes
meant.
you burning.
Even then, so I can't call you a bed wench, but you can call me a whore.
But who's called Candace a whore?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying that like the insults are both incredibly disrespectful. But
But
how
what
is
I'm
one more
saying is,
disrespectful than the other one?
but what I'm saying is this. In the case of Candace, all of them go stupid sometimes, but Candace consistently goes below the belt.
No, she does not.
I think she
The
does.
last time y'all claimed that she went so deep, the girl literally
Yeah,
just
me
said
too.
the girl literally just said your mama. That's it.
Oh, that I didn't care about that. I didn't think it was that
Okay,
histrionic
but
that
before
Mia
that,
made that
and
what
then
it was. I
let's not
didn't.
act like. And then
But I
the only person that she really did go at it with and really did violate like that was Ashley. Who else was she violating so verbally?
so it's okay because it's Ashley.
I'm not saying it's okay, but because it's Ashley, but I'm saying that Ashley was saying a lot of stuff too. Plus, Ashley had when she told the girl to get out of her house, she would not leave, and she began talking about her mom. So I don't understand
All
why
she
we're
said
sitting here
was your
acting
mom
like.
paid.
And
It's
when
your
the girl
mom's
did call
house.
her a bed wench, they were arguing on social media. How you gonna get mad at me? Because I'm able to
No,
eat deeper than you are.
And I was actually gonna say, I think
I have. For me, I just think that Candace goes below the belt. I have never liked
But
her.
I'm saying
I
though.
I don't
doubt
like the
I
way she
ever really
degrades her
will.
husband.
Ashley has went below the belt with everybody
I
on the
don't like
cast.
Ashley either.
Oh my gosh, man, who do you like, Virgo?
Nobody.
Okay, then you
Nobody
should have
said
just started off by
nobody.
saying that. Then you
Nobody.
specifically targeted Candace first. You said I don't like Candace; she's nasty.
No,
Then you should have
because
called
no,
everybody nasty.
because
If
you
now
no,
when we're
you
bringing it
okay.
up,
you
So now
you
Virgo, I'm gonna say,
mentioned Candace, Kenya, and somebody else, and I said I don't like any of those people.
but now I'm
I
gonna say
only like
though,
Bethany. I
but
don't like Candace. I don't like Kenya. I don't like
but
Marlo.
But I'm gonna say this though, Virgo. It's funny. I'm surprised to hear you don't like Candace because I've heard you across different people's platforms. That's how I know who you are. And your
You
reads
be
hit
reading.
just like that. You and Candace
That's
are
not fair. I'm a
no,
nice
but
person.
no, but
that's
no,
not fair.
no,
Like I'm
Virgo, but
saying though,
no,
like
Not that's
Virgo.
not
That's a
fair.
Virgo.
you know
That's a
what's so funny?
compliment.
What's
No,
so funny?
Virgo. That's Virgo. That's a compliment. It's not
Yeah.
bad because to be honest, I think with Candace, where most the way that the way that y'all are similar because you're both intellectual and you're smart. Candace has introduced people to words they ain't never heard of in their life with her reads. Okay, this girl's reads are epic. Now I
Yeah.
will say, bottom line,
No, I don't, Lawson.
when it came down to her and Monique, I wasn't on her side necessarily with that situation, and I did not.
Child,
I know I'm not going to resurrect that because we all have a different opinion about it. But here's
please.
what I will say. What I will say is when it comes down to her generally and the way she goes after people, I think that, or I don't even want to say after, the way she responds and the way that she reads people, the main issue is the girls can't keep up. They got to look up what she read first to figure
But the
out what
thing,
she said.
but
And then
like
they'll
that,
realize they've been told, talk bad to. But I don't have a problem with her.
Diva.
Actually,
But the thing is, the only reason that we feel that way is because these are light skinned women. I promise you, if you were to take
oh,
Candace, if
no,
you were to,
No,
yes,
no,
it is.
I'm
If we
darker
were,
well,
skinned than
let me,
I'm
no.
okay,
darker
let me,
skinned
Jeremy,
than
y'all
Candace.
My
keep
daughter is
talking.
a chocolate
Jeremy,
girl.
I'm
Y'all,
darker
No,
skinned than
y'all
Candace.
cannot talk over me.
Jeremy,
I'm
I'll
no.
say
I'm
this. I don't
I'm
disagree with
saying
you.
that when it comes to this show, if we were to take Candace out of Potomac and place her in Atlanta with the same reads, her reads would be just as vicious as everybody else's, and nobody would say anything. But because we have these quote unquote delicate light skinned girls, and then you have this girl
I
literally
don't think
speaking
it
to
has
their
to do with
souls,
color.
that's to me, that's what it is. Because if from
No.
what we've heard people say in Atlanta, it's completely disgusting. And I'm talking about everybody from Nene to Kenya to even Candy to Phaedra. All
I
of those
agree.
women have said really low down and dirty things, and they
I
still have fan
agree.
bases, and they're not looked at as nasty. But why is Candace always looked at that way?
My
I
issue
For
with
can't
me,
stand
Candace,
for
Giselle,
me,
Robin. I can't stand none of them. Neither one of them heifers.
thank you. I can't stand
my issue with
Giselle. I
Candace is
don't
not
like
her.
Robin. I don't like any of them. I can't stand Wendy, and she's Nigerian like me. And I can't stand her. I
I,
actually dislike Wendy more than I dislike Candace. I can't stand Wendy. I say that with venom.
Why do you
I
hate
can't.
Wendy?
well, actually,
She irks my spirit. Everything about her, the
Oh my
self-righteousness, the
gosh, this
every
is
second 4
wild.
degrees, the annoying thing, she just annoys me.
I
The,
was
the only
gonna. I
time
was.
I liked her was when she read Giselle for Filth. I liked her then. And I'm liking Candace this season. I really, really am.
Yeah,
She's
I
winning
made
me
sure
over.
I was
I
You
gonna
gave
like
say
She's
Candace a
winning
that.
me
clean
over.
slate this
Me
season.
too.
you
I
like
was
who
gonna.
this season?
Candace.
Candace. We both like Candace this season.
I was
I
gonna.
like
Y'all should have been
Candace.
liking Candace every season.
No, we
No,
shouldn't.
Uh,
No,
And I'm
no,
gonna,
no.
we should
I'm gonna
not.
tell you
I was
why.
gonna.
Out of all of those women, Candace was the most loyal. Candace was the most honest, and Candace was the most upfront and
No.
down for her friend. It was really fucked up the way that Monique turned on Candace as soon as Ashley extended an olive branch of friendship to her. Well, but when all of those women sat and accused Monique of being an alcoholic who lost her baby due to alcohol, like Candace stood up for her. Candace was there for her. And Candace and Monique got into it because she's saying, I sit here and stand up for you when nobody else is, and I'm looking at you as a sister, but you're showing my text messages to prove that you weren't talking about Ashley when most of the conversations that we have, even on camera, you were talking about Ashley and telling me I should say stuff to her, and that's exactly what I did. And now that you have this friendship with these women, now you want to sit here and turn on me and call me immature when all I've done is had your back the entire time. I never talked bad about you. I never backstabbed you. All of these other women have, and they almost pushed you off of the show because Karen wasn't speaking up for her. Ashley was with Giselle and Robin, like literally dragging her all the way up until Michael grabbed somebody's butt.
I
So
think
But
Jeremy
Candace
has.
also wanted to be in with those light skinned.
Candace had a right to be offended by Monique because Monique didn't have nobody but only Candace on the show. And when she finally got a way to wriggle in some friendships, she threw Candace to the wayside. But little did she know, Candace is actually a star. She has star power, and that's something Monique does not have. And that's why that show of Love and Marriage DC is struggling, because nobody truthfully likes Monique. They just
Well,
really hated Giselle.
now I'm gonna say
Okay,
this.
don't
No,
You
but
ain't never,
Candace
misunderstand
you ain't
me.
never
also
lied
wanted to
about
Jeremy.
be
that.
in with those same light skinned chicks. She also wanted to
Thank
be in
you.
with them. And that is
But
the reason that
the
she's
thing
going
is,
through
even
the
like
things that she's going through this
even
season because she
but
didn't see it. She thought
yeah,
she was in with them.
that does not matter, because at the end of the day,
It
Jeremy.
matters.
regardless if she wanted to be down with them or not, she never backstabbed or betrayed anybody to be friends with them.
but
That
she
Jeremy,
no,
still
she
went
never
with
did.
them. And so
the
it can't be a light skinned, dark skinned thing when you want to be a part of the light skinned crew.
It's a lot of people that have self hate towards themselves. That's a
Right, but you
byproduct
just said
of
it was a color thing. It can't be if you want to be down with them.
it is. How many times do we see people who are of color all of a sudden self-hate and try to, like, for example, you see Candace Owens and
So
how
it's a
bad the
color thing with
and how that,
Candace then.
does that mean that Candace Owens never dealt with racism because she likes to like align herself, with the white majority of the, like, of the country? It does not mean that.
But
It
guess what? We don't have no
literally
sympathy
that
for
she
when they come for her either.
that she's battling something mentally.
And we don't have no sympathy for her because she wants to be down with them so bad. So when they do
Like,
something
you
to
don't
her,
have
we're
to have.
all laughing and clapping.
Nobody's saying we need to have sympathy. All we're just saying, you can't deny that there is an issue still because of her faulty behavior.
can I say something?
Go
It
ahead.
Just
just
to just
it
to
wasn't
clear
the color
some
thing. She wanted to be with him.
just to clear something, I don't like Monique either. So moving on.
God, dog.
I don't like
No.
anybody on that show. That's the truth. The person I might like a bit is Karen. And it's not a real like, it's a semi, possibly it could happen like.
But
I don't like anyone on that
well,
show.
I'm gonna say this about all of these reality shows with these ensemble casts with these women. I personally am getting sick and tired of carrying these sorry beefs that really in real life would not be this deep. I
Don't
am so
matter.
tired of that. It's like they literally are reaching. I think you said it earlier, Virgo. They're contorting their spines to have a problem with each other. When if you would just let them be organic groups of people with their organic friends, I'd much rather see that. But not these these contrived storylines around a whole bunch of nothing. Now, I will say this. I do think where Jeremy brought up the issue of colorism on Potomac, I did see some of that in the last couple of seasons, only by way of how, and I don't know if it's a combination of things, but for sure, like when Wendy first came on the show, and of course Candace, being the darker skinned women on the show, and even Monique to a certain degree, the way that they allow Giselle and Robin to get away with, and especially Giselle more so than Robin, to get away with the stuff that she does, and the way that fans actually receive the things that she does, I can definitely see where, it's not being fair. And I think by way of what Candace was bringing out when she broke the fourth wall and bringing up Michael, which is why I didn't mind this, is because Ashley is my least. I do not like Ashley. So I'm going to be you on this one, but I don't like Ashley. I never have, and I don't care about her and them kids she had with that horrible man. I did not like her because she's messy. She's mean-spirited. And when it came down to her and Candace, I put that all on her because she's disrespectful. Ashley's been disrespectful and messy to every cast member on that
Exactly.
show.
But
Everybody let
nobody ever
her
calls
make
her
it.
nasty though.
No,
Nobody
Oh,
ever
She
does
she's
that.
real
is
nasty.
nasty.
Oh, she's nasty.
Here's
Oh,
the
but
thing.
Disgusting as well.
why? But
You
But
now
here's
didn't
the thing.
mention
we want to give
Ashley's
that.
name.
Now
But here's the
But
we want
you
to give
didn't.
that
Three can exist
reaction.
at the
But you
same
didn't
time.
mention Ashley's name. You mentioned Candace, Candy, Kenya. Those are the people I was commenting on.
No,
If
no,
you
But
had
no.
like I
mentioned
said, when I
Ashley's
was like,
name, I'd have
but like
told
you didn't
you.
even see it. But like the same way I brought up Candace, then you brought up Kenya, Marlo, and Wendy. I didn't tell you to bring those people up. You brought
Oh, I
those up
forgot Ashley. Ashley's
because you was.
irrelevant.
I'm
I
saying you
forgot
brought
her.
those people up because you associated them with being nasty, but you did not name Ashley in that
Because I
lineup.
always forget Ashley is in the
Of
is
course,
in
Okay,
the,
she's
is
a
on the
nasty
show.
I'm
issue
gonna
that I'm
referee.
talking
I'm gonna
about.
step in and referee y'all.
By the
And
way,
who are
I'm
your
darker
who are
than
your
every
favorite
single woman on
housewives?
that show. I'm
Y'all
darker
said
than
who are your
every
favorite
single one.
housewives, and then somebody mentioned Marlo, mentioned Kenya and Candy and Candace.
Why I mentioned what's it called, Marlo, Kenya, is because I think their reads are below the belt.
Oh, they
That's
are.
why I mentioned those ones. And the reason why I don't like Ashley is because she's messy in a very disgusting way.
Oh, yeah.
She's messy like Giselle. It's harmful messy. Giselle can't read anybody, but
And
she's harmful in her messiness.
the truth of
That's
the
what
matter
I
is,
don't like.
the truth of the matter is Ashley is carrying this bone this season with Chris because if I'm not
Exactly.
mistaken, she was the one that kicked it off by saying now something completely innocent that did not need to be mentioned. Well, Chris was in my DMs telling me and my friend we should have come over to the
Especially
And
the
she
after
know
Robin.
the
and I'm
difference
And it
sitting
was
between
here
her DMs and her story. She
right, and
knows
I'm
the
sitting here
difference.
And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, why did we need, I'll put it like this. That did not need to be said the way it's all about delivery. And you understood that this season they were coming after Candace's husband. And so I think when it comes down to that, the way Bravo has allowed Michael Darby to why Ashley's even had a job past the things that he's done over the last 3 seasons, I'll never understand it. But when you sit up here, it's one thing to have the truth of a person be out there and they get rewarded, but now you lying on my husband and you think you're about to make him. I don't blame
I
Candace
didn't blame Candace at all.
and calling that out right there. So she's letting y'all know everything y'all about to see for the rest of the season is some bull. This is not even gonna happen. I don't blame.
I even appreciated Candace being grown and getting up and not doing reading Giselle for the fifth. I appreciated her for that. I saw the growth in her.
I saw growth. Yeah,
yes, I saw growth in her when she did that. I said I gave her a clean slate this season, and when she didn't cut the Jerry Curlhead girl, Ashley, when she didn't cuss her out, I gave her props. And then when she got up and walked away from Giselle, I gave her props because the old Candace would have, it would have been a whole different scenario.
It was the way she handled that. I had so much respect for it because I would not have done that. I'd have cussed Giselle's entire destiny out. But the reason why as much as I do feel empathy for Candace, but the reason why I cannot fully feel sorry for Candace is because at the end of the day, she also knew about the plot against Monique and didn't tell Monique.
But she stood up for Monique. We can't take that from her.
Okay. I think I should stop talking about that season. And the reason is why. If I'm being honest, I didn't start from the beginning. I started
because she took up for Monique. She took up for Monique in that moment when it happened. She told them, "This is stupid. This don't even sound right." Everybody knows she took up for her friend in that moment. You can't take that from her. Not at all.
That's what it all boils down to. Why I like Candace, because in my opinion, I lay it out like this. Now, does Candace have a rowdy mouth? Absolutely. Does she not have the ability to fight? Absolutely. But my thing is Candace honest? Yes. Has Candace been honest this whole time? Yes. Does Candace support and be real with her friends? Yes. Does Candace lie or talk behind people's back? No. And then has she only responded and not provoked people? Yes. Like I'm saying, anytime she has verbally came at somebody, they've came at her first. Now the difference between Marlo, like number one, Marlo can't read. That's that's one thing. And second of all, the difference between Kenya and Candace, the same with Marlo, is that they might be a antagonist to somebody, but Candace is not antagonizing anybody. She's just responding. Even last year, when it did get nasty between her and Mia, it was in response to something Mia had did to her that people did not like her response to it. But at the end of the day, she did not draw blood first. She's not out here looking for problems. She only responds when you come at her. So
she threw salad first, though.
Huh?
She threw salad first.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's after they've already.
I'm just messing with you, Jeremy.
But I'm saying like Candace to me is one of the realest housewives. Like I have not seen a housewife realer than that. She stands 10 toes down on what you don't have to worry about.
And then she cries as well.
Her kids.
Huh? Yeah, her kids get on my nerves as well.
I was gonna say the thing is, if you're gonna eviscerate people with your mouth, then you need to be able to stand in that afterwards. And what I don't like about the situation with her and Monique particularly, she might have been hurt by that, but I felt like she was putting 20 on 10 at certain points with how hurt she might have been. Because here's the thing. I can't be afraid of you and talking crap about you at the same time. So it's kind of like
the thing about it is like, well, Monique was talking a lot of crap that whole season anyway, and Candace was like she was doing now. She was taking the high road, and we could watch that season all over again. She walked.
No. I don't disagree.
She walked away. She walked away and apologized to Monique numerous times, and Monique kept on picking at her. And then on top of that, let's also remember this is a housewife show. This ain't Love and Hip Hop. This ain't the bad girls club. We're meant to verbally spar with one another. We're meant to verbally come at each other. And then look at what she said. She never once came at Monique crazy or said anything that is so disrespectful to get dragged. The only thing that she said before this all kicked off was like, what she was like, I'm sleep, Monique, I'm sleep, because she was saying we're bored at you trying to continuously come at me. We come up with something new and stop trying to attack me. So what garnered that type of response to get beat up when nobody has said anything that volatile towards her? Like, I can see if she had to say something like your husband a cheater and then got dragged. I can see if she said something about somebody mama and then get dragged, but she literally said nothing in that argument, and nor has she ever said anything about Monique's relationship or anything about her that deep to garner that.
No, I don't disagree with that. And I think, but what I was saying is that on the back end of that, because I agree with you, I think Monique's response was a bit over the top and clearly about something else. Yes, a bit. And it was clearly about something else.
Just a bit.
Yes, a bit.
But I'm saying, how is it just a bit when she said nothing to get hit, and then all of a sudden you're beating me and then running around the barn saying you're gonna kill me? Like, how do we get from there? What did I do to you?
No. And that's what I was about to complete saying is that, or finish in my statement, is that clearly was not about anything that she and Candace had. And that's where I hold her accountable. You had something else going on with that. And that's what made your reaction stronger than it really needed to be, because that's not what you were upset about. There was something else kind of going on. And there were times in the past, maybe not in this season, because it's been a while since I've watched it, so y'all can probably fill in some of those gaps for me. But there have been times where Candace has been a bit antagonistic, maybe not in this season. So I kind of feel like in a situation like that, you do verbally spar with people. But I think what Candace, Kenya, and everybody else has to understand is that everybody is not going to receive your verbal sparring a certain way.
Then maybe that person shouldn't be on the show. If you can't verbally go at it with anybody on the show without getting physical, then you're not meant to do this. You can't hit people just because you don't like what they say, especially when whatever they said was not even garnered enough to deserve to get hit. Like I'm saying, like, you cannot say I don't do all that talking, I throw hands, and then ask to be on the show about talking and not throwing hands.
And I don't disagree with that, but I think what we also have to understand is that sometimes words can be an act of violence, just like putting your hands on somebody.
But I'm saying, what did she say that was an act of violence?
Well, I don't know. In that particular instance, like I said, y'all may have to fill in some blanks for me because I don't remember it the way y'all remember it. So
I said what she said. She said, we're sleep. I'm sleep. That's what she said.
Okay.
And then she got dragged.
Okay. So based on that does seem to be a strong response. But what I'm saying to the original point, to my original point that I was saying before, though, is and I'm not a proponent of that because I'm slick at the mouth. I'm not trying to be funny. I know I am. And I know that I can get people together with my words. But what I'm saying sometimes is that we can't act like, words cannot, that words sometimes themselves are not acts of violence as well, that cannot bring about certain physical responses. So that's what I agree overall. So is it the most mature thing to do? No.
Nope.
Is it the way we should respond? No.
Nope.
And I'm not saying it should be your first response either.
But does it happen?
What I am saying is that we got to be careful about making these broad statements.
This comment is a lie. Once again, Monique is putting false statements and false information out here. Candace is not antagonistic, and she does not pride herself in being antagonistic. She prides herself in being able to read, and she always says, I don't leave, but if you come knocking at my door, I will answer and give you the smoke that you want. That's
right. Jeremy, I understand you love Candace, but Candace is, yes, you might see a different part, but Candace is antagonistic.
To who?
We might not all see it. We don't all see it the same way. I see her as antagonistic.
But
I think she prides herself to everybody. Candace goes too far.
But in my opinion, I'm saying when you antagonize somebody, that means you're trying to start something with them.
Candace is not this wallflower that sits down and people go for her all the time.
That. All I'm asking is
Candace
for when has she started or tried to start something with somebody? That's all I want to know. For her to be the antagonist.
I didn't say. I said she's antagonistic.
I'm saying that's what antagonistic means. That you target and try to bully people.
Candace starts things. It's as simple as that.
When
Okay, so
A lot of times.
there was one
you
example that
don't
was
never
just
bring up a
actually
scenario.
there was one
Because I
scenario
don't
that
care about these people that much. I just know she's antagonistic, and that's why I don't like her. And it's not because I'm not even on Twitter. I'm not even. I don't follow her on social media, so I don't know about her social media antics.
Okay.
I'm only talking about the things I see on my screen. But the thing is, Potomac was never really my what's it called franchise. It wasn't really my city, so I watch it, and every time I watch it, I see her, she's calm for one episode, two episodes, and then she says something really slick at the mouth. And I'm like, that was way too much. That was uncalled for.
But
She
what
does
about
too
all of
much,
them
in
do
my
that though?
opinion.
I'm gonna
But
be honest,
to me,
she does
she's the
it.
most, she does it really badly.
But no, I don't think it's bad though. Here's what I will say. I honestly think that Candace is unmatched across every franchise for having the absolute best reads. That
Me
girl
No,
is
too.
Kenya will
Well,
match
then,
her.
well, no, no, no. I
Bethany will
like it.
match her.
Well, I take that back. I say
Bethany will match her.
it's a real strong tie between Candace, Kenya, and Mariah Huck. I think those three are
No,
some of the best
Bethany.
readers off of all of the franchises, especially Mariah.
well, yeah,
Mariah can
I
Bethany
definitely
will
forgot,
read
craft
her.
some reads together.
I forgot all
Yes,
Bethany
I
will
love
Bethany will read
Mariah.
her. Mariah will read her. Kenya will read her. Nene maybe not, but Bethany, Kenya, Mariah,
Oh yeah,
yes. Those
Bethany too.
oh wow.
Bethany will read
But
her
that's
for
like white
filth.
girl reading. You can't really
Because that
now
Yeah, but
you we
Bethany's
were like
reads.
when she couldn't eat up Omarosa. That let me know that she couldn't handle a Kenya Moore or a Candace. It wouldn't have worked.
I could not, but that's
Oh,
actually
I didn't. I never saw them together.
well, I think it was so funny because more recently I forgot about Kenya's reading because at the reunion when Sheree was talking about Bob and she was just like, oh, we've all seen him, and I
Mhm.
fell out. I just fell out. No, so yeah,
When
that's
she
pretty
told
good.
when she said when they had the virtual reunion and everybody came in all white and
Mhm.
Nene had on that pale that pale makeup and then Kenya said, I don't know if I'm looking at the Real Housewives of Atlanta reunion or a scene from White Chicks. I was like, this is too much for
No,
me.
wait a minute. No, Jeremy. This was the read of that reunion when Nene was sitting up there and she was talking about I think they were talking about how Kenya brought up how Nene was talking about Brooklyn or whatever. And
Yes.
Kenya said and she was just like, well, your child looks
Yep.
just like Mark. And Kenya said, and your sons look just like you.
Mm,
And everybody just got quiet. Like,
yeah.
oh my gosh. And she just sipped her little drink. I loved it. I said, oh my goodness. But yeah, no, I just think that those types of reads across that or whatever, people just have to kind of be ready for it. I don't think she goes too far. I just think that they can't keep up.
And
They
then
don't.
I remember Mariah and Heavenly were going at it, and it was at the reunion. And Heavenly started talking about her teeth, and she was like, "You have an overbite and an underbite. I call that an over yonder bite." I was like, "Hold up, wait a minute." I was
Oh
like,
my
"She just
goodness.
came up with that on the spot."
Yeah. Yeah.
I was like that, Mariah, Candace, and Kenya are a different breed.
Yeah.
And I love those are my three favorite, I love those. I can't, consider Mariah a housewife because she wasn't on a housewives franchise, but she is one of the people I love the most from the Bravo, from the Bravo family. Like I always try to see what Mariah Huck is up to. I'm a huge fan.
Well,
I've
I
been
think that's because when people are quick-witted, it literally takes nothing. Most of these other Bravo celebrities and housewives have to have somebody writing their reads and having them prepared and all this other kind of stuff like a script. I'll be honest, Jeremy, that's why I started following your channel. I really don't even remember how I came across your channel, to be honest, but it was one of your videos about Ariane Curry, and you were just sitting there going to town, and I could not stop laughing because I was like, this boy is literally reading her the reads were just epic, and it was funny because I realized that clearly this is just you. And this is just you, and some people are just quick-witted with it and they just roll them off, and that's what I think they have in common, which adds to the show. But most of those other women are not quick-witted.
Yeah.
They realize how
Heavenly
what
is.
should have been. Heavenly, kind of, sort of, but hers still doesn't. You know what it is? It doesn't. It still doesn't land. intellectually a bit.
Yeah.
Heavenly just sounds like, you could walk into the back of any elementary school or high school and see two girls going back and forth, and they own each other like that. That's kind of what I get from Heavenly. I don't.
No, Heavenly isn't quick with it. Mariah, yes. Heavenly is mean.
Heavenly,
Heavenly is
okay,
mean.
Heavenly has
Heavenly just
nothing.
says your
Yo.
mama.
So wait, did any of y'all watch the latest Married at First, not Married at First Sight, but Married to Medicine reunion
No, I
part two?
stopped watching it.
Yes, and why did them ladies lie
No.
like that, Jeremy? None of them look like the people that they said inspired those daggone outfits. They are liars. Anila looks like Nancy Kerrigan inspired her outfit and not Cher. Heavenly looked like the Pace sisters or the Clock sisters inspired her outfit, not Diana Ross.
Lord.
Contessa is I Dream of Jeannie in a bad one with that upside down ponytail and that daggone
Oh,
bedazzled picture frame in her head and that cock-sided bang. Um, what's her name? Toya, baby, I love the color, but that looks like a bathing suit and a wrap. I'm sorry, I can't unsee it.
They all look
I said that.
they all look a mess.
but
And
I will say that I don't know about y'all, but I've been living for Toya this whole season. Like
me too. Thank you, Jeremy.
Toya has been zipping it and zoing it this season. Like the girls have been coming to her door and
And she's been
and
answering.
she's been dismissing them. Like at this reunion, she ate. I don't care what none of Team Quad got to say. They trying to fight on her behalf, but
Say it, Jeremy.
like she got ate up by by Toya. When Heavenly and Quad
Because she was
always talk.
wrong for what she said.
Yep, and they always talk about her money. She pulled out all of her monthly receipts that she gets, for monthly pay stubs, and she said that she proved that she's getting over like 18 to 19, I think maybe 20,000, because she said she even had more checks that she wasn't even sure that he didn't even read, and she says that these are things monthly. What's your check, Squad? How it like what you how you make your money, Quad? Answer. And Quad talking about, Jesus didn't bless me. I was like, what are you talking about, Quad? What are you talking about?
And I'm gonna be honest, Quad is funny at times, but I swear I could not be friends with anybody who is that over the top all the time. It's like everything
Oh.
is such a performance.
And
I
like when they
do
asked her why is it that she can talk about other people, but when people talk about her, she gets mad, she can't take it. She told them, I think I can. Girl, you know you can't.
No,
You
sweetie, you
can't
can't.
take nothing that you try to give.
No.
At all. And then she's gonna say, because they're not true what they say about me. Well, you just made up a whole scenario of Heavenly going to get surgery on her body, and you don't even know that to be true. Like you
Exactly.
don't even know that to
And
be a
made a whole
fact.
and put a whole goddamn crime on Toya and saying it with your chest. Like
And
this
then
can't
let's
get
not
this
forget
lady behind bars.
and then let's not forget what she did to Mariah when she accused Mariah of doing, the Coca-Cola.
Yes, but she want her damn child lie detector test to prove her, but she didn't want to believe the daggone the drug test that Mariah took when she cut her hair out of her daggone head to prove her point. But that wasn't right. That wasn't correct. But your Uncle Billy took your daggone polygraph, and you want us to believe that.
I don't even know why that was even
Mhm.
necessary. That
Mm.
was for the stunts and shows, and we did not need it.
I'm
I'm
It
about
not.
to
proved
shut them down right now tonight. Girl, shut up. You ain't shut nothing down, girl. If
And y'all,
Mason wasn't in your scenes, we wouldn't have wanted to see you.
and I know I'm not gonna hold y'all, but I really do think that Quad and Heavenly are gonna get ate up this whole reunion. I
I
know it
hope
to
they
be a
do.
fact. I know a
I
lot of
don't like
people
Quad.
agree. Like a lot, like Quad and Heavenly are going down, and so is Anila.
They should. It's bad.
Contessa and Toya are on like Contessa, Toya, and Simone are on Heavenly, Quad, and Anila's neck. The
I can
whole
leave.
reunion.
I can leave Contessa though because Contessa and her with this, she's on my last nerve with this because
No,
baby,
Contessa needs to
you did
go.
this to
I'm sorry.
yourself. You
yeah.
brought these people into your marriage. You asked Quad to tell this man that you wanted to be separated. You went
Yep.
on the Heavenly show and talked about these people just like Heavenly talked about you. Only Heavenly never said anything that we didn't already see on the show. We all felt that he is verbally and emotionally abusive. She gave nothing more than was already gave. But then you want to get up there and talk about she talked about you, and then you brought your daughter downstairs to confront this lady and tell this lady that she was ruining y'all family. Who does that?
Well, no, truth be told, let's be real. Like Heavenly really does cross a lot of lines,
Yeah, she
and
do with
she
her
definitely
shit.
does. Wait, let me finish. And she definitely does take things way. Now she takes things too far.
Yeah,
Now
I don't
I like
know.
now I can understand you reviewing the show. Like for example, Candy reviews the show, but Candy
Mhm,
make sure that she keeps a respectful boundary,
mhm.
and acknowledging that she's not a fan, that she's actually a part of the cast. So her saying things are different than fans saying things in response to maybe what the cast is saying. You cannot go on your platform and say that you believe Contessa is being abused and then expect when you see Scott and Contessa again that they're going to be hugging you like nothing happened because you quote unquote are just reviewing the show. You did not have to
Oh,
answer that question. That is taking things way too far. And truth be told, Contessa never said she was getting abused. She might have looked crazy. She might have complained that her marriage is not doing well, but she never once said that she had got abused. That's
can
She
the
I
said things
only
respond?
have
big
been
thing.
volatile, are getting to a volatile place
But
in her house.
Heavenly never said the person I was on that live.
Yes, she did.
The
Heavenly,
person asked. The
Heavenly
person
did
asked.
say that.
No,
Heavenly
the
did say
person
that.
asked.
She
The
said not
person
physically, but
asked.
mentally.
Yes,
Yes.
She
mentally,
said
and
Abuse,
that's
abuse is
not
abuse. That's what we're
emotionally.
physically.
talking about. We
Yeah,
didn't just
but
say
Yeah.
yeah, but Contessa actually already alluded to that,
but
and
she
But
that's
didn't
what she
say
Contessa
was.
that.
said their relationship was getting volatile.
I'll put it
She
like
did.
this.
She said
Even though
it's getting volatile. She said that on the show.
she did
Anytime
say
you
that
have an
on the
And
argument,
show.
then she went up there and talked about
any,
Toya.
any anytime you have an argument or a disagreement, it can be seen as volatile shit. A lot of our videos that we upload on these channels about Love and Marriage Huntsville can look like it's volatile. That don't mean that we are trying to
But
mentally
she
abuse
said that.
nobody.
But I think here's the thing though, guys.
She said that out of her
And I
mouth. You can
remember
take what you want to take from it, but she
one
put it out
second.
there.
1 second, Prosperity. I don't disagree with that. She did put a lot out of there, and I think that's the extent to which she needs to pipe down where it comes down to Heavenly. But here's the thing: like, if you and I are friends, Prosperity, and we're on a show together, and I'm doing an after show, sometimes you just have to go ahead and say, when the question would have come up, do I believe she's being abused? I would not have answered that. I would have said,
Exactly.
I
That and
would have
that's all.
just
And that's
said,
all we're saying. They're acting like Heavenly is
I wouldn't
obligated to
have either.
answer you.
I'm not a Heavenly fan at all. I do
But
not like
okay,
Heavenly.
but like I'm saying, let's not act
My
like
thing is,
Heavenly is obligated. And
but
no, but I
let's
think
Contessa
not
I
act
also
like
think
went
this.
on.
I
Heavenly is
think
obligated to do this. Heavenly does this because she wants to, and she picks those messy ass questions to put people on blast. And let's not also act like she doesn't try to cause division in that group on those videos as well. How many times has she alluded that her and Jackie have had conversations about Simone being jealous of Jackie or being a hater of Jackie? And then she wonders why Simone don't like her.
yeah, I think a lot of
But Contessa also went up there and did the same thing that we are saying Heavenly has done as well. She the drug Toya for filth,
Now
from
that
dirt
now
back through the mud and the swamp.
but like that's different. At the end of the day, if me and you both don't like the same person, you can't like I'm not gonna care about you dragging her. Me and her don't even like each other. But you, my friend, who I'm on good terms with, I come on there and I see you dragging me. That's completely different. Because I thought you were dragging her because you
But
didn't
you
like her.
can't talk about her dragging people when you went up there and drug people with her. Then you
And
want to
then
play back all,
like I
but then
understand
they play back all of her stuff. But they never put they never put the scenes in that they did in it. Come on now. If you want to talk about somebody
They
dragging people,
went
y'all
on her
all
show and
did
dragged
it.
people as well. So why is it different from
Right.
when
You
they
all
do
did
it
it.
and other
And I'm not a
relations
Heavenly
do it?
fan.
And I
but
can't
I
even
think
stand Heavenly.
the point though that you all, I think we're all kind of saying something around the same thing, in that Heavenly walks a very thin line
Heavenly
between
is messy as hell.
on
The
her
thing is,
show and the situation with Contessa. And I do feel like because they were friends, or at least this is the way I would be about it, if I value that friendship. Contessa did put a lot of her own business out there, but I think when it comes down to certain things, I'd be the first to say, you know what, I'm not touching that. I'm gonna let this is Contessa's business to speak on. I'm not dealing with that. And I'd have left it at that, because that was, to me, kind of crossing over into the appearance of a level of impropriety that would have caused a problem. But for her to be as mad as she is with Heavenly, Contessa is out of line, because everything that we know about your marriage is what you put out there, not to mention what we saw with our own eyes that season.
I think Contessa's
And
very
also, Beverly is
sensitive
only 16
person.
in the mind.
I think she's a very sensitive person. And Heavenly, honestly, I understand Heavenly. Maybe it's a Florida thing. I
Yeah.
understand when she does what she does, honestly, because it's like, okay,
I'm from
and,
Florida too.
oh, I understand her language. She's like, okay, B. I was like, okay, I got that. I received that. It's
Now,
just
she
a
says your
conversation.
mama. She's 16.
No, she says the other one too. But I get her. But the thing is for Contessa to be upset because of what Heavenly said, and she was up there too doing the same thing to other people. It's just like when Candy does it. There are some things you're not gonna like, but the thing is, she's still bringing, people to the show. She's the reason, because a lot of people don't really watch the shows. Like myself, a lot of these shows I don't watch. I watch y'all
Mm-hmm.
reviews. I watch clips. Honestly, to tell you the truth, because some of these places they're not gonna get my view. No
Yeah.
offense.
But I
So
think
maybe
the
Heavenly,
fact.
I kind of get her, but I understand, she is a little too much. But the way she talk and stuff, when y'all say, "Oh, Heavenly shouldn't have said nothing," look, honestly, and I realize with reality TV also, there might be conversations that's happening and we don't even see it.
Right. But I
So
think it's also about knowing your friend, to your point as well. Well, like for instance, anybody who befriends Heavenly, and I honestly do think that
Exactly.
Heavenly, if you know your friend, like if whoever it is, you know how they are. So you already
Mm-hmm.
know what I can share, what I can't share, how this person's gonna act and how they're not gonna act. But I do feel like Contessa's putting 20 on 10 about it. And here's the reason why. If she and Scott were going through with that divorce, I don't think she'd be this upset.
Nope.
But I think
She's
what's
mad because
happening,
Scott is mad.
when I was about, and that's just, there it is. I was just about to say, she's pissed off because everything you said about the man and the way you presented him when you were mad, you went and told Heavenly all that business. And I still feel like Heavenly, while that was probably bad judgment in dealing with that particular question and some others, I think Heavenly legitimately cared for her, because you can see when she responds, her defense of it is not even about her being messy. I really feel like she's like, no, you my girl, I love you. I'm not putting out what you really told me. So I don't understand why you going to bat for this Negro, because I don't want to see you deal with that. That's kind of what I get from Heavenly when she gets, when
Mm-hmm.
she
But what are you talking about? Heavenly literally says she wants Contessa to save her marriage. That's all she was saying, that she believed in it. But now all of a sudden you say that she don't want to be with her no more. Like, what are you talking about?
wait,
but
I'm
Heavenly
confused.
has some Tisha
Wait,
traits too now.
I'm
Hell
confused.
yeah.
What do you mean, Jeremy, with what you just said? I missed that. I'm sorry.
Heavenly has said multiple times that she really believed that,
Mhm.
Scott was a good man, that they were just going through some things, that they can fix it, to stop talking about their marriage, because, she believes in their marriage. How does it go into, she didn't even think that, Contessa needed to deal with this man. Like I'm saying, you were the main one, like cheering on their marriage, but then you come online on the after shows and literally drag the marriage. Which one?
Because now she's mad. They're
Well,
no longer, she's really in her feelings because of the things that Contessa
But
is
I'm
saying
talking
on
about
the camera.
she was dragging them when they were cool, though, is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about
Oh,
recently. I'm saying
oh, I
like
didn't
in the
know.
past,
I
when
don't
these
know.
videos were actually taped before, before they fell out. I'm saying you were on the show saying all of these positive things, and then you come onto the after show, and then you're answering questions saying that like I'm physically or mentally or verbally abusive to my wife. And
I think
of course I'm going to be angry with you, and then my anger is going to extend to my wife as well.
I
But
think
that's
Right,
what
but he still
Jeremy.
has to look. But Contessa still has to take some ownership in all of this because she's the one that put it out there, and she's the one that put these ladies
She
into her
has
marriage. She
she
had
had
Quad tell this man she wanted to be
she like
separated.
Yeah,
like
she did.
Can I
she didn't
say
have Quad
something,
to tell
please?
him that she needed to be separated. She just needed to Quad to say it on the reunion stage because she didn't
That's
feel
what.
like
But
saying it.
same thing, same difference.
Can I
but
say
Like
Jeremy,
something,
like that
please?
like
but
Dr. Scott like Dr. Scott had already knew that like they were
But
separating.
she,
He just didn't
but she
expect
still put it out there, and she still let
but
these
like
ladies
that's
into
what
her
I'm saying
business.
though. Like I'm saying I was just trying to correct, and like a error that you had said.
I was gonna
Can I
say,
say
Jeremy,
something,
it
please?
could
Okay,
Go ahead.
possibly,
sorry.
it could
What I
possibly be
want,
that when they tape the shows, she may have, that was before her after shows when we see them. She may have
Yes.
found out something else that she didn't know
Yes.
at that time, and that
That's
may
what I was gonna
be
say.
what her
but
perception has changed after that.
what I
Yep.
wanted to say is this: Contessa came for 2 seasons and dogged her husband out. She started this. She used us. I don't think they had that many issues, but Contessa needed a storyline.
Okay,
And
and then
Contessa was willing to use her family as a storyline. Now, this is where I have an issue. Heavenly, I don't like, never have, never will. I don't like the way she banded up with what's that other one's Quad's name to go against Mariah, and the way they all kind of kicked Mariah off the show, off her show for that matter. I don't like Heavenly, but this is it. Even after the season ended, Contessa and Heavenly were cool. They still went on vacations together. Contessa still came on Heavenly's show. They made fun of Anila. They made fun of Toya together. They laughed at everybody. So what happened? If your issue,
Scott got
what
mad.
Storyline.
if your issue was that Heavenly spoke about your marriage on the show, you were on the show, you were hanging with Heavenly after she spoke. You were on the
Scott
show
got
after
mad.
she spoke. So what's the issue?
Well,
And
Scott
yes,
no,
got
Heavenly never
mad.
knows when to.
let's be clear here. She
Yeah.
definitely let it be known on the show that she hadn't talked for Contessa for some months, and that was even after the show had wrapped up. So she had already so Heavenly had already known that there was pressure when they was coming onto the season anyway, because they hadn't spoke, and she knew that. It's not like
I'm not arguing that.
it's not like they had just was hanging out right before they taped.
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is after the reunion, they were still friends. After the reunion, they were still hanging out. After the reunion, Contessa still came on Heavenly's show. That's what I'm saying. After, even, I don't know whether it was after the reunion, but Heavenly had made that statement and Contessa still came on Heavenly's show. Is Heavenly blameless? No. Is Contessa blameless? No. My issue with Contessa is she needs to stop putting it all on Heavenly. Both her and Heavenly have equal parts in this trash. She put it out there. She did this, but Heavenly needs to learn when to shut up. So I don't
Exactly.
think
And
either one of them is innocent, and I don't think one of them is to blame. I
But I
think they're
really don't
both to
think
blame, in my opinion.
she's this mad because Scott got pissed, and now
And
she has to deal with
yeah.
that.
yeah, she's allowed
Because
to feel mad
Heavenly's the
because her
one who
husband is
told them
mad.
all her business. If you notice in the reunion, the other ladies were speaking up for, I mean, Contessa, the other ladies were speaking up for her. So basically, she
Actually,
told
Heavenly
them,
was the one who wasn't speaking.
no, I'm sorry. I mean,
Actually, it was
Contessa.
Quad who was speaking. Quad was the
Yes,
mouthpiece
but everybody, if you notice, they always chipping in like, yeah, this is how she feels. So she
because she had
told the
told
ladies.
them. The only
She put
lady
them
that
in her
did not
business.
know anything was Anila. Anila was the only one who didn't know. She had spread her business to every single person on that
Well,
stage.
Nero is still considered to be brand new. Like from the beginning when she started that on that reunion, when her husband even when it I mean when her husband even came out, the previous reunion, he came out, he was like, what's going on?
Anila looked like that most of the season anyway. Like, what's going on? She's like, she didn't know what was going on.
Scott didn't know what was going on too.
No, I think they were genuine. I don't think that that Contessa's storyline during that time was contrived. I think they really were having issues. And I think that's probably why it cuts so deep. But that's what I'm saying. You got to be careful. And as a friend, sometimes I'll put it like this. When it comes down to your friends, some things are just their business. And most things are their business to tell. So I just would be careful walking that line. And you can't get mad at people commenting on what you put out there. So that's where they both have responsibility on that. But I do think Contessa's doing too much. She's doing too much.
So outside of her marriage, like I think when she went on with Heavenly, it's a storyline.
Yeah.
It was a storyline because there's no way we was out here, we was doing that, and all of a sudden we get on TV, we beefing, and anybody got time for that?
Yeah, but I don't know. It seems like their friendship was genuine because I will say I get genuine hurt from both of them.
Mm-hmm.
So there's got to be something that they're not showing us that's happening in the background with those two because
I
that
want to see the unedited versions. I want to see everything unedited. I wish I could just see the shows all through without no production, nothing. I want to see what actually was said, how, who, where, when, or how. That's what I want to know. But sometimes they don't make sense.
And I know this is probably not going to be popular either, but I don't even buy that Contessa and Scott are all that good either.
Exactly. Now, contestants don't want that, man.
Contessa look bad. Like, she a bad one. Let me tell you. I'm sorry. Scott is kind of like not in her league.
No, Contessa won Britain from the other show.
I think
she got a banging body. You see her at BravoCon?
Who?
Contessa. Not
Contessa.
Oh yeah, Contessa's beautiful. I would take her
Oh my
down.
God.
But
I said, okay,
there's a
Stallion.
there's a sadness behind her eyes though. She's still not happy.
No, whenever she talks, you can tell it's like she's more whiny. That's why I said she give me Tisha vibes.
Yep.
She's kind of give me Tisha vibes because it's like but
And she's
then
trying to get it from the audience because her husband is not giving it to her.
and it's sad. Or
Yeah.
maybe he'll realize it when he notices, and she's other people, looking at her like that. I
I'll be
think they are.
I think when they talked a little bit about how she and Scott met this past season, that was very telling. I think they were like they met online and dated long distance or something for like a year or two, and then they got married, and it's just it was unorthodox. Not saying it can't work, but it just seems to me like that chemistry that you would kind of see with two people that love each other is just not, and I've never really seen it, to be honest. I think Contessa is probably making is it probably regrets getting married and having kids and kind of settling into that, because you can tell that that's not the life she wants.
So
She's
it gives
very
me.
ambitious, and it seems like she wants more, but for whatever reason she's not getting it in this particular relationship configuration.
But does she actually tell him exactly what she wants?
I don't know if I believe she didn't tell him. I just think that, a lot of times it's not that people are not communicating. I think it's that people are communicating, but if that person's not agreeing with you, they just haven't been able to figure out a compromise. So I'm sure she
Right.
probably has.
Or he just
Sometimes,
don't care.
or he just got comfortable.
Yeah. Because see, I don't think they want the same things. That much is obvious. I think he likes the settled, kind of life, wife, kids, all of that. And to be honest, I don't even think being on this show is necessarily a big deal for Contessa per se. I just kind of envision in my mind that she wants a life away from the responsibilities of being a wife and a mother. That's kind of what I get from her.
Yeah, because she give me like she look like she's ready to party.
I
So
I just, yeah, I don't get it. I think in a way, like a lot of women that are presented with this opportunity, they see potential for a way out of or into another type of experience. And what I get from Contessa, to be honest, even though I don't really know her, but it just seems to me like she just kind of presents like a woman who, is very career, or maybe goal oriented, but, you know, being a wife and mother, I don't get that she values that. And that's not
Exactly.
bad,
Because
but
who leaves their house and go to a whole nother state to go to school when you have a whole house with kids and a husband?
wait, let me interject in that. Sometimes it happens like that. It could be because of financial reasons, even though she's a doctor, or the school or classes that you're taking, it's not available to the time frame that you would like. You have to go somewhere else. There could be other reasons for that part. I know that one.
And your husband let you know that he wasn't happy and he told your kids the same thing and you still stayed and didn't try to come back and fix your shit.
Y'all,
But
let me
that's
just
the
say,
thing, though.
I just need to say thank you for this super chat real quick. Kimmy Nicole says Contessa weaponized her friends against Scott, then got mad at Heavenly for Scott when she decided to stay with him. And I also want to thank you for your super chat as well. Thank you, Kimmy Nicole. So just wanted to read her comment. All right, go ahead.
Comment is correct, but it is correct in the comment. But also, even though he said, okay, yeah, I feel this way, I feel that way, we don't know what actually happened in between. Maybe she was at home all the time. She was doing all that. And he just, and can you imagine Marceau staying home all the time with them kids? What you think he gonna do to Tisha?
mm.
It ain't gonna happen with Marsu, Chuck.
No, I just kind of get, when I look at Contessa, I feel bad for her. I feel like there's a part of her that's still trying to find herself too. That's what
Yeah.
I when I say that whole, wife mother thing. I don't think that that's really ultimately what she wants to do, because before they
Right.
used their marriage as a quote, the storyline of their marriage, before then she was no longer fulfilled being a doctor. I don't want to do that. I want to do something else. I want to end up in school, and she went to do
It's
this.
like
She's
she's
trying
used to
to
the
find,
traditional roles. This is what she has been. It's like it's what has been told for her that she needs to do or she has to do in order to be whatever. And this is what she's doing. She's just trying to appease, and she's not happy with it.
no, she needs to figure out a way to choose, a different pathway to get what she's trying to get to, because she's clearly not happy in that situation. And
Well,
honestly,
hopefully
I
next
don't look
season
happy.
brings happiness for her some way, somehow.
Yeah, Scott doesn't look happy either. Like I could tell this
None of them.
we're putting
Some
on.
of them she be having on don't be making me happy either. I mean, if you gonna help
Now,
me out,
none of them make you happy. I haven't seen anything she wore that made me happy.
even in the reunion, I'm like, okay, I like the bangs, but what's going on with the ponytail? What?
Y'all, they literally cut the ponytail and flipped it upside down and put it back to on her head.
I
I,
think she's trying to do something hip, but
I
it's
think
not.
you need to get a real stylist.
I think she's
Yeah,
trying to signal being single again is what I think.
Thank
But
you.
I'm single again.
Contessa's fashions are tragic. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that
She's
that
Fashions, her
it's
wigs,
tragedy the way she dresses. I'm sorry.
Her weed.
But she's trying. Even in the
only thing
beginning,
that's good is her body and her face.
Sorry. She went
Watch
from being
but
this.
so
she's
innocent.
trying though with the clothes and the hair. At least she's trying. Some people don't care. They don't want to
Yeah,
change. You know,
she
she's
tried.
trying.
Can I say
Okay.
something that is
I was
actually
gonna say, I was
a
gonna say I
I
watched
can't be sorry
but
for
I feel like
Contessa
some of these women
is the
and
way
someone. Oh, sorry.
Wait,
Go ahead.
somebody's
sorry.
talking.
I think
Two
I
people are
think
talking
why
at one
I feel
time.
sorry for Contessa is the way they all banded together. Contessa was new to the show, but when she joined the gangbang in trying to get Mariah off the show.
Not gangbang, child.
Yeah, it was a gangbang because so for me,
Ooh.
I don't feel sorry for people like that. When
Mm.
you join, when you join a gang to get to do something to somebody, when they do it to you, don't take it personal. It's as simple as that. Don't take it personal, because
But
M- Mariah did
but in a
nothing.
way, they kind of
She
did a
all,
favor for Mariah, didn't they? In a way, because Mariah get paid.
no, I think she got a lump sum now.
Well, they still do. Are they getting that lump sum? How much is a lump sum?
I don't
I
know, but I
never
don't
heard.
have
But
lump
I
sum, and
mean,
I
hey.
get something every season. I don't think it's that much though, because they put her name in the credits. Her name is still in the credits
But
till
that's
today.
already what she wanted, to be acknowledged, to say, yes, I was here, even if y'all putting me out. Unless, I mean, she didn't do it like Nene, which is, I applaud her for that, because, but Mariah, I do miss Mariah, Jesus.
The
I
way
miss
they did
them all
Mariah,
together.
the way they did Mariah, that's why I have no respect for Jackie. I don't like any of them. And for me, anything bad that
Yeah.
happens to God serves her right. She's a nasty piece of work. So I have no sympathy for anybody on this show. The only person I have a bit of sympathy for, but I don't really like, is Toya, because Toya was a good
Yeah.
friend. She, even though they had physically fought, she still stood by her, and
In
she
real
got a,
life, they knew each
and
other
that's one
like
of the reasons why
real life.
I stand Toya till tomorrow. And that's one of the reasons why Quad is coming for Toya, because Toya stood with Mariah back in the day. So
Oh,
Mhm.
I don't
yeah,
like any
look,
of them.
help me make it make sense because
I
I
don't like
can't
Quad.
all that.
Every
Pardon?
time she talks, I feel like I'm watching some kind of a movie. Which actor that is? I had to fight all my life. Every time she talks, I feel like I'm watching a play. Um, I don't understand. Like what?
Too
Because
I just
dramatic.
don't
she
get quiet.
over she
It's
over
not.
enunciates to be animated, and the truth of the matter is it's not there. And production wore her out in that very final episode when she was talking about her house and how she had to do this and how she had to do that. I really wish we would get rid of this consensus that seems to be floating around social media that just because people disagree with you means that they're a hater.
Yeah.
No, that's not always the case. They just you know.
I,
And when they
I,
were just like quiet, I was like, "Girl, we get it. You bought the house, girl. We get it. We happy for you. We proud of you. That's
shut up.
great. We don't need to be talking about this all night
But my question is, why can't they ask her questions about it, but she can ask everyone else questions about their house and finances and such? I'm kind of, because
because
I'm a Toya fan.
The
they
You
reason
allow
know,
that, and I
she
would.
feels entitled is because
what
they
was that?
allowed to, when they were
Because
going against Mariah, they let Quad think that she was somebody important. And
Yep.
now Quad is doing it to all of them and they don't like it. Because when Quad was doing this to Mariah, they used Quad as a weapon against Mariah.
Yep.
Now, but Quad hasn't changed. Quad is still the same self-righteous piece of crap that
Oh my
does
god.
not
My
show.
thing is with Quad, when she had the
Hey,
Sister Circle show, she acted real stank with them. Remember when they was at the party while she was thinking?
oh yeah,
And
And
now
that's why her and
she
Simone
has
don't. That's
humbled
why Simone
herself.
don't like her because of that.
And you notice how they took her off. She had to come back as friend of the show. And I guess allegedly, I don't know. I don't know if that's how you say it, why. But if you notice when she got on that show, I think she started acting like Nene wise.
Right.
Yep.
Yes.
And then they demoted her.
Yep.
And
Mhm.
then when Sister Circle was gone, she noticed, oh my God, I need to get back on here. So I'm gonna be on my P's and Q's, but I'm still gonna, give the girls a show, even though I don't like Quad. I don't know why she's still there. If Mariah left, she should have left too, in my
She's
opinion.
no
So remember
longer married to medicine, my love.
Mhm.
last season,
So
the last season, the only person who was still filming with Mariah because they all refused to try and get her off was Toya. She was the
Hmm.
only person still filming with Mariah. The
And
okay,
only
that's
so
why
person.
they don't like her.
someone says Mariah and Toya wasn't friends. What show are you watching? I'm speaking from the
That's the
beginning.
person I'm responding to.
From the beginning when they were friends. She knew
No,
inside stories about Mariah, about her, even her daughter and everything. They were friends.
they
So
weren't
I'm not
friends.
talking about.
Friendly, but they were like what's it called? They were frenemies. But why I respect Toya is this: when the chips were down, when all the other ladies turned against Mariah simply because they wanted to use Quad as the cudgel to get her off the show, Toya was the one who went back to Mariah and was the only one who continued to film with her and hang with her and try and make peace with the other ladies. Even fake ass Dr. Jackie was always talking
Yep.
very condescending to Mariah, trying to be nice, nasty. That's a true definition of nice, nasty. I don't know why people think Jackie's nice. To me, she's horrible. She's
Yeah.
trash.
Because
Okay,
And
remember what she did when Quad took that drug test? Dr. Jackie was. I don't want to read those results. I'm not. I'm not on the clock or something. She was saying Dr. Jackie was nasty to Mariah.
but
I'm
here's
Jackie is
my
surprised it hasn't hit her business though. Like the way she is, especially when she did that to what was her name? Buffy? Duffy? I'm
oh
surprised it
Lord.
didn't hit her
Please
business
don't
like that.
bring up
Like you
Buffy.
can't share
Jesus.
some information. Like, and I kind of understand when somebody says she's too busy, she can't be her doctor. Honestly, everybody in Atlanta, that's their OBGYN or
I'm
something.
about to say, but she didn't give her business because Dr. Jackie wasn't her doctor. Dr. Simone was her doctor, and Dr. Simone is the one that told Dr. Jackie. So that's who was in violation, not Dr. Jackie. But she
And
was
I
just wrong to say it on that stage, trying to compare her to her. That was
I,
wrong.
and maybe
no.
just
I
the
think I
popularity
think Buffy
I saw
told.
that.
I
I didn't
think
think Jackie
Buffy
was
told
trying to be
Jackie.
nasty.
It wasn't Simone. It was Buffy herself.
Buffy
It was,
told Jackie that, but and I thought
yeah.
it was bad judgment. But I didn't feel like Dr. Jackie in this instance was being hateful when she said it. I think she was trying to bring about a point because they were
She had
actually
Yeah,
no.
she was trying to relate them
talking
to each
about
other.
infertility.
They weren't friends. She had no right.
Yeah,
I mean,
still had
I,
not. I feel the same way, but I need Buffy to stop talking about it now because it's been how
yeah,
many
Buffy
years?
needs to stop. It's enough. But not
yeah,
in that big of not with that large of an audience. You don't have the right to do that to anybody.
I
You
think,
Right.
don't
and I agree with you
have
generally, but I think if I'm not mistaken, Buffy had already said it, so I
To
think she was
her.
repeating it.
it
Oh,
still
okay,
doesn't
just to
give
her.
Jackie
Okay,
the right to
Yeah.
repeat it.
Oh, okay.
gotcha. Okay,
Period.
And then
But
for Dr. the Jackie say, I'm done with it. Like, who you talking to, ladies?
But if you notice, I hate
Either.
to say it, if you notice the difference between the shows, like because we were talking about Love and Marriage Huntsville and these other Bravo shows, they can get even if they don't like each other. Unlike Huntsville with Destiny, oh man, this and that. They
They
know I
can
gotta
work.
go in here and make my money, and we gonna
Yep.
act. And eventually, if we get to the same place, how many times have Kenya fallen out with how many people?
Hmm.
She
Look
is
at
villain number one.
Carla's
And I
vacation.
love
I like you,
Kenya.
but
I'm a Kenyan fan, okay?
I don't
Twirl
like
team all day.
your
But come
vacation. I
on.
coin. Period. I need my
What was
coin.
that?
I said, look at Kenya when she came for Marlo's vacation. I don't like you. I'm not going to talk to you, but I'm going to come.
but but
Exactly. I'm gonna
that's
make
the
my
whole thing.
check.
Yes.
That's when you're mature and you have to have a certain level of emotional intelligence and professionalism, really, to be able to do these shows. Shouldn't be this hard, and I can still
But
be
the
there and not like you and be cordial.
but the thing
Because it's a
is,
job.
but these women on these Bravo shows, they're making money. They want their checks. These people on is like it seems like I'm not making nothing. So hey, I don't give a daggone.
I think the problem with them is that they think that they
At
have certain
all.
liberties
And they
to
know
be
Mel is
able.
making way more.
Well, I think they
That's
also
why
feel
I
like they
wanted
have
to
certain
ask.
liberties that if they say I'm not going to film with this person, that they can actually run the show. Not realize
Exactly.
you're not filming with somebody is cutting into your money.
Yo
I film with
check.
you all day long.
But I wanted to
Yep.
ask that because I was listening to another chat because I don't normally talk. This is my first time talking on a chat.
someone did bring a valid case into where Mel did go live, and she just said, do we think Mel is holding out for more money? You know, like basically this season, she's basically everyone's storyline, almost.
It's not about money. It's about they have nothing else going on. That's why they keep talking about Mel.
No, what I'm saying is when Mel kept on saying, it's something she said in one of her lives. I have to go back. I have it somewhere.
She said,
She,
y'all know that I always have a plan or
Yeah,
something, or I move
yes,
the way I
yes,
move or
yes.
something like
Thank
that.
you.
somebody
Yeah,
said
and
she
they said in the live. I don't know if it's this live or whatever, and it got me thinking like, is Mel holding out so they give her more money, and then she'll still. I think Mel is making more money than all of them.
Yeah.
somebody
I
said
think
she
Mel is
hold,
holding
somebody
on
hold
to
out
this
for
show
syndication.
for until it gets to syndication. And once it gets to syndication, she's gonna be gone. And
Yeah,
Yeah,
she's
that's
just gonna
why
hold her VP title.
she's
Hey,
definitely planning her exit at
gonna
whatever
need people.
point, but I think Mel is doing what they all need to be doing. She knows that this show
Exactly.
will go on forever. So she's establishing herself as a celebrity so she can move seamlessly into other things. They're not setting
Exactly.
Right. And they are trashing her for it. But I'm like, she had a vision from the beginning. So it's like, don't be mad at her for having a strategy.
and that's the thing. She is very strategic, and that's why I said before, for all the hating that y'all do, y'all watch her so close. Y'all need to be picking up and following the real stuff you need to be following, which is how to basically make your business, how to branch
Yeah,
out. There
and
are
that's why
so
Kimmy
many
She
admitted,
tried
yeah.
to
opportunities.
give it
I
to
look at I
Tisha.
look at Mel's Instagram sometimes with the teacher talking about, no, I don't. Girl, you know you do. You know you do.
Right.
Girl,
Because
you got a dummy burner page and you watch it every move that girl makes, and the only thing you're not executing.
Like
Her and
they used to
Destiny.
call Melody
oh, Destiny
the branding
watches.
queen, the promotion queen. And I'm like, what's wrong with that? And they
the
called
green bean.
Actually,
Stormy the marketing queen. And I'm like, what's wrong with it? They both making money. They both
yeah.
And the
moving.
truth of the matter is, if y'all go back down, I actually did this one day out of curiosity. I was on Mel's, I follow her on Instagram, and I will say all of her other personality traits notwithstanding at times, I give credit where it's due. Sis's ambition is amazing. That girl,
Mm-hmm.
day when she was just doing her brunches with Mel and all this other stuff,
Mhm.
she was on her Instagram pubbing that stuff like she was a celebrity then. And there's a lesson to be learned from watching how Mel actually moves and the way that she's actually doing things. She set herself up and she's using this show as the platform it was intended to be for all of them. And that's why
Yeah.
they stay mad, because going back to the it factor, either you have it or you don't. Some people don't have the acumen to even execute when the whole thing is being put out in front of them. They still have missed it. And I'm very proud of what she's doing with her productions company, with her music, with all of those different things. And that's what reality TV is supposed to be for. That's not supposed to be a be all to end all. It's supposed to use
Supposed to
that.
be a leg up.
And the
And
thing
she
is
used
that
it.
for her, for as much as they say, oh, Mel is a horrible person, if you really knew her, yada, yada. And it's like, well, you know what? She put out her brand. She has an image. She has
Oh,
a fan base.
y'all,
It is what it is.
y'all. I'm
Time
not
to
trying
go.
to. I don't. I'm not trying to be rude, but it's 6:02, and
Time to go.
I really have to. I really have to prepare to get like to go on another panel. I'm
I
We
was
like,
wondering,
appreciate you, Jeremy. This
Well,
is the
Bye.
is Scotty's
longest.
about to go live
fun.
soon? I
This
was
is
about
the
to say, I
longest.
was looking for you, Jeremy. I was like, Scotty's about to go live, boo.
no, not that panel. I have to. I gotta go review Ready to Love at 6:30. So
But we
Okay.
appreciate you,
Thank
Jeremy, because this is
you.
the longest that I'm
Yeah.
oh,
surprised
thank
you
you.
let us go this long.
Like those videos, people
I'm
like
try
the
like I
like
like
the video,
I
like the
try.
video.
Well, this was
If
fun,
we like
ladies. Nice to meet
if
y'all.
we
And
didn't
thank
pivot to Married to Medicine or Real Housewives of Potomac, we would have
We'd
ended
have
this
been
long.
gone.
We were
Yes.
Right.
gone.
So so yes, y'all. I have to
Super.
unfortunately I gotta go. So I want to thank all of y'all for coming up.
And
Thank
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 you for
you.
you.
having all these
Thank
black
you
women
for
up here. We love you.
No
Thank you for
you for
indulging.
problem.
having us, and we
I
love
hope
you.
y'all love, y'all love this
Yes, all
this
these
new
black women.
motivation.
Yes.
I'm using
And
all my stalker energy on this channel, child.
You know
Yes,
what?
all this
Jeremy,
black,
oh
look,
all this
look,
yeah,
look,
no,
melanin up
Log
here.
off.
Jeremy,
Log off.
Jeremy,
Bye.
let me tell, I'm gonna go because you just said it about 3 times. You stop being messy. We already know you ain't no stalker, and the only person that's crazy is that other person, and that's all I'm gonna say about that.
we not. Please
I,
no. Oh,
Now
Jeremy, I'm the one who had IM'd you. If you look and share it with Chef Donan too, I think that's what it is. If you notice, it worked. So Yeah.
Oh, Jeremy, I sent you a DM to. I tried to say. I followed you on Instagram. The black something. That's me. So we can talk about the murder mystery thing. All right.
Oh, what is
Okay.
murder? Oh, now I want to know what
Love
that is.
y'all. Y'all
Okay,
be safe.
All right.
yeah,
Y'all be
I can't
safe,
stay too
okay?
long. Gotta go.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, I'll talk to y'all all soon. Thank you so much. All right, y'all. I want to thank all of y'all for tuning in to the channel. Please like, share, and subscribe. And don't forget to hit that notification bell so you can keep up with what I'm doing on a regular basis. All right. So I had a lot of fun today. I figured because I really didn't have much else to do today, might as well put some extra time to do some lives. So I want to thank y'all. And I hope y'all have a beautiful, beautiful rest of y'all day. And I plan on doing the same. Peace.